What characters represent their series the best in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate? Super Smash Bros. Ultimate honestly did a fantastic job with balancing out all of these freaking characters in this game, like over 80, hello? But it does still hurt a little bit that we're still dealing with a lot of outdated movesets that don't really represent these characters' series as well as they really should. Like, you're gonna tell me that Mario's most recent move is from Mario Sunshine? Come on, dude. Like, imagine if he was able to throw his cap out to dive into it and do some platforming like he does in Mario Odyssey. That'd be sick. Or even showcase different power-ups throughout the series. All he has is the Fire Flower. And my poor boy Donkey Kong. They really just treated him like an angry gorilla when it would have been really cool a la Donkey Kong Country if he was to throw barrels as a neutral B instead of just a big monkey punch. Or his up B could be a rocket barrel. And then you have a character like Steve who literally just uses one button to craft, mine, and place blocks. You know, the main things of Minecraft in one button. My personal hope for a new Smash game is that they buff a lot of these movesets in terms of creativity. It's a lot of just punching and basic attacks for characters pre-Brawl. And these characters deserve more, you know? Nevertheless, I really hope that you like our discussions on all the characters in the game. Make sure to subscribe and leave a like. It would really, really help out a lot. And comment down below what changes you would make to the list. And with that, on to the list.
I want to go home.
Good. So that's how we know that we have the perfect cast for this. When you want to go home, you don't want to do it. But with that said, do y'all have anything to add before we get started?
Mainly just one thing is we have to take into consideration that these characters were designed in like 2016 because like you can't say like, oh, Mario doesn't have the elephant form from
Mario Wonder, right?
Because that just didn't exist at the time. So
right.
like you have to take into mind the material of like when Smash Ultimate was in development, like what material from this franchise was available at the time.
Right. That being said, on the same note, we will not, however, count like, sure, these Smash 64 characters came out on 64. However, the whole point here is to show that if they came out in Ultimate, they should have a reworked moveset, right? They shouldn't have copied the exact same moveset every single game.
Right.
Like, the fact that everybody freaked out that Link has one new move the moment we saw it is kind of crazy, right? Like, it shows, like, in Smash, we're just so used to these old movesets that we've had for ages. This has nothing to do with how the characters play. This is just how their moveset represents their original game series, or Easter eggs and whatever will be considered. Also Final Smashes. Anyway, starting with Mario. Any thoughts?
Well, you already mentioned how like Mario's newest move is from Sunshine. It's Flood. And overall, I just think Mario is just a series that has so much material to pull from both the mainline games and its countless spin-offs that like Mario is just incredibly boring and is a very bad representation of the character.
I feel like boring makes sense then. So so just going through it, Mario does have some moves. I don't think it's a did they even try, because he does have some stuff there. Like, obviously he has Fire Flower, that's a given. He has a cape from Mario World, but it doesn't operate like from Mario World at all. Like, it's basically not even the same thing at all.
Like, well, with the cape, like, yeah, it's like you can like stop and like reflect, like launch Koopa shells upward with the cape, but it's also not like,
I guess it's just so like, I don't know, it's too headcanon-y, right?
Right. It's like the way he uses it, where he just wipes it once. I feel like it should have been more like the spin that he does with the cape.
I think more importantly, like, the fact that they don't showcase more of Mario's power-ups or more from the 3D Mario games is very telling. I mean, again, like, I think, because if we go back to the Smash 64 moveset mentality of this, the most recent game that they showed when this was in development was Mario 64. So he just has a bunch of punches, right? It's just nothing.
I have the game booted up right now. I'm like kind of messing around with Mario in the training mode. Like his punch kick from Mario 64, like that's a great jab combo. But like, why doesn't he have like
Right,
Why
like
is
I'm
his
okay
down
with that
air-
for his A moves, but why? Yeah,
Right.
but like why
But,
his
but,
special
like,
moves?
look at, like his down air, like his down aerial is like a little twirl, and I'm like, that's fine, but like, why isn't it like the ground pound?
Yeah, no, literally. Why does Mario not have a ground pound? Why doesn't he have like the spin from Mario Galaxy, or why doesn't he have Cappy as a side B that you could jump on and like do more aerial stuff? I don't know. Like, there's so much you could choose between. Hell, Mario, if we're going based off of like DLC characters, again, like Jeno said, has some of the most representation possible that he could pull from. You know, he could have a whole meter that he could pull from like power-ups, right? Like, why not?
Right.
Like, there's so much you could do with Mario, but you know, they just didn't, so he's boring. He's very, very boring.
Yeah.
That being said, I actually think Flood kind of carries a good bit. I mean, it sounds stupid, but it is like,
If this was like Brawl, I'd agree.
yeah, that's a good point. I just think like he has enough to not be did they even try at the very least.
Right. But I think at the
Definitely.
same time, it's like he doesn't have a flying power up.
Yeah, like
he has
there's
the
so
cape,
much.
but like he doesn't fly with it. It's like a reflect.
There's actually so much missed opportunity. Like, I actually wonder if Mario is the most missed opportunity on this list. Like, he actually has so much to pull from. It's actually crazy. Do you think that that's enough to put in
think he
Did They
is.
Even Try?
No, I just think because like they definitely did, but they just didn't update him as the games continued.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's just kind of boring at this point.
Yeah. Boring is fair. That being said, did they even try?
No.
No, not for Donkey Kong.
So this is honestly, I'm having trouble thinking of a character I'd put below Donkey Kong on this list. Maybe this is just because I'm a big Donkey Kong Country fan, but like I actually hate how Donkey Kong is represented in the game. He doesn't have a single move from any of his games. I think it's such a given that he should have a barrel throwing attack as like his side B. He's literally Donkey Kong. All of his moves are just punches, and I think it's like kind of annoying that he doesn't have like a specified roll special move, and you could like use that to roll off edge and like jump out of it to do aerial combos, stuff like that. I mean, what else is there even to say?
I mean, like he could also have used like how Bowser Jr. has like how Wario and Bowser Jr. have like their like side Bs where they like pull out the motorcycle, or like the clown car like gets the wheels or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He could have like used like one of like the animal buddies. Like those,
Oh my god, you're
the
so
name?
right.
Like the rhino one where you can
Yeah!
like just charge forward.
Dude, you're so right.
Yeah.
Wait.
Said better what I was gonna say. I was like, oh, he could just put a minecart down and just
Ooh.
go from
No, but
one
you're
side
not
to the
wrong
other.
though. You're not wrong though. He
Yeah,
could do a
I mean
minecart.
Steve has the minecart, you know. Like,
Yeah, but it is true that like the minecart stages are a staple in Donkey Kong Country. Like they're in all the Donkey Kong Country games. So yeah, I could absolutely see that. That's a good point. Honestly, his up B could be the rocket from Donkey Kong Country Returns. There's a bunch of those rocket stages. Damn. Yeah. I mean, theoretically, he could also have partners, right? Like he could have Diddy Kong as a partner. That being said, obviously Diddy Kong's his own character, so it's a little weird.
well, I mean, Crom's in Robin's Final Smash.
That's true. That being said, oh, by the way, Mario's Final Smash sucks ass as well. Like,
yeah,
what the
true.
frick is
Yeah,
that?
yeah, we didn't
In
even
fact,
mention
did
it.
they even
It's
try?
just
No.
forgettable.
But yeah, it's that forgettable for sure.
I
But
still think that they should have made his final smash a mega mushroom.
yeah, I mean something, right?
Yeah.
Or even like the star, right? Could work. Like,
Yeah, but that's a bit basic. I feel like a mega mushroom is funny.
I mean it is. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Um,
And speaking of Final Smashes, isn't it crazy how the most representation for Donkey Kong's moveset is Donkey Konga?
it is, but that was taken out. That's not even an ultimate.
Yeah, but like throughout like Donkey Kong's like entire run in Smash, it was Donkey Konga.
Yeah, it was.
And now
you're
it's
right.
like,
honestly,
and
that was
now
a
it's
cool
like
Final
and
Smash.
now it's just like a flurry of punches from which technically it's from like Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, but like still it's just a flurry of punches.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
I don't
kind of
know.
boring.
But yeah, the conga beat was actually kind of interesting because it's like you play like a rhythm game as a Final Smash. It actually is
Right.
kind of cool, but I mean, again, that's not an ultimate, so can't really count it. Yeah, no, I have trouble actually thinking of another character that is lower. I mean, by technicality, there are some that are coming up that are like a little bit weird to rank, but we'll figure that out once we get to them. Link is next. Donnie, how about you start this one for us?
Oh god. For a start, I'm gonna put him in mid.
Mid. Okay.
He's not staying there, but I'm gonna put him in mid just because when he first came to the game, I think he had like a pretty good moveset. Like he had a boomerang, he had a bow, he had a bomb. Pretty average for Zelda games.
Yeah, I guess okay.
And then he goes lower because there's so many things that they could have done.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was gonna say something similar. In hindsight, maybe I was giving him a little bit too much hate before we started recording. So the links as a whole, I mean, we're not gonna get to Toon Link and Young Link for a while, but the problem I have with them is that they all have the exact same moveset, when realistically they absolutely could all have completely different movesets. But yeah, I guess in hindsight, like, when I just look at Zelda as a whole and act like this is the only character and not the other three, like, he has a boomerang, he has a bow, he has bombs, right? That's, like, all the main stuff from Zelda. It's actually not that, like, far-fetched, right?
Right, but, like, the thing is when you have multiple links, it's like you said, that they should be designed after their game.
Exactly. I think honestly, with context that there is multiple links, that's what brings Link down for me more than anything.
Yeah, because they went into Ultimate knowing that there's going to be 3 links in this game.
Right.
And then they knew one of them was going to be from Breath of the Wild. And the only thing they did with him was they removed the Gale boomerang and just gave him a regular boomerang. They gave him remote bombs. They took out his like hook shot because he doesn't have the hook shot.
They actually nerfed it.
They actually nerfed him a bit. And then they gave him like a new final smash, which is just like the Guardian arrows, which I guess that's from Breath of the Wild.
But it's just like so lame.
Kind of a boring final smash.
Well, the thing that makes
they could have used.
What could they have used?
It was like for Final Smash they had. Because you mentioned it earlier, but for Final Smash, I feel like that better would have been like. Oh god, I don't remember the move name, but like the Gerudo's protection or whatever it's called, like the Thunder one.
Oh right.
Like that could have been a good Final Smash.
I mentioned. Yeah, that could definitely work. I also like the idea of using all the beasts. What are they called in Breath of the Wild? The
Divine Beasts.
Divine Beasts, yeah. It could have been all the Divine Beasts blasting their lasers at the opponent, because that's what they do in the final Ganondorf fight. That could have been it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
And honestly, that would have been a great Final Smash because in Ultimate, like a lot of the Final Smashes, they became like cinematic.
Exactly. Yeah.
You can't really play them anymore. Like you can't like control the Final Smash.
Yeah,
they're
they
like
got rid
all
of all
cinematic
control
now.
of the Final Smashes.
That would have been like a really nice like just a nice cinematic to have as the Final Smash. But like it goes even further because like Link, like the only room that he has from Breath of the Wild is the remote bombs. But like at the same time, it would have been harder to put like magnesis or stasis or
I think they could have made stasis work.
The ice one.
They could have made stasis work because you could pause like enemies. Like that could actually just be a counter.
But
as lame
having
as that
having that as an attack at your disposal at all time is kind of cheap for a fighting game.
No, I just meant like it could act as a counter, like Shulk style, right?
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say Bayonetta has that.
Maybe, yeah, but at the same time, it's like they could have used like I forget what they call them, but like
the champions absolutely should have been a part of his moveset.
Yeah, the champions.
So
powers, like
100%, it's not Breath of the Wild Link without the paraglider. I'm gonna say that right away. All right.
Oh, that's so true.
The paraglider is integral to Breath of the Wild, and the fact that that's not part of his kit is absolutely ridiculous. And they could have done Rivali's Gale as the up B, and then into the paraglider to glide. It would be an insane recovery, but I think it's deserving. Hello, like what do you do in Breath of the Wild? You literally fly all over the place. That's kind of the point.
Like,
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I feel like the obvious one to get rid of if they added Rivali's Gale would be his up B, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just like his up B would be like Revali's Gale into the glider. But like another one I was thinking of, and I didn't mention it earlier.
Well, wait, Dom, were you trying to say that that's bad that they would get rid of the circle? I mean the spin attack?
Yeah.
So the thing is, I would agree again if Link was the only Link. Young Link easily could rep the spin attack 100%. Not all Links need to have the spin attack. They just don't.
That's true, but also I'd actually give the spin attack more to like Toon Link.
That'd be fine too.
He actually has that spin attack in Wind Waker.
Mm-hmm.
That's like one of the skills you can unlock is like the tornado like the tornado slash.
Right. Yeah. No.
And that's just tornado slash, but in the air. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I just think Link, especially with the context that it could be Breath of the Wild Link, it's just a huge missed opportunity.
Right, and then just one more idea I had for Link was for the final Smash. It's 2 more days, 2 more ideas technically. The final Smash is just like the ancient arrows, which like those are like like original to Breath of the Wild. But I was also thinking like it could have been like Link shooting light arrows on his horse, like from the final boss of the game.
Well, it could be that. But I just realized another idea, right? Instead of just a basic ass bow, how about let us switch between arrow types, right? Like another meter. Like again, now that Ultimate DLC is out and we've seen these meters for like half the DLC characters, like we could assume that some of these characters could have meters too, even the older ones. So why not?
Yeah,
right? Let us switch arrow types. You could use ice arrows, fire arrows, bomb arrows. You could use them all in the Breath of the Wild. Why not here?
Yeah, kind of like how Kirby, like how like you can get rid of his copy ability with a taunt. There should be a taunt that like switches what kind of arrows you have.
Well, that'd be. I will say the taunting thing is very unused. I think it could still be used a different way besides taunting.
Right, but
I agree to an extent. Yeah.
Like that's how you could switch arrows. Is like you press a taunt and it does it different. Because like Sora, like I know I'm jumping ahead here, but like Sora is his neutral B is like 3 different attacks, but they just swap out every time you press B.
Right.
But like I feel like Link, like to make it more like Breath of the Wild, it could be like a taunt and you can just like every time you taunt it changes.
Right. Anyway, it's a bummer. I do think it's nice that they at least did the remote bomb. It's something, but they definitely could have done a lot more. I would still constitute the character as boring, considering all the missed potential they have.
Definitely. And also, one more thing I wanted to add on. Yoshi's shield is like an egg.
Oh yeah, that could be Daruk's protection.
It could have been Daruk's protection.
And just as a mini thing, how cool would it be is after you died...
And it's the exact same thing. It's just a bubble shield.
What if after you died, Mipha's Grace, like you could see Mipha in the background, like when you're spawning in?
It's like a cool little Easter egg.
Yeah, that'd be cute.
Kind of like how when Mega Man dies, like he has like the little like particle.
Yeah,
effects.
Absolutely. Like why not, right?
Yeah, why not? Like just like for that, like that is like kind of like just like a nitpick, but like. Because it's not really like an attack or anything. It's just
but I think anything that the character is repping should be considered. Like whenever we get to Mega Man, I would absolutely count the death animation because it's something. It's representing something from the game, right?
Right.
It's not specifically the movesets, basically. It's how the character as a whole is repped. But yeah, let's move on to Samus. So I think I'm the only person that's played 2D Metroid, right?
I've only played Zero Mission out of the entire Metroid series.
Have you played Metroid, Dom?
The Metroid on Nintendo Land.
Okay, that's goated though.
It was
goated. Anyway, Samus. So, what bums me out about Samus? So, obviously, this moveset, it's 64 isms. Very basic compared to what all the new abilities that Samus has gotten over the years.
Right.
But even in 64, it was so clearly based fully on Super Metroid, but it wasn't done great. So she has like super missiles and basic missiles that don't like they kind of are similar to how they act in Super Metroid.
Like again, like I have the game open right now. I'm just like messing around with Samus. She has like the homing missiles.
Right. It's just weird because I don't even think she has homing missiles. Like I don't even think that's a thing.
It might be in like Metroid Prime.
And the way that her
Again, I haven't
charge,
played Metroid Prime.
the way that her charge attacks work in Smash isn't really accurate. I mean, I don't know. Samus is just a little. She could just have so much more, right? Her bombs, like this is like a big headcanon-y thing, but I really wish that you could bomb jump with Samus. It'd be way too OP, but it'd be so cool. So bomb jumping.
I mean, like, technically you can, but like it's not really that big of a thing, you know?
No, you can't bomb jump in Ultimate.
I'm doing it right now, actually.
No, you cannot bomb jump to infinity. I'm talking like from bottom of screen to top.
Not to infinity, but it's there, but like you can't like spam it, you know? To,
no,
like, get,
see,
like,
in all Metroid, even Metroid Dread, you can actually bomb jump to infinity. Like you could get infinite height in Metroid with bombs.
Yeah, it's actually kind of insane. I remember messing around with it when I was playing Zero Mission. It was really fun.
Yeah, so that's like a staple in Metroid, and that's not in the game. So suddenly, bombs being her down B just feels like really lame. Like at that point, why not do like a super mine? Like the thing with Samus is that there's a very wide, like it's a Metroidvania, right? So there's a lot of options to pull from, and it just feels like the options that they picked are so milquetoast, like so boring. There's so many other options.
There's even more when you consider like Metroid Prime. Like it doesn't have to be just 2D.
No, 100%.
There's Metroid Prime.
Yeah.
Or like Metroid Other M, which has like, you know, like more stuff to do, like more attacks, more beams and stuff like that.
That being said, I also don't think that she's a did they even try. I just think she's boring again.
Yeah, and again, like we said this earlier, like a lot of these early characters are going to be boring just because they didn't update them when they got like new games. Yeah.
I mean, this is like, again, in Smash 64, I actually might even say that this would be like mid or good. But even then, like Super Metroid definitely had way cooler things to pull from.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. Oh, by the way, I guess we never really ranked in the tier. Do y'all agree with Link above Mario?
I do. I do solely for the fact that his newest move comes from his newest game at the time.
That's fair.
Like,
and Mario's newest move is Flood, like, and that's from Melee.
Mario has like Cappy in his taunt and like the wedding outfit, but like that's nothing. That's
okay.
Really nothing.
I will say Easter eggs do still count. They're just not as big as actual moves, right? Like I would still count the Easter eggs. They're just very minimal.
Yeah, definitely. But like when it's just like an outfit, like a whole outfit is cool. Like he has like the builder outfit and the wedding outfit, but like
I don't know if I'd actually count skins.
They don't do anything. They don't do anything.
I don't know if I'd count skins, but I might count like taunts, maybe, right?
Yeah, and like what Mario has like Cappy, like he throws Cappy in like one of his taunts, I think.
Yeah.
Or like
it's not much.
I forget exactly which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
And when he does his up B, sometimes purple coins appear. But ooh, purple coins.
Purple coins.
Mario Odyssey.
Insane.
But that's literally it, you know.
Yeah. No. Okay. But I also think Samus is boring. Where do y'all think in the tier?
Probably below Mario, only because they really did not add anything to her. Like for years, like she's been the same since like Melee.
Yeah, you're actually right. You're actually right. When I think about it that way, that is crazy. Like she's been kept the same more than any of these characters so far.
Right, and like in Brawl, like they at least added like Zero Suit Samus as like her final smash, and like that's huge. But like Zero Suit Samus is a separate character now, and now this is just Samus, and it's just the same as she was in Melee essentially.
Yeah, you're actually right. Holy crap! All right, yeah, I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, she was literally kept the exact same. Like, I don't even think there's like an Easter egg or anything that's like from a new game. I actually don't.
Maybe like a. No, I'm pretty sure these taunts are exactly the same too.
Dark Samus.
Dark Samus, yo.
They cooked.
They cooked, dude.
Everybody wanted Dark Samus, bro.
like the thing about Dark Samus is that it's just Samus again. Like she's not floatier. Like she has like floatier animation.
Excuse me,
but her
she
actual
does
movement
float.
isn't floatier.
Dark Samus floats literally.
Yeah, no, like her animations, she looks like she's floatier, but like when you actually playing as a character, it's not floatier at all.
Yeah.
It's literally just Samus again.
I would
I'm
actually
gonna put him.
It's weird because like with Echo Fighters, like the point is that they're trying not to try. Like, should I just put her next to Samus? Or should I do Did They Even Try? Because they literally changed nothing. Maybe I should do Did They Even Try? Because there's other Echo Fighters, like Chrom, that actually change the moveset a little bit.
Or like Ken.
Yeah, no,
For
literally.
example.
They're like different characters. I know that Lucas
Yeah.
isn't an echo of Ness, but like as an example, like yeah, they have all the same types of names for moves, but all the moves act completely differently. I actually think Dark Samus
Right.
is like the exact same character. Like I don't think they're even different.
Oh no, she quite literally is.
Maybe that is a Did They Even Try? Like below Donkey Kong. Would y'all agree with that?
Nah, put her at least above Donkey Kong.
You think so? Really?
Because she does levitate.
Insane.
You do be floated, man.
You do be floating though. That's fine. I'm not against that. Let's do that. Okay. Yoshi. Jeno actually brought this up before the recording. Because I was saying, honestly, I think Kirby's going to be the only high tier character in 64. But Yoshi is actually, like, a little bit better than I expected.
Yeah, because like Yoshi, like if you're like in all of the Yoshi games, Yoshi plays the exact same. He has his tongue, the
Right.
flutter jump, the eggs. It's the ground pound. It's all the same thing. They don't really like add new stuff to Yoshi, and even in like Crafted World,
Mm-hmm.
it's just Yoshi.
Right. It's still the same
And
moveset, even though it looks different.
And right, but like they have everything. Like they have the flutter jump. They have the ground pound.
Yeah.
You eat opponents and turn them into eggs. And you can even throw eggs, and like they really do have everything that Yoshi does.
It's weird because it is kind of a like
It's basic, but also it's exactly what it should be.
right.
Like the only thing I could think of that they could have added is like the stuff from Mario, like the shells from Mario World. but, like,
Yeah,
even then,
I
that's
guess-
a little
okay.
too
I was
much,
going-
and that would be hard to do because like
So the thing is
like,
that they didn't go above and
it
beyond, but they
used to
did
be-
everything they needed to.
yeah, and like even then, like the wing, like the blue shell giving you the wings and the red shell giving you fire breath, they did that for his final
For his
smash.
final smash,
and,
yeah.
like
Good point.
in previous games, in Ultimate, they changed it to like the Yoshi's running from like Melee's intro, but still like
Yeah, I don't know. I think like again, like you said, flutter jump is a double jump. Makes a lot of sense. Up B being egg throwing, that's literally what he does in all of his games. He eats people just like in his games. He ground pounds. Yoshi created the ground pound before Mario. It makes sense. It's his down B. Like
yep.
I actually don't think there's. I actually think he's good.
Like the only thing I can think of that like Yoshi doesn't have is like the big eggs from like Yoshi's New Island, but
Which
like, at the
nobody
same
wants
time, you
anyway.
don't really
That game
need
sucks
that.
ass.
I know, but like at the same time, it's like you don't really need that
Yeah,
because
you
that's
really
just
don't.
a gimmick from one specific game.
Yeah, I actually think. What would actually bring Yoshi to They Cooked for me? I know I just said I wouldn't count skins. But if they added Woolly Yoshi and changed all of his eggs to wool eggs, like
That would be sick.
that'd be so fire.
I mean, like they do have like the Crafted World skin in Ultimate, but
Yeah, it doesn't
ugly
change
as all
much.
hell.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's
Ugly
so
as all
terrible.
hell
Yeah.
too.
I don't know why they chose the crafted over wool. Wool Yoshi's way better for sure.
Because Crafted was the newer game at the time,
Yeah.
and but I just think it doesn't look good in Ultimate's lighting.
But yeah, the more I think about it, I'm very satisfied with Yoshi. I don't think there's much else they really could have done. I mean, again, they didn't go above and beyond, so they didn't cook, but like it's good. Like I'm satisfied
Yeah.
with it.
And another thing is like they like Yoshi's like the only character in the game to have like a unique like shield animation.
That's true.
where it's,
He
like,
becomes an
yeah.
egg just for pressing the shield. Like it's just cool. Like it's just little things, right? Do all three of us
I
agree
really
with
have
the
nothing to
first
complain
good?
about with Yoshi. I really have nothing to complain about with Yoshi.
Dom, how do you feel about good? Or do you think it should be lower?
I'm just sad they didn't give him a skin with a baby on his back.
Wait.
That's true.
Wait. If they had, okay, that would have been a they cooked. That would have been a they cooked
But
if they just had baby Mario.
I understand because of legal reasons, you know, fighting him with a baby on his back, not the best.
You're
but-
just beating up a baby.
No. Hear me out.
There was a counter. There's a counter.
Given him a mechanic. No, they could have given him a mechanic where if Yoshi gets launched far enough, the baby falls off.
The baby falls off, gets into a bubble, and then a timer starts showing. The baby starts crying, and they get taken by the what's it called? It's from Yoshi's Island, and you just instant die if baby Mario gets taken.
Or we go a different approach, right? Like how Peach has Toad as a block.
Oh.
Yoshi uses the baby as a block.
Pause. They're cooking. They're cooking.
But here's another one I literally just thought of when you said the babies. Every single Yoshi skin, like you know how like it's a different color Yoshi, could also have a different baby on the back from like Yoshi's Island DS.
They could. I will say.
But again, at this point, it's like we're asking for like too much at that point.
Yeah.
It's just like that's like we're asking for like.
Plus Yoshi's Island DS, like that's the gimmick of that game.
Character models on their back, you know, like it doesn't change how they play.
Right. I can see Baby Mario. The different babies though, that's a little bit because again, DS is the only game where it's the different babies like that.
Right.
I think mechanically Yoshi does everything right. I don't think there's anything to complain about here.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Kirby.
But one more thing about Yoshi. Put him in mid. They removed Black Yoshi.
True. Honestly, did they even try? Oh my god, I'm so pissed they got rid of Black Yoshi. That was my favorite skin.
Didn't they remove Fire Mario as well?
Bro, okay, that one actually makes no sense.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here, man.
That, you know what? Mario, did they even try? Let me stop. That is so weird though. Fire Mario. Why? I feel like that's such a given.
Because why have a power up
Fire
where
Mario,
you could be
but gave
getting
us, like,
married?
Wedding Mario and Golden Mario.
But why not have all of them? I just don't get it. It makes no sense to me. Like Fire Mario should just be a given.
Yeah, and the fact that Mario's alt colors are actual alt colors and not just different power up outfits, like
It's honestly
Penguin
such
Mario.
a bummer. Honestly, Mario, Smash Bros. In general should have way more interesting skins for characters. Like, I mean, this is a Brawl thing, but like, me and Dom should have always said that like Mr. L from Super Paper Mario should have been a skin for Luigi, as an example.
Yeah. I still think that DLC costumes for this game would be insane.
Yeah, because why not, right? Like,
yeah, but I ain't paying money for a skin, man.
Okay, depending on what it is, like I'd spend $1 for like a character's skin pack, like multiple skins for a character, right?
Like, think about it this way: me costumes were 75 cents.
Yeah.
A full $1 for like a DLC costume.
If it's a good skin,
like
if it's a good skin, like actually changes like the model of the character too. Like, yeah, I think that's worth it.
Yeah, like for example, like if they gave because I'm gonna be a nerd for a second. Like how Xenoblade Definitive Edition came out after Smash Ultimate. If they gave Shulk like his future connected outfit, like I'd buy that.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, no,
like,
I agree. I think like drastic skin changes, I could see, you know, paying for it depending on what it is.
Right.
Anyways, Kirby.
Kirby's honestly, again, like,
is this a they cooked? Is the question.
I think it has to be, just because every character has a copy ability, and like we were talking about it a little bit earlier, before the recording, where like, yeah, the copy abilities aren't like the copy abilities from the game,
From Kirby,
but yeah, but at the same time, it's a lot cooler that they made all these copy abilities and all these designs that are based on other characters.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a, like, if they did the copy ability idea, so my other idea was, let's say you suck up Charizard, that could give you Fire Kirby, right? And then your entire moveset changes to be Fire Kirby. So at that point, if you're making a completely different moveset for each Kirby copy ability, I actually do think it's at least equivalent, maybe even a little more interesting. than, just copying the special move of every character. Because let's be honest here for a second. Is there ever a time where you actually copy someone's special move and genuinely use it in the fight, like consistently?
It really is situational. It really just depends on how good that character's neutral special is.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I think it'd be a lot. I mean, this is like an impossible amount of work. But imagine if like you literally copied the character, right? I mean, no, that would be kind of dumb, admittedly.
That is an impossible amount of work.
Yeah, that is an impossible amount of work, right? But anyway, no, or maybe not even all of Kirby's copy abilities, because that's also a crap ton of work if you change his entire moveset for that much. But like, again, Kirby has a lot of movesets, right? In Kirby games, because I've played like all the Kirby games, like Kirby's entire moveset changes every single time he gets a copy ability, and I feel like it's a little bit of a bummer to not showcase that a little bit. I think his base moveset's a little basic.
I'm messing around with him right now. So he has the stone, he has the hammer.
The hammer's
he
fine.
Has the sword. He has
the sword is dumb. I actually think he could do so many other things for his up B. I actually think Final Cutter is dumb. Like, it's on the same level as Cape for Mario. Like, why is that his up B? Makes no sense. He has so many, like, he could have had Wing, he could have had Jet. He has so many flying abilities. And he chose Final Cutter, which is the final combo off of one of the Cutter skills. That makes no sense. Cutter could have been a basic attack. Like, he could have just used Cutter a little bit. That could have been his combo, his A combo. Because Cutter's a combo ability in Kirby. So, anyway, yeah. So that's the two other things, right? So, there's two sides to it. Honestly, his copy ability's fine. I'm 100% cool, like, saying, yeah, they cooked with that idea, right? You copy the special move of every character. That's very cool, no matter what. And you get a little cool hat bonus, right?
Right.
I'm fine with that. I'm not going to say that that's a bad decision they did that, because it isn't. It's awesome. That being said, I think his base moveset might actually be enough to bring him down to good. Because, again, like, Final Cutter is stupid. I think that's a terrible idea for up B. Hammer's fine.
Well, here's the thing about his base moveset is,
I guess, to be fair, down B's fine for Rock.
Sakurai created Kirby, right?
Right.
But he is very partial to the games that he worked on.
Superstar, yeah. It's mostly Superstar Kirby.
Especially Superstar. That he doesn't really have like a lot of newer stuff in the game. Like even like the music, the stages, the items, a lot of it's like not newer stuff. It's all from like Superstar.
Right. I don't know.
I say bring him down.
You think so as well?
And I do think that brings him down.
Mainly just because after playing like a lot of the Kirby games, I am so sad that his Final Smash is what it is. Because let me paint you a picture.
It's the big sword from Return to Dreamland.
Yeah.
I actually like that Final Smash. What did you want?
No, man. Imagine the Final Smash. It was like Crash or like Mike. Like
that's fair, actually.
Instead, we have a basic ass sword which looks like a mixture of Link and Ike's, and it's like, come on.
To be fair, I can see your argument for it. I like the big sword because it is still a reference. It's not just basic, like it's a reference to the super abilities from Return to Dreamland.
Right.
It's not just like a nothing. It definitely is still a reference. But yeah, I could see the argument for Crash because Crash is in more games, right? Technically, the big sword ability is only in Return to Dreamland, but I do love Return to Dreamland.
It could be like a big like robot from like
Robobot.
From Planet Robobot, yeah.
Robobot is actually my favorite Kirby game, like single player. Like that game is so good.
I have yet to play that one.
It's so good. I recommend it. I actually think it's the best single player Kirby game. Return to Dreamland stomps as a co-op one though. Anyway, I don't know.
I feel like for the super ones, right, or for Return to Dreamland or whatever they're called, I feel like they could have just made that as like charge smashes. Because like in the game, you see them go from basic to bigger and bigger, which is kind of perfect for like a charge smash.
Mm-hmm. I just think like his aerials could be like they cooked. All right, I think they cooked is another level, right?
Yeah, they cooked is like literally everything is taken from another like
Exactly.
from their
Like
original.
every single, like even the aerials, like every A attack, like everything is perfect.
Right.
And I don't think that's Kirby. I actually don't.
I'll be honest. I can only think of like one person who I think actually deserves A tier or S tier.
What is that, Steve?
It's Minecraft Steve.
No, no, okay, maybe two now because you brought it up.
What's the other one? I'm curious.
Snake.
Snake.
I have
Maybe.
never played.
Have you played a
Gear.
Metal Gear game, Dom?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
Okay, good. Because me and Gino haven't. We talked about that before the list. Good.
I have.
You'll be
even
good when we get there.
Metal Gear Collection. I've never played it.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up because I don't think we're getting them today to begin with, but
Yeah, probably not. Well, yeah, we're only going up to melee.
yeah, but for him, I got like a list. He's like honestly the only person I could see being in S tier.
Well, that's fair enough. I can't comment much on that character. We'll get to him when we get to him. But yeah, no, with Kirby, like he has a lot of those like weird, like just like headcanon-y stuff. Like he swirls in the air as a neutral air. You know, like what does that mean? Like that's not really referencing anything.
Yeah, it's like a lot of the characters just have like punch kick because it's a fighting game.
That being said, like obviously the copy ability carries a lot, and honestly, it's not as bad as I'm giving him credit for. Like down B being the Rock makes a lot of sense. Hammer's fine.
And it's not just the Rock. It's not just Stone. Like there's like references in there. Like
That's
like
true,
frog,
actually.
There's a chest from Breath of the Wild.
Fudge. Is that enough? That's a good Easter egg though. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe it could be bottom they cooked.
I think put him in they cooked for now, but if like another character comes along and we're like, yeah, they definitely cooked, we can always move him back down like to top of the
At the end of the day, it is important to note that Kirby, besides Steve, maybe has the most work put into him. Like,
oh
100%.
yeah, no, definitely because
like you have to. That's so many
and
moves.
be like,
Yeah.
yeah, every character
I
they had to
don't
go back
know,
and be
man.
like, yeah, there's
Petey Piranha was pretty detailed.
That's true.
That's
I will
true, though.
I will fight for Piranha Plant being higher than mid. All right.
No, okay, but unironically though, it's sad how well designed Piranha Plant is compared to freaking Mario.
It truly is.
It's actually sad.
We're getting way too ahead of ourselves.
I agree. We can leave him in they cooked for now, but maybe we'll drop him if there's a lot more.
We can always move him around later.
Yeah, because I do think Kirby's a good amount above Yoshi at the very least.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, Fox. So the thing with Fox, so this is gonna be the same thing as Captain Falcon, whenever and Falco for that matter. So at the time, you know, there
was two Star Fox games. All right, there was two Star Fox games at the time when Smash
64 came out. Yes. It's very complicated for this character because obviously we're comparing like a space shooter type beat thing, like on rails, like kind of shooting thing.
Yeah. It's an on-rail space shooter, and you never actually play as Fox.
Right.
Like outside of the R-Wing.
This is where it becomes very weird to rank because I don't think it's fair to just say did they even try, like just flat out.
Because they obviously did try because they had to make a moveset for a character that you do not play as. Ever.
Yeah. So, but is there anything from Star Fox in Fox's moveset? Maybe the reflector. The reflector might. Well, I guess he has a little blaster. You know, like it's close enough.
Now we're on Ultimate, and there's been games like Star Fox Adventures and like Star Fox Assault, where like he has been seen outside of his ship before.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point because we're talking about Ultimate.
But it hasn't been. But like, it doesn't really represent that because like those games are more like exploration games, and Fox is all about like in Smash, he's all about like get in quick, do quick damage, get out. You know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's also like. I don't know. Would it be that insane to like include the ship in his moveset somehow, like outside of a Final Smash?
It would be kind of weird. Isn't there like in the Star Fox games, isn't there like not the Landmaster, but like a little like remote ship, like a tiny like remote device or like thing that he has?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a thing that he has. Again, my Star Fox knowledge is not the best.
Mine isn't that great either. To be fair, we're not very well equipped. I don't think Dom has much knowledge about Star Fox either.
They didn't give him a do a barrel roll taunt, so did they even try?
Did they even try?
They did not give him
What were they even thinking? I don't know. It's very weird. I think boring is fair. I don't think...
It's kind of boring. It really just is, hey, he's fast, he punches, he kicks, he has a laser.
Did they even try? I think should be reserved for characters that have a ton of potential, but
oh yeah, definitely
did not fulfill that, right? Whereas they did what they could with Fox, I feel like.
Yeah. And also, Fox is another situation where like they haven't really updated his character since like Melee.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Fox is fine. By the way, we're on to Melee characters.
No, we're not.
Fox is... Oh my god, you're right. Fox is in 64. I'm tripping.
Yeah, no, Jigglypuff's in 64.
Yeah, oh my god. I'm sorry. It's just, when you said Melee, all I could think about was Melee Fox, so I just, like, assumed that Fox was from Melee. Because, you know, I mean, that's the most popular character in that game.
Yeah, wave dashing, bro.
Pikachu. Pikachu's fine. I actually think this might be your first mid. I think he's fine. Like
the thing about a lot of Pokemon characters is that the moves, the way they're visualized, is heavily just based on how the moves are described, because Game Freak is lazy.
Yeah, there isn't as much animation to go off of. Thunderbolt's pretty good though. I mean, I think Thunderbolt is pretty blatantly like, that's a good down B, I think. There's some other weird ones though, like why does he have a charged Skull Bash type beat thing? A bit odd. Thunder Shock is fine. I don't know. I mean, do y'all think it should just be boring?
I mean,
I think he's fine. I don't. Okay, the thing is, like, I think Link is a more interesting character, but Link has so much more missed potential than Pikachu has. Like, what could they do with Pikachu is my question that they didn't do.
Right.
The only thing...
It's not like a Yoshi thing where it's like they did everything that they could.
Yeah, they did everything they could with Yoshi. They just didn't go above and beyond.
Right, but like with Pikachu, it's like, what more could they have done?
Right.
It's not like, because like, you know, Pikachu has like all like the different moves that he can learn, but like at the same time, it's like you don't need everything.
I guess maybe if I was to nitpick a little bit,
Yoshi
I think
literally has everything.
I think if I was gonna nitpick a little bit, to be fair, we're not comparing Pikachu to Yoshi. I mean, Yoshi's definitely way better than Pikachu. I'm wondering I'm wondering if
comparing it like to another character in Smash.
I'm wondering if Pikachu should be higher than Link, basically. And I think so. Again, like, the missed opportunity for Link is a huge reason why I would put him in boring. Because for Link, it's insanely boring. For Pikachu, I don't think what they did with Pikachu is that boring. It's just Pikachu. Like, what else could they do?
Like you think of Pikachu and it's like, yeah, Thunderbolt.
Yeah, like
whatever.
Realistically, as long as he has a Thunderbolt attack, how could they mess up, right?
Really? Yeah. He plays like a rat. He fights like a rat.
He is a rat.
He is a rat.
I don't know. Am I wrong? Like, I think the only thing they could have done
I really
better.
cannot think of anything else they could have done for Pikachu.
Yeah,
But at the same time, it's just because it's Pikachu. It's just kind of boring because there isn't really much else you can do with it.
Like, it might be by definition boring, but I don't think that's really accurate to the tier itself on what it means. Like, to me, boring is they had potential, they just squandered it, which is not what happened with Pikachu. I feel like I think Pikachu's just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think mid is a good spot for it.
Dom, are you like really adamant about it being boring?
No.
No. All right. We can just leave it in mid then. I do think this is a fair mid. It's just it's fine.
I truly believe, just like looking ahead, I truly believe like a lot of the Pokemon are just going to be in mid.
Yeah, I think so. Besides Pokemon Trainer, but that's a spoiler.
Oh yeah, definitely. Besides Pokemon Trainer.
Luigi. All right, Dom, this is you.
So I need you to do me a favor.
Okay.
Make a new tier above Kirby.
Above Kirby.
Yeah, yeah. Put a green. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, perfect.
Put a green.
And then to title it just why. Now put him in there. Because I love this man. However, he sucks. They had so many good opportunities to do with him, and it sucks.
Yeah, it is legitimately a huge bummer.
So remember when we talked about like things he could have of like his Luigi's Mansion thing? I had an idea.
Okay, let's hear it.
One of which it was a new Final Smash, where it may or may not be just stuffing them into a painting.
Into a painting?
To a painting.
Oh, like from Luigi's Mansion. Wait, oh my god, I get it.
Is that not?
Oh my god, wait.
He just pulled up with the
Wait, that's actually so creative. Pause.
Machine. I forget what it's called, but like he just shoves them into a painting.
Wait, that's actually so creative. It's so good.
It's really funny.
Yeah, okay, but even outside of Luigi's Mansion, like, so I was trying to bring this up with Mario. Like, again, Luigi could take the. So my theory with Mario and Luigi, if they were going to make another Smash game, I think Mario should have all the traditional, like, popular power-ups, right? Mario should have moves, like, his up B could be the raccoon, or the Tanuki leaf, right? Simple, right? The most popular flying ability. Luigi could have the propeller mushroom from New Super Mario Bros. Wii. That's his up B. Because it's a little more, you know, like, wacky, right? Like, Luigi's the wacky brother, right? So let him have the kind of, you know, the less traditional power-ups, right? Instead of the fire flower, he could have the ice flower, just as an example.
Right. And another thing I was thinking of is like, because like there's not really a lot of representation of like the Mario RPGs in this game. Like why doesn't Mario have his hammer, for example? Like he uses he uses the hammer in Paper Mario and in Mario.
No, Mario uses his. Yeah, I mean, Mario and Luigi both use their hammers a lot in the side games.
Right, and I'm like for his fireball, why isn't it like it's just a green fireball? Why isn't it like like a shot of electricity from like Mario and Luigi?
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, it's the same as Mario. Okay, to be fair. Okay, here's the thing. So, this is gonna sound a little mean, but by technicality, doesn't Mario have more representation than Luigi? Like, Mario has Flood. And what is Luigi's down B? Luigi's down B means nothing. It's just a spin that references nothing.
It's like the tornado, right? Yeah.
That means nothing.
Like while Mario has Flood, Luigi has the Poltergust for his grab and his Final Smash.
True. I guess the Final Smash is... Because I don't think the grab is comparable at all to a... Like, I don't think a grab is comparable to an actual move. But I guess if you're also combining the Final Smash, that's fair. Because Mario's Final Smash is lame.
If we go like that, then...
Either way,
the things we said for Link was...
That being said,
shot.
No matter what, I think they're right next to each other. I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might be leaning towards Mario, though. So even though the cape is criminally badly represented, it's still something. It's a power-up from a Mario game.
Right.
Whereas, what does Luigi have as his side B? The charge? What is that? That's 2 moves already that I've listed that mean nothing to Luigi.
Yeah, but it's funny.
It's funny.
And he gets stuck into a wall. Like, come on.
But yeah.
What does Mario have that's funny like that? Nothing.
Okay, to be fair, maybe that's a valid argument, right? Like, Luigi is supposed to be the funny one. So, I guess side B I'm okay with. In that, it doesn't represent anything.
Another thing I do want to mention is that they did like Luigi in Smash is more slippery than Mario. He's a little faster than Mario. He jumps a little higher. He has his little kick jump. Like they did at least like, you know, put all that stuff from like Mario 2 into the game, which is, you know, like if you didn't do that, like
okay,
like that's like the least they could have done, but like they actually did it, and it actually changes how we play slightly.
I actually think I'm a little more adamant about Luigi being lower than Mario, because the more I think about it, so Mario and Luigi, they're the first echoes, right, of each other, especially in 64.
The clone characters.
Yeah. So no matter what, I think we can safely agree that echoes are always going to be ranked a little bit lower than the primary, right? Because, you know, you're at that point you're literally copying the original, right? That's not creative. That's boring. That could even, and again, for Dark Samus, did they even try? That being said, obviously Luigi's moveset's very different from Mario's, but
they did
suddenly the up B is like, why'd they even do that for Luigi, right? Like that's like they could have done something different. Down B, why'd they even do that? Because that's Mario's down B from Melee, but then or not from from Melee, but they kept Luigi's down B as Mario's down B from Melee, like. It's not like they're Luigi's moves. They're Mario's moves, just disguised.
Right.
So I don't know. If y'all are both in agreement that Luigi should be above Mario, I'm not going to fight it too much. I just think Mario has a little bit more representation.
I'm fine with them being below.
Really?
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Like if they're right next to each other, like who really cares at that point? But like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I think they're very comparable. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you both agree, it's fine then. Whatever.
I just wish, because like we mentioned how Mario has like a bunch of new skins, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wish they gave
Luigi
like
doesn't have that.
he doesn't even have any like special skins. It's all just Rick's colors.
It's honestly such
a
bummer.
They should give him like sports skins. Like imagine he had like the
Mario Strikers fit.
We could get
like the Strikers fit.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, they're really
Or like a tennis outfit.
Skins are so skins in general are such a missed opportunity in Smash. It's such a bummer. Anyway, we got Ness.
Or just Guigi. How does he not have a Guigi skin? Come on.
Come on. We got Ness. What's there to say about Ness?
This game.
I have not played. The only thing I know about Ness is that a lot of his moves are not from his game.
Yes, so that's correct. So I'm a big Mother fan. Specifically, Mother 3 is one of my favorite games of all time. It's actually funny that we're at Ness right now because Earthbound music literally just started playing in my mix. But anyway,
Nice.
Yeah, Ness. The problem is that none of Ness and Lucas, for that matter, but we're not at him yet. Their moves are not their own moves from the game. One of their party members uses PK Fire, or it's PSI. It's PSI Fire, PSI Thunder, all that, right? The only move that Ness has that actually is his own move is Flash, which is his neutral B, which fair.
His baseball bat.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. His actual attacks, I think, actually carry him a little bit. Like, he has equipments from Earthbound. He has multiple equipments. The yo-yo and the baseball bat are both two separate equipments that you could equip in the Earthbound RPG. And I think that's cool, right? I think it's cool that they represented two different equipments as attacks, as different Smash attacks. Like, it's not like you're just punching, right? You know, side B is the bat, up B and down B is the yo-yo. Like, I don't know, it's cute, right? It's not, like, especially compared to these N64 characters, they're unique Smash attacks, right?
Right.
I don't think we've ever mentioned, I don't think to this point at all we've mentioned a unique Smash attack. Because they're all boring.
No, because they're all just like Link's is a sword slash, Donkey Kong's is like a clap.
Very boring.
Mario's is like a
and like it's
fireball.
Different, right? It's not like I'm just saying, oh, Ness is using his bat. Because no, in Ness's equipment, like his playstyle does not use the bat. It's only for the Smash attack. Like it's not like Link where you're using your sword no matter what anyway. You pull out the bat. It's kind of like an Easter egg at that point, right? You pull out the bat. You pull out the yo-yo.
Here's the thing about like even like the neutral attacks, those can still be references to the games. Like for example, Mario's is like the punch kick for Mario. It's the exact same punch kick for Mario 64.
Yeah.
Like those can be references. Those can be taken from the actual game. They don't have to be like original, just punches and kicks.
Mhm. Indeed, I agree. So yeah, with Ness, yeah, I think I agree. Okay, the thing is, we're not at Lucas yet, but I think as much like I'm a Lucas main in part, so it bums me out to say it, but I think Ness is much better represented than Lucas, comparatively. First of all, Lucas changed Flash to freeze, so Lucas doesn't even have a move that he can actually learn, whereas Ness does. And on top of that, Lucas's moves aren't like equipments. I mean, he has the stick. That's an equipment, but he doesn't have two equipments. He just kind of does like magic, which
He
is
also has like
fine.
the rope snake.
Actually, no, I disagree. No, I just remembered Lucas's up smash is him pulling out the needle. That's actually kind of fire. I don't know. Maybe they're more comparable than I don't freaking know. We're not at Lucas yet. For Ness specifically,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's a bad idea that they changed his moveset to his party member just because it's more easy to understand, like fire. Like Ness is actually kind of a support character in his game with his magic abilities. So it doesn't really work for a battle game, right? For a fighting game, I should say. So I get it. I don't know. I actually do think he's at least above Pikachu.
That's fine for me. Again, like, but also you have to realize like Pikachu has like, or like a lot of these characters have 20 plus years of history that they can pull from, while Ness really only has.
He only has the one game, yeah. So Ness actually benefits a little bit from that point, but no, like even at the time, like let's just if we were just comparing these characters in N64, I still think Ness would be like one of the higher tiers because
because Ness is easily the most unique character.
he is. All of his attacks are interesting. They all represent something from Earthbound, even if it's not Ness's moves. They're still from Earthbound. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It's still game representation.
Yeah, and the characters like we've been talking about, like again, like I said, they have history that's past Smash 64, right, while Ness is just Earthbound. It's literally like he doesn't appear in Mother 3. It's just Earthbound. Earthbound has not been remade, nothing added to it. It's just SNES Earthbound game.
Ness might actually move to good. I just realized something. By the way, let's really
just because like, even if you only have one game, how well they represent that one game,
yeah, they did,
is important.
Wait, maybe he actually is good because yeah, it actually is a good point. He had one game. He represented all the main PSIs. He represented the most. His Final Smash is the most fitting Final Smash, I would say. It's PSI Starstorm. Starstorm is like the ultimate attack in the Mother series. Granted, that's also not learned by Ness, but it's cool.
And another thing is
his party members show up in that Final Smash, don't they?
Right.
Like
there's two schools of thought about this, and that there's one thing when you're trying to represent a character. You think of a character like Mario, you're trying to represent Mario. You're not trying to represent the Mario series, but you're trying to represent Mario. With Ness, they easily could have been like, let's try and represent Earthbound. Not Ness, but Earthbound.
Right.
And if you take it from that angle, yeah, it makes a lot more sense why they designed him the way they did.
Yeah, I actually, you know what? I kind of had a 180. I originally thought Ness was going to be a little bit lower because, again, they're not his moves. But it doesn't really matter, right? Like, you're still representing your game series, like, very well.
Like again, to talk about a character from later, Pac-Man doesn't really represent Pac-Man. It represents all of the Namco arcade games.
But it's still cool. Like, it's still good representation.
Right. Because sometimes it's not the character, but it's the idea behind the character.
Mm-hmm. Damn. Is Ness above Yoshi? I mean, Ness's Final Smashes are way more interesting than Yoshi's.
True, and Yoshi's Final Smash is not even like from a Yoshi game. It's a Smash original from the Melee intro. Honestly, could be.
Wow,
I'm not gonna be the one to I'm not gonna be the one to officially make that call, though.
Does that give it more points, though? The fact that Yoshi got its own quote-unquote custom Final Smash.
Oh yeah, I guess he did. But I think Ness's Final Smash definitely beats out Yoshi's. because it has like his party members show up in the background. Like it's a really good Easter egg. And again, Starstorm
technically
is the
so do
ultimate move.
Yoshi's. Technically, so do Yoshi's party members.
Hey, they got his whole family back there.
That's so different. The Yoshis are not actual characters.
Pulled up with the whole village, dude.
The Yoshis are not actual characters, bro.
You know, on that note, I'm actually fine with Ness being above it, because speaking of that background, they could have given at least one Yoshi a baby Mario on the back. Or like one Yoshi.
Actually,
In fact, did they even try for Yoshi?
If they were going to do anything with that Final Smash, they could have at least made one or two of the Yoshi special.
Okay. I feel good about that. I feel good about that. Insane.
Yeah, honestly, like thinking about it more as Ness represents Earthbound and not Ness is Ness.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it.
It's a lot higher than I thought it was. Like than I thought it would be.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's good. That was good. Captain Falcon, Fox Theorem, back at it again. So,
all right. So how well does Captain Falcon represent F-Zero?
Yeah, a racing game where he never gets out the car.
I say boring because they gave Wario his bike, and yet I can't do a side B and get in a car and drive people over.
Okay. Here's the thing. This is so weird. So this is weird because everybody knows Captain Falcon's like, if there's gonna be one character out of all of Smash that's like the icon for Smash, I actually think it might be Captain Falcon or Kirby.
Because here's the thing, Captain Falcon is quite literally an original Smash character.
He basically is. No, he actually is.
Like yes, Captain Falcon. He was in like you see him in the manual for F-Zero. He existed.
Right. But even
before.
in the game, he doesn't have like a sprite or anything. Like
yeah, no, you didn't really see Captain Falcon like in the game. F-Zero, was it F-Zero GX on the GameCube? Is that the one, the GameCube one? Because I think that game actually had like a story mode.
Here's the thing,
Smash
right?
64 came before that.
Here's the thing. They clearly tried with Captain Falcon.
Oh no, they 100% did. But is it like? And again, it comes back to what I said about Ness in it's not always about representing the character, it's about representing an idea.
Right.
Captain Falcon's fast. F-Zero is
fast.
the fastest racing game Nintendo makes. Like they confirmed they go like hundreds of miles per hour in F-Zero. It's like one of the most dangerous universe or whatever. Just because of how fast you're driving. Captain Falcon is one of the fastest characters in the game in Smash.
I'm so conflicted. Okay, no matter what, they can't be Did They Even Try because, whatever.
Right.
It could be literally any of these three tiers, and I don't know where.
That's honestly true.
Let me put it like this, right?
So let's put it in this way. Does he have more effort put into his character to represent Captain Falcon or F-Zero in general than Pikachu?
Yes.
What other character
more than
as a
Pikachu.
Pokemon has a
Well,
move
no.
named after themselves?
Maybe that's not true. Falcon Punch. Falcon Punch is like the Falcon Punch alone. Falcon Punch alone actually carries Captain Falcon so hard for me because like
It totally does.
Falcon Punch is the most memed thing in all of Smash history. It's the Falcon Punch. Like what? That is Smash Bros, bruh. It's so weird. This one's so weird to rank. Because it's not fair to say, did they even try? Or even boring. Because it's not boring.
Right, because...
But Pikachu does technically represent his game more. He uses actual Pokemon attacks. But that's not fair to Captain Falcon, because Captain Falcon can't do anything.
So here's the thing. Is his character more... Is it better than Link? At that point is now the question. It's not better than Pikachu, but is it better than Link?
I actually think I at least want to go mid because the thing is, they were very creative. They were clearly very creative. It's not like Fox. Fox feels kind of boring. Captain Falcon, they really went out of their way to like make a really like unique idea for a character. I think.
And there are a number of characters in Smash that don't have a lot to pull from, so they take an idea based around the game or the character and just run with it, like Little Mac or like I said before, Pac-Man or Piranha Plant. They take an idea and they run with that idea because that idea represents the character or just the series or game that they're from. F-Zero is all about speed and how you can control that speed. That's Captain Falcon. That's how he plays in Smash. He's very fast, but you can easily lose control of the character.
Right. Okay. I don't think he should go to good.
I'm thinking mid on this one.
I don't think he should be good because as much as I think he deserves it, like at the same time, these two represent their games so well that I don't think it's fair to put Captain Falcon on the same like tier. I could actually see him above Pikachu though, just for the creativity. What do y'all think?
I mean, it easily could be.
Yeah.
I'm so conflicted. Dom, what do you think?
Yeah. Oh, God. I feel like I would put him below Pikachu.
Okay. I'm honestly
Mainly just because they were really creative. However, I don't know what they could add to him to make him better.
I mean, his final smash is good, I guess.
But for like Pikachu,
I mean, his final smash is quite literally just Blue Falcon. It's quite literally just F-Zero.
I don't know. It is very odd. Smash stage tier list win. Like
True.
like no, there's something Captain Falcon's got a good representation for. His stages.
His stages are pretty good. His stages are pretty good.
Very interesting. Anyway, final Smash 64 character, my man Jigglypuff.
Pokemon fun. Jigglypuff
has Sing.
Smash 64, he was essentially like a Kirby clone. Besides like the sucking, he had the sleep instead of the sucking, but he was essentially just Kirby, like a floatier version of Kirby.
Okay, how did I say Kirby? I think Jigglypuff is at least mid. Because now, like, it has Sing, which obviously everybody knows Jigglypuff is, you know, because of the anime and everything. Jigglypuff sings.
Sing and Rest.
Yeah.
Sing and Rest.
Rest, I actually don't think is considered at all here because Rest does not act anything like it does in Pokemon. Like, they definitely took their own creative liberties with that move.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I would not consider Rest at all. Pound, I guess, is fair. Because, you know, Jigglypuff's a basic-ass Mon, so it makes sense that it has a basic-ass move. That's its side B.
Rollout?
Rollout's fine.
What about the final smash? Puff Up?
It's fine. I think the one reason why I think I might even go above Pikachu is because I really like the idea that they went all in on the balloon aspect of Jigglypuff. Like, it has multiple jumps, right? Which makes sense. I mean, Jigglypuff can float.
If his shield pops,
exactly.
he dies.
The shield popping, I actually think is such a huge, like, Easter egg for it. Like,
yeah,
your shield breaks and you instant die.
Like, how often do you actually break your shield, you know?
But when it happens, you're like, oh, damn. You just instant
like,
die.
I forgot.
Yeah, literally. I do think that's really unique. I think that's enough for me, maybe, to bring it above Pikachu. What do y'all think?
Because again, it's one of those things where they went for an idea, not for the actual character. But right. the actual representation they have for the character, for like the moves like Pound, for the moves like Sleep, or Sing, and like Rollout, like those are like the actual moves that they picked represent Jigglypuff from the games well.
Realistically,
but then they also decided to take their own creative liberties with it.
Realistically, as long as they have Sing, I think that alone would be enough for me to put it in mid. To be honest.
Yeah, I do think about like middle of the tier. Yeah, like mid is fine. Is it better or worse than Pikachu? I'm not entirely sure.
How do we feel about the most creative character of all time, Peach? They cooked, right?
I mean, let's think about it here. is heavily based on her appearance in Mario 2. The float was obviously something they had to add because that's like part of, which is, you know, like every appearance she's in, she has that.
Right.
But the turnips from Mario 2, obviously, and then her paraglider, which
Where did that come
was that
from?
first seen in Mario RPG?
Oh my god, I think it was. You're right. I think it was
I
actually.
think I think that's first from Mario RPG.
Damn, the Mario RPG reference,
Which
insane.
the Mario RPGs in general don't get a lot of good representation in Smash, which is insane to think about.
Mm.
Like
She-
we mentioned, like the hammer.
She
We
also
mentioned Mario's
uses
hammer.
a toad as a bodyguard. Pause.
True. Her
Literally
loyal
body bag.
servant.
Literally body bag toad right in front of her.
Quite literally.
I mean, thinking about it realistically, the glide carries a lot, I think. That's obviously in her first ever playable appearance. Parasol, like you
Yeah.
said. Turnip from Mario 2 as well. A good down B. I mean, Toad. It's a good little prop attack, I think. You know, it's Toad.
Do we count the down B bomb as a anything?
Yes, because sometimes in Mario 2 you pull out a bomb.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't give it extra credit for that, but
I don't think she's ever pulled out a Mr. Saturn in Mario 2, but that's but,
Mr.
creative
Saturn.
liberties, I guess.
That's actually Mr. Saturn's first appearance. Mario 2.
Yeah, it was Mario 2.
Yeah, it's a secret. Little known fact, by the way. I don't know. Honestly, the more I talk about it, though, all of her, besides the booty bump side B, I think all of
Right,
her attacks are actually pretty good. Maybe she actually lands in good. I was memeing, but
Yeah, quite literally, she probably has that literally because her name is Peach.
oh wow, I didn't even think about that. Hold on, you're cooking.
Yeah,
And she hits you with the biggest peach she can find.
For real.
I mean,
Uh,
isn't that quite literally her final smash? She puts
Her
you to
final
sleep with
sma- yeah.
the peaches.
Yeah, the final smash doesn't really mean anything. I feel like I don't think
No.
that's a reference
Right,
at all.
it's just kind of a thing.
Yeah.
A lot of her other attacks are like just kind of like basic, like just like hit like slaps and kicks
Right.
and stuff.
That being said, I
Uh,
mean, again, the only special attack that doesn't represent anything is the side B. All the other ones definitely represent her appearances.
Right, and also her side smash is like the golf club, but if you tilt
Yeah.
it upwards, it's like the frying pan, which I think is also from Mario RPG.
It is. It actually
Oh.
is. Wait, you're cooking.
And then then you tilt it down and it's like a tennis racket, which Mario Tennis.
Wait,
Mario
Peach
Golf.
represented the Mario sports. That's what you wanted, Dom. It's in Peach.
Not for Peach though.
It shouldn't have been for Peach though. Is the entire thing here.
That's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, she actually has more than I expected. I was gonna put
Yeah,
her
but
in
like
mid originally.
her basic attacks are like just whatever attacks, but like the moves that they decided to pull from the games are actually like decent picks for Peach. There's nothing from like Super Princess Peach, and we can't count like Peach Showtime because that game didn't exist at the time.
Right.
Um,
I don't know. I think
But, like-
even just following, because obviously Peach doesn't have that many playable experiences. I think just
right.
emphasizing a lot on Mario 2, I think is fair. And I think that's kind of
Oh
cool.
no, definitely because like the newest 3D Mario game the newest Mario game that she was playable in was like Mario 3D World for
Yeah.
Smash Ultimate, and that took a lot from Mario 2.
Right. I mean,
So
I think
even-
maybe it would be a they cooked if she had like a cat power up ability or something. I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, if she had like some kind of like power up like from 3D World, because that was again the game that she was most recently played in.
Right. I can see it. That'd be pretty
Yeah,
cool.
but hear me out though.
What?
So you know how Joker has like a custom end animation or whatever?
It's
Yeah.
a custom win screen, yeah.
Yeah. What if for Peach, when she loses, you just get Toad being like, sorry.
Sorry, your princess
in
was
another
another
cat.
cat.
Sorry, your princess is another cat. Now that would be they cooked. Pause. Okay, that being said, Daisy, Is it rude for me to put them in Did They Even Try?
No,
That's where they go.
because Daisy is literally the exact same as Peach, and I know that's what they were going for. But like, when I think of Daisy, I don't think of
Yeah. I don't think of a... Okay,
I
it's
don't
weird.
think of her floating. I don't think of her pulling turnips out. I don't think of her, pulling out a toad. I don't think of that stuff because most of Daisy's appearances come from spin-off games, like the Mario sports game.
Whenever I think of Daisy, the only thing I can think of is like half of her lines from the
Mario Strikers.
soccer game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, Daisy could have also been a sports rep or side game rep. Obviously, she's
I feel like
an
she
Echo.
wouldn't even.
So it's
I
important
feel
to
like
note.
she wouldn't even be that bad of one too for a sports rep.
No, I think
Right,
her and
like,
I think
they
her and
could've taken a lot.
Waluigi would both make a lot of sense as a sports rep.
Right.
That's
They
basically
could've
why
taken
they
a
were
lot from the
both
sports.
invented. Basically.
Right. Yeah, but it's also like there's just so many Mario spin-off games that she appears in. She appears in like Mario Kart, Mario Party, Mario Golf, tennis,
Imagine a
Strikers.
whole ass Mario spin-off moveset. That would be hype. Okay, I will say.
Yeah,
I,
just like a bunch of spin-off games. That's it.
I will say, obviously we know that these are Echo fighters and they're meant to be low effort, but whatever. May as well rank them just to rank them. There are some Echo fighters that actually act a little bit different and actually have a little bit more reasoning for being so similar to their base character. So I would absolutely give them a little bit more credit. But, I mean, they are quite literally, did they even try? Because no, they didn't even try. Dark Samus and Daisy are basically the exact same character. Which I know is the point, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned with Dark Samus, the only difference is that she has floatier movements in her animation, but she's not actually more floaty than Samus. She has the same like jump height, same ground speed, and everything as Samus. So like they didn't even decide to change that. Daisy, the only difference between Peach and Daisy is just the way Daisy acts, which again is just cosmetic stuff at that point.
I actually forgot. I wanted to make like some slight changes from the past part. So let's just do that right now, really quick, before we move on to Bowser.
Oh yeah.
We received comments about Donkey Kong. I think I'm convinced enough that we can move him at least at the top of Did They Even Try? I could move up to boring if y'all think otherwise. First of all, Donkey Kong is technically an original moveset, so he is clearly more creative than the Echo Fighters, right? And more representative.
Definitely more creative, but again, it's a matter of like, yeah, they had to do something essentially from scratch, but does it represent the character?
Right, and okay, they did mention
it doesn't really represent Donkey Kong.
People have mentioned his grab is technically his barrel throw animation and everything. He can grab people, then put them over his head. That's like part of his gameplay loop, right?
Right.
So there's that. I mean, everybody and their mother mentioned that his dash attack is the role, like I mentioned, but I don't value that at all because it absolutely should have been one of his special moves again, because I think it's integral to Donkey Kong Country gameplay. Anyway, either way, if it is going to move up to boring, it's absolutely going to be at the bottom, and I will be strong on that because again, the problem with Donkey Kong is that he has so much potential.
Right. And that's the reason why I don't think it should move up to boring. I'm fine putting Donkey Kong like at the top of Did They Even Try? But like for boring, it's like I think it's that they did the bare minimum.
Yeah, they did the bare minimum. I don't even think Donkey Kong did the bare minimum. I think that's a good point actually.
Right.
Because he doesn't even have a barrel throwing attack. I'm sorry, all right? It's Donkey Kong. What about the game called Donkey Kong? He's not doing the main action.
Again, they essentially do have a barrel throwing move, but it's like they're not like pulling out a barrel and just throwing it. Like they're picking you up and
that
throwing
does feel
you
like a bare minimum. I'm not gonna lie, that does feel like a bare minimum. They didn't even do that. The rolling thing would have been enough for me to move up to mid, but like, and if they had both, I would say good.
I still think if it was like a Donkey Kong Country style Donkey Kong, it would have like they could have like included like at least like one of the animal buddies.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would be a
Like-
they cooked. If they had all three
like,
of those, that's they cooked.
Like I'm trying to remember what's the bird's name?
Squawks. That'd be such a good uppy. Oh,
Yeah, exactly. Because
oh.
there's a
Okay,
good
but no. To be fair, the correct uppy is the barrel cannon.
that too, the barrel cannon would have been good. But
No,
at
you know
least,
what?
like,
Squawks.
using the animal
Squawks
buddies.
would be a great uppy for Diddy Kong.
True.
Because-
But he also
because-
has his jetpack.
Well, Donkey Kong doesn't get held by Squawks in Donkey Kong Country. Diddy Kong does though. Like Diddy Kong actually rides on Squawks. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I think it's fine right here. They'll probably stay at the top of Did They Even Try Then. I actually agree with you though, Jeno, that he doesn't even do the bare minimum. So that's enough. All right, I'm proud of this comment. Somebody left a long comment saying Captain Falcon and Fox, they are represented in Smash better than their main games. I was thinking for a little bit that we should consider making a whole ass new tier above They Cooked, saying Smash made this character. I think the general consensus though is that we just don't do that. However, I do still agree with the point that without Smash, these characters basically wouldn't exist. Like some of these characters, like they just wouldn't even be known.
And that's fair, especially when it comes to like Captain Falcon.
Captain Falcon especially. I mean, like, he was a nothing character. He was in a car. We didn't even see him in game before Smash.
He wasn't even but by all technicality, he was not even in his own game.
Yeah, so for Captain Falcon especially, he's represented in Smash more than any other media. He just is. So, but that being said, I also agree that he shouldn't be They Cooked because he could have had a car attack, all right? He could have jumped in the Blue Falcon, Wario style, and rode around, all right? That could have been changed over time, right? I get it for Smash 64, but yeah. So what? Do y'all think the bottom of good is good for him?
I think bottom of good is fine.
What do you think? Ben?
Yeah.
If it's like they didn't have much to pull from, but they still did it anyway. Type
Right.
of character.
I mean, it is true. They really didn't have much to
There are
pull.
a couple characters like that, and we're actually have a couple in this video.
Mhm.
Like in the Melee roster where they don't have much to pull from, so they just did
Right.
something original.
And Fox as well. So Fox, what is... The thing is, I actually think we're a little too hard on him. Do I really think Fox is boring? Not really.
Not well, I mean, like
He does. I mean, he definitely has unique moves. And, like, again, he's almost entirely fully... It's a creative moveset. Like, again, these characters are hard to rank because they're technically not representing their game, but they're representing themselves better than they did in their own game. And at that
right.
point...
And I brought this up before, like in the last video, where it's like some of the characters try and represent an idea rather than the game or their their character themselves. Like Ness is more of a representation of Earthbound rather than a representation of just Ness.
Exactly. And I think Fox here is like very fast. Like, you know, he has a, you know, I mean, it's funny we're doing this in the Melee video.
Right.
Because it's Fox. But yeah, I mean, everybody knows Fox and Melee, right? Like, he's
Right.
That's the character, right? That's the meta name.
Bro is the Melee character, you know?
He really is. So yeah, you want to do bottom or top of mid? I think Pikachu and Jigglypuff stay next to each other no matter what.
Yeah.
Maybe bottom of mid.
What do you think, Dom?
I would keep him bottom.
Okay.
Because I like, even though like, you know, it's more of an original Smash character, I can't justify putting, you know, Fox over characters that actually had, you know, things from their game represented, even if they took creative liberties, because those older Pokemon games didn't really have like animations, just like the sprites.
Right. No, that's fair.
They still like base what their attacks are like on like what was said in like the Pokédex, for example.
Right. Okay. Also, slight mention. Well, actually, nah. Don't worry about it. I was gonna say mention about Jigglypuff because somebody said Jigglypuff should not be mid. Bro, what else would you do for Jigglypuff? Please explain. I honestly feel like Jigglypuff did what they needed.
Listen. All Pokemon characters should be mid because none of them evolve.
True.
Imagine
they are the mid evolutions. Pause.
Listen, all I'm trying to say is imagine if every stock they evolve.
Wait, that'd be hype. Pause. That'd be so cool.
Like you pick Pichu. Stock 1, it's Pichu. Stock 2, it's Pikachu. Stock 3, it's Raichu.
Yo, hype. Anyway, whatever. Let's move on. Bowser. So, Bowser, I will say, is a part of the Donkey Kong theorem. Unlike Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong Sakurai wanted to make him feel like an ape, right? Or a gorilla.
Big monkey.
Big monkey. Bowser is just a big monster. So Sakurai's mentioned before that you wanted Bowser to seem like just a monster. That's literally all it was. Not like Bowser like a monster. And it's very showing here. There's actually a few things I thought of off screen about Bowser that I don't like. Maybe even enough to bring him into Did They Even Try? So Bowser, I mean, if you look at Bowser's moveset right away, you could already immediately see it's like Donkey Kong, right? It's all just like slashes. It's all like nothing burger attacks. None of his smash attacks mean anything. None of his regular attacks mean anything. And his special attacks, the first one you can think of is Fire Breath, right? That makes sense, right?
All right.
But the Fire Breath, I would argue, doesn't even. The Fire Breath is actually just a nothing burger as well. Because the way that it works is not like anything from any Mario game ever. Every single Fire Breath attack from Mario are fireballs, not Fire Breath.
I'd actually argue against that because in Mario 64, he actually does have Fire Breath.
Yeah, but the way he does it in Mario 64 is not like that.
No, it kind of is because he just shoots out a bunch of fire, and yeah, they come out as fireballs. But
okay, they should have lingered then.
I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, like I could say that the fireballs is like the Fire Breath in Mario 64 being fireballs instead of it being a big stream of fire is a technical limitation of the hardware, because in Mario Sunshine, which came out, like around the time Melee did, they're both on the GameCube. I forget which game came out first. Bowser does have Fire Breath, like he does in Smash.
Interesting. Okay.
And in later games, Bowser does actually have Fire Breath, not just spewing out fireballs.
Fair enough, I suppose. Okay. Best case scenario for that move, he has both. You hold B, it's Fire Breath. You press B, it's Fireballs, like from Mario 1.
It's a fireball. I mean, that could have been a nice mechanic.
Anyway, I'm just saying, the original Bowser appearance, if you want to be super technical, like if we're trying to like, represent the character, I actually think it's a fair point for, in general, to represent the main characteristic of that character, for it to be their origin, like with Donkey Kong throwing barrels, right? I mean, Bowser in Mario 1.
Hammers?
True. Wait, that'd be so good. True, though. Why is Bowser not throwing hammers? Okay, but anyway, the point is, there's a lot of games Bowser could take from. The fireballs, whatever, fine. Fire Breath is fine, I guess. But what other move does he have? Like, actually?
He has his down B, which is based on the boss fight from Mario 3.
Oh wait, you're actually cooking. I forgot about that.
And he also has the final smash, which is Giga Bowser, which is a Smash original design, but the actual attack is based on Yoshi's Island. Baby Bowser from Yoshi's Island.
Is it actually based on that?
Yeah, where he like grows large, goes into the background, and then punches the screen.
I don't know if Giga Bowser is based on that, though. I think it's just meant to be like a big monster.
No. The Giga Bowser itself is a Smash original design from Melee, but the actual attack that they do, which is growing large, going into the background, and then punching the screen, is based on that fight from Yoshi's Island.
What I will say, no matter what, even if it is just based on Melee, I think it's fine because it's still representing something, right?
Right, and again, it represents that idea of like Bowser is just a big monster, and the design of Giga Bowser is just being a big monster.
That being said, I still just feel like there were other things that they could have done by now.
Oh, definitely. Bowser's done a lot, like over the years.
That being said, though,
Like,
the ground pound for
They have
Mario,
a lot of choices.
the ground pound for Mario 3 actually low-key convinces me.
You just like Mario 3, don't you?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I just forgot about that attack. I mean, there's a big difference between one okay attack and two attacks with one actually being good, right?
Right. Does Bowser ever go into his shell? I mean, he does in like the final boss of like New Super Mario Brothers U. Like after you attack him, he starts like spinning around in his shell, and I mean that is an attack, but also that was in Smash first.
I was gonna put him below
So,
Donkey
isn't
Kong
that just
originally. I don't know.
I mean, you might
Isn't
have
that
to
just
listen. You might have to put him above Falcon. Like I said, the shell spin was in Smash first, then it was in a Mario game. Smash influenced the Mario games.
Hold on. In fact, they cooked.
They might have cooked, honestly.
Whatever. Honestly, I think it's either here, here, or here. What do y'all think?
I don't think it's did they even try, because they obviously did if they're taking like certain aspects. But like you have to remember at the same time, like Bowser's one of the older characters in Smash, and like one of the big things in this list is like the older characters need to be updated.
Yeah, they have more potential.
And
so
and
they're
at the
going to
time
be judged a little harder.
At the time it was just like the 2D Mario games, Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine. And like it wasn't much.
I will say though, I actually am having a little bit of trouble thinking of other attacks for Bowser to have. Like if I'm just being honest.
I mean, yeah.
Like it's actually not as easy as something like Donkey Kong. Like in Donkey Kong, you can think of a ton of attacks. For some reason, Bowser, I'm having trouble.
Like I'm trying to think of what they could give him from Galaxy that makes sense, but like nothing.
The balls from that one.
The
final
balls.
boss. The balls. You know what I'm talking about? The balls.
Yes.
The balls.
I mean, they could do a clown car, but like that's Bowser Jr.'s whole thing.
That could definitely be his uppy though. To be fair.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, they could do the cat suit from
Meowser could be the final
Meowser.
that one.
Yeah, I will say it's not nearly as easy as Donkey Kong, which is funny.
They should give him the car.
You know, maybe they did cook, honestly.
Well, I'm just saying, like, because if potential's that big of a deal, I can't think of that many powers that he has, right? Or that many, like, abilities that he showcases. Maybe he should have just, like, gone harder into the fire breath aspect, because that's obviously his biggest thing.
I mean, maybe they should have, gave him hammers.
Yeah, I mean that would definitely be something.
I think Smash has something against hammers, because this is the third character where we said they could have used hammers.
True. I don't know. Are y'all good with just bottom of boring? Or you think it should go above
I think it's a good
maybe?
spot for him. I think that's a good spot for him.
Yeah.
Alright, whatever. Let's just move on. I'm a little conflicted with Bowser, because originally I thought he could have done a lot more, but now I can't think of much. Whatever. Ice Climbers. Ice Climbers! So this is the other character that I thought would go in the Smash made this character list here, but since that doesn't exist.
Speaking of hammers.
Oh wait, you man's really said Smash must have something against hammers. Next character, it's all hammers.
It's literally all hammers.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of Ice Climbers. I have nothing. Okay, I mean, Ice Climbers is a terrible game. One game.
It's one game. It's
okay. To be
literally
fair,
all you do is you jump, and you use your hammer.
To be fair, right? We're talking about how they represented the character. Already, I think it's instant mid. Because this is the only character that is showcasing the co-op, right? If there's one thing I'll give Ice Climbers, as an NES game, it was kind of crazy that they could have co-op at the same time, because that wasn't a thing for NES. So you could play the levels together.
A lot of the times it was like taking turns.
Exactly. So the fact that they're kind of showcasing that here by having two players playing at the same time, right, for one character, that's something, right? That's creative enough for me to at least put it in mid.
But it's almost like a nest situation where, like, instead of trying to represent the character of Ice Climbers, it's more trying to just represent the game
or the idea, like,
the idea of like a mountain climber.
Exactly. So like they use like little ropes and stuff to like help each other climb and stuff like that.
Yep.
Like for their upbeat.
And they have a couple ice attacks, which makes sense considering like they climb a snowy mountain.
Right. I don't know. I mean, again, this is a weird character.
What about the hammer spin?
The hammer spin?
Again, the hammer is
what does the hammer spin have anything to do with it?
Okay. No, they do use the hammers in the game.
I mean, they do.
They use them as an attack, like in their forward smash, and then which is like pulled straight from the game.
Okay, saying they use the hammers is a little.
I know it's crazy that Ice Climbers has a 1-to-1 attack from their game. It's their forward smash. But also like when they jump, they use the hammer to break ice so they can climb higher.
I actually wonder if
the hammer is an actual important part of Ice Climbers.
I actually wonder if their two-player mechanic is enough for me to move them up to the top of mid.
I mean,
it is.
There is
to
one
be fair, and that's a big deal. Like that absolutely deserves to carry quite a bit because it's unique.
Yeah,
right?
There is one more thing I do want to mention about Ice Climbers that is taken directly from the original game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the entirety of their final smash, but in the final smash, when they like bring up that like giant like ice thing like at the bottom, there's a bird that appears that's from the game, and if you can catch the bird, you like it holds you up above the ice while the final smash is happening. And that's taken directly from the games because for some levels, in order to beat them, you have to grab the bird.
I don't know.
I sound like the biggest Ice Climbers fan.
You are the biggest Ice Climbers fan on earth.
I sound like the biggest Ice Climbers fan. That game is ass.
That game sucks ass, bro.
Nolan.
What do y'all think? I do think mid makes sense.
I do think mid makes sense because again, it's more the idea of a mountain climber rather than, you know, and again like we mentioned like Donkey Kong and Bowser before, how it's the idea of a gorilla or the idea of a monster. The difference is those characters actually had something to pull from, while Ice Climbers really has nothing.
So top of mid or bottom of mid? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking bottom of mid because again, I can't see them going higher than characters that actually had stuff to pull from, and then they actually pulled from it, like Jigglypuff and Pikachu.
Tom, what do you think?
Yeah.
Same idea.
Kind of the same. Yeah.
All right, fine, whatever. Chief, That's funny. I didn't realize Sheik shows up before Zelda in That's shocking to me. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that was something that I always question, like, why is Sheik first before Zelda? And
Yo,
Sheik
spoiler alert! Sheik is Zelda. Oh,
that's crazy.
I'm just saying, more people
so-
found out Sheik is Zelda from Smash than Ocarina of Time. I'm just saying.
I just think that's funny. But also, when you look at Sheik's appearances, Sheik has appeared in like 2 games, and they were was Ocarina of Time and Hyrule Warriors.
I'm just saying.
Those games are like 20 years apart, and Sheik was in Melee.
This would also be another character that would go into the Smash made this character.
Smash made them. Yeah, like I said, there's a number of them in Melee alone that like Smash created like that character essentially.
Because I
Sheik doesn't do
anything in Ocarina of Time. Yeah. So here, she actually does stuff.
It's just based on the idea of like
being a ninja,
like a ninja style character. She's fast. She has like.
Yeah, I mean, do any of
that's really about it.
Do any of her attacks represent something in Zelda? Does she have like Deku Nuts or something?
She has like a needle thing.
I don't think
like,
that's
she has like throwing knives or whatever they are. She has like a bomb on a rope.
I guess. I don't think any of her attacks actually represent anything from Zelda though.
No, I don't think they are. I mean,
so that being said, I don't think. Is that boring?
I think it's boring because it's just kind of basic ninja stuff.
Yeah, I guess theoretically, like if you're gonna make a Zelda character based off of a ninja, you could have used more Zelda-related stuff.
To be honest, that's a sentiment I feel like for a lot of Zelda characters. They're very boring in terms of their design.
Actually, when I put it that way, this character's actually kind of low, isn't she?
Yeah. Because, like, they didn't do anything with, like, because Sheik doesn't do anything. So they didn't have anything to pull from.
So they just, but, like, if they were going to pull something, they could have done, like, I don't know, like, she could have used Deku Nuts to freeze people, or, there's a bunch of items in Ocarina of Time that they could pull from.
Right, like if they were going to do something, they could have just done something from the game. Like, it wouldn't have been something that Sheik did, but it would have at least been something from the game.
Mm-hmm.
Sheik is just basic ninja character for the sake of being a basic ninja character.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they could have pulled from a lot more. That's for sure.
Yeah, and even then, if they wanted to follow the ninja aspect, I don't think she's in the game, but they could have used some of like the mechanics that the what was the name? The like Yiga clan from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I mean,
she wasn't in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, she's only in Ocarina of Time.
I'm just
that being
saying,
said,
if they wanted to.
Like, if they wanted to copy some of the moves just to, like, represent something, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
if they wanted to push her more ninja-wise, I mean, they have their own ninjas in another game that they could take.
They totally could have, because Sheik's design in Ultimate is, like, the actual, like, character design is based on the Sheik costume from Breath of the Wild.
Right. Yeah, so, I don't know.
They easily could have just made her just, like, Yiga clan member number 3, you know?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't really have much.
Could have straight up just replaced her with Master Koga, honestly.
I guess no. She probably
That's
is
the
just
character
boring.
I want.
Me too. She probably is just boring. Did they even try a little bit mean? She does still have like a unique move set. I guess. Is this spot fine?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feel free to fight me if I'm not doing the right one, please.
No,
I don't know what I didn't even play Ocarina.
Fair enough. Alright, well, base Zelda. Blow up in terms of her ultimate model design. I love it. I hated the Twilight Princess Zelda.
the
See,
thing
I
is,
like the Twilight Princess.
what, like,
What? This one's so much cuter.
It might just be like recency stuff, but like when I think of Zelda, I truly do think of like Breath of the Wild Zelda, honestly.
Well, that's fair. That being said, I do think the Zelda design makes sense because this is a Zelda that's a little bit more active.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that this is the one they're using for battling.
Yeah, and Sakurai did say like when they revealed Ultimate, like they used this design because Breath of the Wild Zelda is more like a researcher.
Exactly. Yeah. Like she doesn't.
Which I get. Which I get. I do like how all the character designs come from different games. Like it's not like
Yeah. See
Twilight
the
Princess
designs
anymore.
themselves actually they do show off a lot of different Zelda games through the designs.
Right.
But not the moves.
Hot take, and this hot take that doesn't change anything about the actual character. If they wanted to pick a Zelda like a Zelda design of a Zelda who fights, I still think the best Zelda design, the best character designs for literally every Zelda character come from Hyrule Warriors.
I see. I mean, the problem with Hyrule Warriors is that it's still a spin-off, and it's not like as popular as the Zelda games.
Right.
So that's
right.
always not.
But I'm just saying, I just love those designs, and I really would have wanted to see them smashed.
As a skin,
Like
at the very least, I don't think it could ever be the
blue scarf
main.
is
I don't think it could ever be the main, but this, as a skin, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I just want Link with a big ass blue scarf, honestly.
That'd be sick. Anyway,
It looked so good.
that being said, I actually wonder. I think Zelda might actually have the most creative moveset out of all the Zelda characters.
She definitely does.
She has Din's Fire.
because
She has
it's-
Nehru. I mean, is it Nehru's something? Whatever her up B.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here.
Ferrari's
in the
Wind,
game.
something like
yeah,
that?
Yeah, the up B is Nehru's Love. The side B is Din's Fire. The neutral B is Nehru's Love. The up B is Ferrari's Wind, and
Damn, I actually got
the
those
down
names. That's
B
crazy.
the down B is Phantom Slash, which is
Yeah, I
from
mean,
Spirit Tracks.
honestly, all these moves,
Which is honestly insane. I did not think they'd ever like
yeah, that
touch
is crazy.
Spirit Tracks with a 10-foot pole, you know?
But at the end of the day, all of her specials represent something, right, from a different Zelda game,
Right. They're most taken from like Ocarina of Time, really.
which is fine. But they're as long as they are all moves from a game, it's fine. And let's be real, Ocarina of Time is the most popular Zelda game, so whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean Breath of the Wild, but
That's true. But
but
that being said, theoretically, they should have done all the Breath of the Wild stuff with Link. What? Anyway.
True. but Zelda's whole thing is like she's like a mage, you know? Like she's like she uses magic.
Mhm.
So if you were going to make a Zelda a moveset for Zelda, it would have to be like based around magic. The problem is in most of her appearances, even though like she's known for her magic, she doesn't really use it.
It's true. She actually, hot take, I feel like
So
Zelda's
using,
more
like-
useless than Peach, which a lot of people would hate to hear. But Zelda doesn't really do much.
Right.
Um,
So like I feel like the biggest blunder for Zelda's entire moveset is her final smash. Because it could have just been Link's final smash, but just change the ancient arrows to the guardian arrow, or the guardian arrow, fucking ancient arrows to the light arrows, because she actually uses the light
Is
arrows.
that not her? Wait, is that? Oh, that's right. She has the Triforce thing.
Yeah. So because like I'm thinking like in Wind Waker, she uses the light arrows to help Toon Link beat Ganondorf.
Right. That being said, I think either is fine. I wouldn't really hurt her for her new Final Smash. I mean, it's obviously displaying that she has 1/3 of the Triforce.
Right.
It's fine. I think either is fine. I actually think this spot makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, genuinely the best represented Zelda character in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good. She, again, all of her special moves are good. Kind of like Yoshi. She feels like Yoshi to me. All of her moves are fitting, and they clearly like the thing with Yoshi. Why I think Yoshi's higher is because obviously you play as Yoshi, so there's a bias there. And Yoshi actually feels like he's taken straight out of his game. Zelda is not. Like Zelda obviously is a lot of like, you know, take my word for it type beat. Like this is how it would work. But at the end of the day, they're all clearly referencing something from the game. So
Right, and it's like, yeah, she doesn't do this stuff, but like she totally could.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I absolutely think that's fair. I mean, obviously, if Link can use these spells, then Zelda definitely could, right? So.
Yeah, definitely. But also it's like Link doesn't have a lot of magic stuff in his moveset, if anything, honestly.
There's also
But
a missed
that's
opportunity, but whatever.
I don't think it's a missed opportunity because Zelda is a character. Zelda is a series that, like, at least like older Zelda games, is like the items are like the big gameplay thing.
No, it's true. It's true.
So
No,
if you're playing as Link, he would like, I would rather Link be like based on his items and Zelda be based on the magic.
No, I agree, and that's what they did. So shout outs.
Which is fine. It's just the items that they gave Link suck.
Yeah, I'm just a Link hater. That's okay, but
True.
But yeah, I think Zelda's good. I think that she feels similarly to Yoshi. It's just obviously like you don't play as Zelda, so a little harder to give an exact like. All right, y'all agree with this placement, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Mario, did they even try?
Pichu, personally, I would say
Just move away past
between
Dr. Mario.
But
Listen, I have an argument for Dr. Mario. All right.
he throws pills. Insane.
Okay, but what is it? Okay, but hear me out. What is the one thing Dr. Mario does in his games?
Throw
He
pills.
stands on the side and he throws pills.
They freaking cooked.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Okay, listen. Again. Well, no. You know what? You know what? No. This is going to be below every single other character in the game. You know why? Because they didn't even make him an Echo. That pisses me off. He's so clearly Mario. He's not even an Echo.
Listen. He's so different from Mario. You have to realize his PhD, the weight
Shut
of
the
his
frick
student
up.
debt.
He's
weight
the
of his
exact
student
same
debt weighs him
moveset, and
down,
you're going to
dude.
act like he's not even an Echo. The exact same moveset.
Nah, man.
He's got a different downbeat. Insane.
Listen. No. He's heavier and he hits harder, man. It's the weight of that student debt.
The weight of the student debt. That's actually mad funny. I don't know. Okay, the thing with Dr. Mario, like, Daisy is representing something, even if it's representing Peach. What is Dr. Mario really representing? If he's gonna actually have a moveset,
The fact that
if he's
he
gonna
saves lives. The fact that he looks different in this game. He lost a hat, got a coat, something stethoscope, you know?
If they're gonna make a Dr. Mario related moveset, they could have done something. Okay, they really should have just not even made this character. I'll be real. But
Genuinely.
But if they were forced to make a Dr. Mario character, I don't know, man. They could have done something. Maybe his grab puts him right in the Tetris block thing.
Bro, his grab gives you corona.
Listen, if you want to move him up, fine. I just want to put him in the bottom.
No, he's right where he needs to be.
All right.
All I'm trying to say is his final smash should have just given you like a corona vaccine and then you immediately die afterwards.
Mm-hmm. That would have been great, actually. All right, Dom, what were you saying about Dr. Mario?
Eradicate him from the game and life.
True. I mean, the problem is that like with this character, I would rank him lower just because it was a stupid decision to put him in the game. At least with Ice Climbers, you're representing like a different IP. And you know, back then, I get it, right? Like in Melee, like there wasn't that many Nintendo IPs to take from. Back then, they didn't do
Right.
cross-platform either. So I get why they included Ice Climbers, right? It's a legacy character, right? Ice
Right,
Climbers.
but every Smash game has like its legacy character. Like
Right.
it was Captain Falcon for Smash 64, Ice Climbers for Melee. For Brawl, it was Pit, and for Smash 4, it was like Duck Hunt.
Yep. And
Like every game has like its classic character.
Dr. Mario is just dumb. They shouldn't have done it. They already have plenty of Mario characters. It's stupid. So, put him at the bottom. There was no point. Pichu. So Pichu's a very weird case. So, I'd also like to mention, by the way, this isn't relevant to the list, but there was another commenter that said, I assume you just don't know Pokemon very well with the way you were describing them. Which is just really funny to me.
If they were talking about me, yeah.
That comment was so funny to me. I've played more Pokemon than any series on this entire, like, roster.
And my Pokemon knowledge does not extend past Gen 3.
I mean, I'm actually wearing a Pokemon shirt right now, actually. That's kind of funny.
That's crazy, dude.
But yeah, I'm very knowledgeable about Pokemon. I'm way too nerdy about it. Anyway, the weird thing about Pichu here is it makes sense that he has Pikachu's same moveset, so I'm actually not going to fight him for that. It's the pre-evolution. It makes sense, right? But it's weird, right? Because if we're talking about them representing their own games, Pichu is only weaker than Pikachu. Whereas in Smash, you know, they took the creative liberty of making him stronger, but he takes damage over time, right?
Right.
Obviously, that makes more sense from a balancing standpoint. So, should we count that against Pichu? Because technically he should be weaker, or should we just ignore that?
I think the balance of a character could be ignored because, like, if we're talking, like, how powerful a character is in their original game, Kirby is, like, the most powerful being, period.
Right. Sure.
And in Smash, Kirby's, like,
yeah, I guess if you're talking about pure
a
power,
mid-tier
right.
character at best.
Yeah,
like,
no,
I think the balance should be thrown
Just
out the
ignore
window
it. That's
for this.
fine. That's fine.
It's just like how the character is designed.
Right. So, what I will say, I think in that case, it has to be at least above Pikachu. Because they are representing Pichu from the anime. So, with him taking damage on himself. So, in the specials for the Pokemon anime movies, there's like these little Pikachu shorts that they show, or Pichu shorts, and in those, there's like these Pichu brothers, and they like hurt themselves whenever they use electric type attacks, and that's what those are based off of. I think this is the only character that self-damages them for all their attacks.
Well, it's not all of their attacks. It's only any electric type attack.
Exactly, and that's how it is in the little shorts for the movies.
Right. The only other character I think that hurts themselves in confusion is Charizard. When you do their side B,
right? But that's a recoil move, so that makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Great move, by the way. I'm glad they added that. Okay. With Pichu, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I could actually even see him going to bottom of good just for that mechanic alone. I mean, again, like Ice Climbers, that does absolutely carry. Like, it's a unique mechanic.
It does carry. I don't think it's moving enough to carry it out of mid, personally.
You're probably right. It probably would have been better. Here's another thing for Pichu. This is a very nerdy thing about Pokemon, but so Pikachu's, like, what everybody knows is Pikachu's signature attack, Volt Tackle. Is Volt Tackle his final smash for Pikachu and Pichu, or is that just like a what is that attack called?
Let me check the move list in the game. Let me see exactly what they call it, because I do have the game pulled up.
While he does that,
the move list calls it Volt Tackle.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough then. If his final smash is Volt Tackle, fine. But I would argue Pichu should have one of his special attacks just be Volt Tackle, like as a move, because how Pikachu learns Volt Tackle is not by level up. It's not by tutor. It's as an egg move.
Right.
So the fact that it's an egg move, it needs to be breeded onto a Pichu. I think it makes sense that Pichu is the one that actually has Volt Tackle as one of his special moves.
Right, and there's a common theory that the Pikachu in Smash is an evolved Pichu.
It's true. I mean, it has to be if it knows Volt Tackle at the end of the day.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, I think that right above Pikachu is fine. I mean, obviously they're very similar. They show off the same moves. It's just the self-damaging aspect is a good enough reference, I think, to bring him at least to mid.
Right.
Do you think he should be lowered down?
No, I don't think he deserves to be at the bottom, but I would put them next to each other. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. I just think Pichu, it does. The fact his moves are the same as Pikachu doesn't matter for this character because it makes sense, right? I'm gonna say the same thing for Lucina whenever we finally get to them. But it makes sense in this case.
I did not know Lucina had shooters like that, man.
Okay, Falco. So again, like Fox, most people only know Falco because of Smash. That being said, Falco does actually have a personality in F-Zero, like a very clear personality, like just
he's more cocky than Fox is. Fox
That being
is more
said,
collected.
they represent that very well in Smash. His taunts. I know we don't talk much about his taunts, but my man says, "Hands off my cock." Let me stop. No, I don't know. He does definitely show that cocky attitude. In his taunts and just with the way that he attacks, like his down B, the fact that he throws his shield, he's trying to like be stylish, right?
Right. They show off his personality well, and it's the same thing with like Daisy, where like they show off her personality well because she's a lot more energetic in her animations, in her taunts, and her voice acting. But again, it's like it's still nothing like the actual attacks and stuff like that don't come from the game. It's literally just Fox again.
Yeah.
But just a little more stylish.
Right. It is. It is definitely just Fox again. In the game later.
But I would consider putting them about this maybe top of boring, because even though like they do represent like his personality very well, it's just Fox again. So I can't see it being higher than Fox.
That's fair. What do you think, Tom? I'm just gonna match what y'all think. I'm a little conflicted.
I agree with what he said. I mean, again, I haven't really played the games of those two, but they basically are just another pair of Echo Fighters with a very tiny bit of change. Mainly, the attitude and then like two moves.
That being said,
They made
all
like,
their
they
moves.
made a
This is a Lucas
I'm
Ness
ready to go.
situation, though. This is a Luke Ness situation, though. All their moves do act very differently from each other. Like, they look the same, but they definitely all act very differently.
Yeah, like I believe Falco's side B, it spikes you if you get caught in it, while Fox is just like launches you. So, like they do have like their own like.
Again, it's like Lucas and Ness. They actually do play very differently.
Yeah, but also like Falco is a bird while Fox is a fox, and they do represent that kind of well. Like where like Falco is a lot more floaty, a lot slower than Fox, because he's a bird. So he should be able to get more height out of his jumps. He should be able to be a little more floaty.
I was going to put him here, but if y'all both say boring, then that's fine.
I'm mostly saying boring just because the moveset is the same, even if it acts a little different.
Okay. You also agree with that, Dom?
Yeah.
I guess we could just put him right there then. I mean,
I don't know what else they would do for him at the same time. So.
exactly. Again, these characters that are basically Smash characters are very hard to represent. Like, they're very hard to talk about. There isn't that much discussion here. It's just that's how he feels.
Right.
Marth. So, first of a million Fire Emblem characters. So, this is another character I would have put in Smash made this character. Well, maybe not as much, but okay. So obviously, this is the Fire Emblem rep. This is the Fire Emblem character. I am not against him being just a basic sword fighter. First of all, compared to Link, his entire moveset's based on sword wielding, right? Rather than a bunch of different projectiles and stuff. Like, Link is definitely more of a projectile character than he is a sword fighter, I would say. And Marth, especially at the time, when they were making Melee, like, he was actually the only just like pure sword fighter, I would say.
Right. Him and Roy.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't know. I am not against Marth. The thing with Fire Emblem is that most of the time they just use their own specific weapon. And
Right.
there isn't that much, it's a strategy RPG, right? The gameplay is based on making decisions. It's not based on how you attack. So like the only major difference is you attacking or you getting a crit, and their crit is already their final smash, which makes a lot of sense, by the way. I think if any character is going to have a critical hit as a final smash, Fire Emblem makes a ton of sense. Actually, one of the most accurate final smashes in the game. As normal as it sounds, I could tell you as a Fire Emblem fan, like critical hits in Fire Emblem do like 4 times the damage. Like it's not just 2 times. It's actually insane, and you can make critical hit builds and stuff.
And I'm pretty sure the final smash is literally like a one-hit kill.
It is.
From,
I mean,
like, anywhere on
in
the stage.
Fire Emblem, when you get a critical hit, you almost always one-shot the opponent. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah, like I'm testing it out now. Like from 0, like from center stage on Final Destination, it does 72% and just launches you off the stage.
Yeah, I mean So Final Smash definitely carries quite a bit. Again, but like, there's not much else they could do. Just make him a normal sword fighter. That's kind of what he has to do. I think this is a mid situation where they did the bare minimum. Like, they did what they had to. I should say. I don't think like boring as they did the bare minimum. Mid, I feel like they did what they could. Right? Like this is like Jigglypuff.
They did what they could. There isn't really much more they could have done, just because one, it's Fire Emblem, so there isn't really like attack, like there's attacks, but like there isn't like different attacks. It's just whatever weapon you have. Mm-hmm. And also, it was the first Fire Emblem game. It was an NES game.
Right. Yeah. So with that Fire Emblem game that Marth is in, particularly, there actually just is not that many mechanics to pull from for moves. So him just being a basic sword character and all of his moves are just slashes, I think is fine. Counters are also a thing, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, counters for Marth especially, it just makes sense in Fire Emblem. That's an actual move, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, like middle of mid makes sense, just because it's what else could they have done?
I put Jigglypuff above just because Jigglypuff sing and the balloon aspect of Jigglypuff I think is very well represented.
Yeah, like they actually had stuff to pull from, and then they pulled that stuff.
Whereas Marth, they didn't have anything, and they just did what they could, right?
Right.
All right. So, and you agree with that, right, Dom?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
yes.
Again, I think I only played like one Fire Emblem, and it's definitely not the one with Marth.
No, I mean, I didn't even play the one with Marth, but I can tell you right now, there isn't much to pull from that first Fire Emblem game.
I have the first Fire Emblem game when they released it, like digitally on the Switch. I haven't played it yet.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. So Lucina. Lucina. So this is like one of the only Echo fighters I would not put in Did They Even Try? Because, like, for anyone who doesn't know, in Fire Emblem Awakening, this character came from, she literally acts as if she's Marth. Like, she parades as Marth.
She commits full-on identity theft. She steals his stove.
Exactly.
Like,
so because she literally, like, specifically acts like she's Marth, like she's trying to identity thief Marth, I think it makes sense that she's an echo of Marth. I mean, it's hard to argue that, right?
She quite literally is like exactly Marth. The only thing that is different is I believe Marth does more damage. I think it's hit at the base of his sword, or at the tip of his sword.
It's the tip.
And then like Lucina just does the same damage throughout.
Right.
The entire sword. That's really the only difference between them. They have the exact same everything.
So maybe you could make the argument. The thing is with Lucina though, is that Lucina did have more to pull from in Awakening. They just went all in on the Echo aspect.
Right, the fact that she tried to like parade around as Marth.
Yeah, she doesn't have a skin based around that, which is annoying. I don't know if we would count that, but whatever. And there are more mechanics in Awakening they could have pulled from, like the team up mechanic. Maybe she could have showed off more of the party members from Awakening. I don't know. So maybe below, but I could also technically see right above Marth, just because like the idea is there, but I mean it is still exactly Marth's moveset, so it feels a little wrong to put her above, right?
Right.
Unless y'all think it doesn't matter, like she's an Echo, it should go lower. Hello?
Hi, I just died for a second. I just disconnected for a second.
You're good. Do you think Lucina should go in a lower tier because that's exactly Marth's moveset, or do you think it's fair to put her right next to him?
Again, it's like the idea they were going for, how they were trying to represent the character. They were trying to represent her as like someone who was trying to be Marth. So I think that's fine, just for her to be essentially the same, even if there were other things they could have pulled from.
Yeah,
because Awakening has 3 characters in the game, including in 3 characters in Smash, including Robin, who has that team up mechanic that you were saying, but they were also has their own magic stuff.
Right. Okay, whatever. Let's just do that. There isn't much to say about Lucina.
Right.
Young Lonk. Another Link. I mean, a Link in every single part. Okay, so the thing with Young Link is Young Link might have had the most, but well, no, technically Breath of the Wild Link had the most potential. They all have a ton of potential.
Breath of the Wild had more potential, but
Young Link could have done an entire Majora's Mask. He could have done
had all of time in Majora's Mask to pull from, and they didn't do that.
Bro,
they just made him Link. The only difference is he has fire arrows, and he's a little lighter.
I see the entire world where Young Link could be They Cooked. All right, he can switch through all of his masks, have different movesets for all the different forms. That card would be hype, and it's not even that far-fetched to think like that, because come on, man. That way you're representing the different races of Ocarina of Time, right? And Majora's Mask.
Yeah, the up B could have easily been the Deku bulb that you go in and you shoot out and you have the little paraglider thing. The side B could have easily been a Goron, just rolling as a Goron. Stuff like that.
Or using the boomerang as Zora, because that's what you're doing in Majora's Mask. That's basically the boomerang. I mean, I would say it has to be a transformation type beat or a meter, and then you actually transform into that, because I don't really see him quickly transforming, because Majora's Mask is a slow thing. It's a transformation.
Right. I forget who said this, but I was watching a video of people missed opportunities in Smash. I forget who made it. But they mentioned they could just do a visual thing where the mask just appears on Link's face as he's doing the attack.
Right.
Just so it's not clunky and just a long animation.
I can see it. But yeah,
and obviously the big one is the Fierce Deity mask.
Yeah, so Fierce Deity,
because
no
what
matter
the hell
what,
is this actual Final Smash?
No matter what, Fierce Deity absolutely would have been the best Final Smash in the game. They just had to do it, and they didn't. That pisses me off. Why? Young Link is the one that uses Fierce Deity. Dom, I don't think you've played Majora's Mask. Young Link, you only play as Young Link in Majora. And Fierce Deity is from Majora's Mask. And they clearly like Fierce Deity because it's a skin. So I don't know why they didn't just use it as the Final Smash. Whatever.
I'm pretty sure it's only a skin for regular Link.
Yeah.
Which is stupid. Oh my god, Young Link's a character, bro. Whatever.
You saying you don't like Link?
Young Link has a Dark Link skin though.
Who cares? That doesn't even mean anything. That actually just doesn't even mean anything. Alright, whatever. Freaking, I think the thing is, okay, Young Link does have fire arrows. That's the one saving grace.
He has fire arrows, man.
That's his only saving grace. He does get fire arrows in Majora's, as really early too. Hello everybody. Brief intermission here to say that Unfortunately, the rest of my audio for this recording is very choppy and just glitching out a lot. I was having a lot of technical difficulties recording this video beforehand, and unfortunately, towards the latter half of this video, it did start acting up again. So I greatly apologize. Thankfully, we did get through most of the more relevant characters in this video. The only like major relevant character I think in our discussions is the final character that we do with this video. And thankfully, Jeno mostly carries that discussion as well. So at least there's that. Again, I greatly apologize about this. So, uh, you know, I hope you still enjoy the rest of the video, and we will absolutely make sure that the audio glitches don't happen for the future. Thank you so much for watching. Enjoy. I don't freaking know. Everything else is so bland. The thing is that if I would be okay with Youngling's moveset if Breath of the Wild Link was Breath of the Wild Link. Like, Youngling gets hurt by the context of there being 3 links all having the same set. I think collectively they all have to be low because of that. I'm okay with Youngling's moveset if he was the only one that had it, but he so.
Right.
So I
think Young Link has to be like boring.
Is it? It wouldn't be a did they?
No, I think it has to be boring.
But did they even?
I mean, he has fire arrows, man.
About him.
He has fire arrows.
I mean, he has, boomerang.
It's just
that's from the game. The problem with Young Link is that
it's literally just context. All right, the moveset would be
Right.
absolutely fine if the other links did not also have them.
Well, here's the thing. I think Young Link's moveset would be fine if Majora's Mask didn't exist. If it was just Young Link from Ocarina of Time.
That's also fair.
But because Majora's Mask exists, because this potential exists, it is boring as all hell.
It is a ton of potential. Actually is. Honestly, he actually has more potential than Breath of the Wild. I actually think he does. The masks give him so much potential. Again, he could have a meter.
Also, one thing I do want to mention about Breath of the Wild Link, just while we're on the topic of a Link, some characters in Smash have the ability to wall jump or like cling to a wall. Breath of the Wild Link doesn't, and that's such a missed opportunity because climbing is such a huge thing in that game.
For real, honestly, did they even try?
That's so true.
I don't know. I'll put him.
I'd say boring, honestly.
But where in boring?
Where in boring is a great question. Between Luigi and Samus, I think is right.
Where would you put him?
I was gonna say either before them or after them.
Like either between Link and Mario or between Luigi and Samus.
This is fine. Let's just see. I mean, he has, again, these moves are like, yes, he's representing Zelda, but it's just because they knew they were gonna have 3 links, and they just squandered it. They could have represented so.
Right.
But, Ganondorf. Shoot. No, I still think. Ganondorf still is suffering a lot. Ganondorf's a lot better than he was in Smash 4. If this is Smash 4, it'd be a did they even try? But
100%.
But
the fact that they added the sword is insane.
The sword actually is a massive change for Ganondorf.
even though he never actually uses it in the game.
So there absolutely is still like isms from when he was a Captain Falcon clone, because he was a slow version of Captain Falcon.
Warlock kick.
Yeah, Warlock punch, Warlock kick. It's very obviously Captain Falcon, very slow.
Right.
That being said, again, the sword absolutely does carry that much.
It really does, but I don't think it saves it.
You think he's still boring? I was gonna put him in mid.
Well, because here's the thing. Link is in mid. Sorry, Link is in boring.
Yeah, I think Link has way more potential than Ganon.
But is Link is Ganondorf a better representation than Link?
The thing is with Ganondorf, they're specifically doing Ocarina of Time Ganon. As long as he has the swords, I guess there's some things. I guess his special moves, what really.
One of the big things in a lot of Ganondorf fights is the fact that he shoots like an energy ball and you play tennis with it.
Yeah.
Why is that not part of his moveset?
That actually be
Why does
cool.
he not have a projectile like that?
And you could hit it back, kind of like DD.
Yep.
Yeah, I could actually see that. He could absolutely just like fly for his, but whatever.
Give him the Peach Glide.
Yeah, again, the fact that his moves are his special moves are one copy Captain Falcon is definitely a huge. It's just maybe I'm just like a little biased because I love the fact that they added. But I guess with context that he would have been, did they? I guess boring.
The swords save him enough to not be Did You Even Try, but like I don't think he's breaking out of mid.
You think he could be mid though, or is that a high bar?
I'm sorry, breaking out of boring. Sorry, is what I meant.
But the swords. I mean, you are right. All of his moves being Captain Falcon. I think that's like low end boring too.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly.
Than Bowser.
Yes.
I don't think so. I think Ganondorf's better than Bowser. All Bowser has is a fire breath attack that barely represents. And down
See,
B.
the thing is, what else would he even have?
What else would Ganondorf even have? I mean, yeah, the ball thing is fair.
Like, they revamped Link with the Breath of the Wild. They could have done with Ganon.
But they did, though. He has swords!
Well, considering this is Ganondorf and not like Beast Ganon, they really couldn't have taken anything from Breath of the Wild because it's Ganondorf, not like Beast Ganon.
Man, I just want his skin in the new game, man.
I feel like I'm pretty adamant that he's above Bowser, though. Is that bad?
I mean,
the swords! Okay, here's the difference, right? Ganondorf, if you count all the smash attacks, that's 3 attacks. Alright? Bowser has 2.
That use the sword. That use the sword that he doesn't use in Ocarina.
Okay.
He has it, but it doesn't use it.
But it's old. Okay. What is the only other character we've said has good smash? Ness. No other
Peach.
character has had good smash attacks. I guess Peach is also in good. No character below good has really cool smash attacks. Besides Ganondorf with his swords.
I mean, we haven't gotten to Little Mac yet, so
That's also fair.
Are y'all both saying he should be below Bowser?
I think he should.
You two down?
Oh god, it's like. See, I think the only reason I'm really below Bowser is because, yeah, they didn't really do much with Bowser. However, the moves they gave him, I still like. Ganon is just like still almost Captain Falcon.
You're not wrong. I actually think that was a good argument. Bowser
Like,
doesn't
Bowser-
copy another character.
Like Bowser is still very much Bowser.
Yeah.
Whatever,
Like-
man.
like-
Fine.
Like when I think of Ganondorf, I think of big, brooding, not moving much, and still beating your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Fine. You're right. All right, Mewtwo. Mewtwo's very floaty. Mewtwo has Shadow Ball, like Shonen strikes back. That's cool. I feel like he could have had more. He has Shadow Ball. He has Disable. He has I don't know what his side B is. Something.
Move list says his side B is Confusion.
Um,
Yeah, it was like effect, and then it like spun the character if you got close enough, I think.
The thing is with Mewtwo is that, like, I get it that he's a psychic type, and like might be like a little axe, but like, I don't know. I don't even know what they would do, because like most psychic types in Pokemon are literally just like throw Pokemon across field into a ball. Like that's the idea, right? But like, how do you do that?
That's literally what Smash is. You're just trying to throw someone across the field.
True. But like, how do you do that as an attack? Because like, I'm talking like, if you literally pick them up and then throw them with psychic energy.
I mean that's literally his back throw.
That's true. That's a cool ass back.
It is.
I guess he's fine. He's still representing move. Confusion's a move.
Yeah.
Disable's a move. Shadow Ball's a move.
His final smash is Mega Mewtwo Y.
Is up B literally teleport
Yes, his up B is literally teleport.
or move? I feel like if all your specials represent something from the game, no matter what, it's got to be at least a move.
Right, and that's what I was saying before about like I think almost all the Pokemon characters are going to be mid. It's because a lot, like, even if every single move they have is like based on something in Pokemon, the interpretations of them are going to be completely original because Pokemon doesn't really have attack animations.
That being said, like I feel like Mewtwo also has benefit because he copies a lot from the Mewtwo movie.
Yeah. Pokemon have the advantage. Pokemon characters have the advantage of they actually get to take stuff that's not from the games. They
Yeah,
can
but-
take stuff from like movies and anime.
Yeah, but Mewtwo's the only one that actually acts on it. Well, that him and Pichu.
Lucario was literally from the anime.
I don't know. To be fair, good's probably too high, right? I think he should just be at the top of mid.
Yeah, I think top of mid, like above all the other Pokemon.
Yeah, I just don't really have much feeling. I just feel like they could have done more for Mewtwo. I actually feel like Mewtwo, like yes, all of his moves do represent, but he actually just feels a little boring for me. That like not a good criteria to buy.
Well, I mean, like, what else could Mewtwo do, like, in a fighting game, like Smash? Like what? Like, if you can think of something, like, what is it?
Just more psychic energy based stuff.
Well,
don't know.
I mean, all of his neutrals have his neutral air is like I guess electric, but like I guess you can call it psychic. His his up smash has like all of his smash attacks have like blasts of like energy. all of his other attacks have like energy based stuff. Like some of it, like his dash attack has like has energy stuff. Like his down tilt like uses his tail. Like he uses his tail in a lot of his attacks to swipe you.
Mewtwo's fine at the top of mid. I don't know. I feel like there could be more. You said that. That's fine. Roy.
He definitely is Roy.
Roy's our boy. Roy's our boy.
True. You know, they cooked for that chant, you know.
It's funny. I actually have played Roy's. It was never released.
One of them was, one of them wasn't.
That's very debatable. Second one that he technically.
That's also true.
Anyways, thing with Roy. I mean, does use fire aspects, which I think helps a lot. He is the binding.
It's a lot more flashy. It's a lot more flashy than Marth stuff, but it's still just Marth stuff.
He does utilize fire magic, which he does in the game. And I think that's pretty cool. And, you know, but at the same time, like, sword fighter. But he adds it, just like in Binding Blade, that's what he does. He applies fire to his attack, and his specific critical hit is directly taken from like where he does like this sword, like the pullback and then the fire blast at the end.
Yeah, the actual animation, yeah.
Sure. I think you could just put I mean, it's just he's a sword character. I mean, this is one of those cases. Okay, no, he's not good. I was thinking about good. He is still just a lot of the same. I think he's quite a bit better than Marth.
Yeah.
I like top.
I guess, yeah, top of mid.
I don't like how much
Because, like,
mid there is. There's so much
mean,
mid.
hey, it's just like the game, you know?
It's my man really just said melee was mid.
There goes all my credibility.
Yeah. They're just.
Yeah, I mean, like you said in his game, he applies fire magic to his sword, and that's what he does in Smash.
That's fine. There really just isn't even that much to talk about. There's no reason to.
Yeah.
I mean, he's an echo of Roy. One of the better echoes. He has a big. Still.
He's like a mix of Ike and Roy.
But
how well does that show, like, how well does that represent him from, like, Awakening?
Not really at all. Prom is a popular character. He doesn't like have any suits to set aside.
Right. I think the whole reason they just added him was because he was a popular character.
Yeah, I mean everybody loved Crom. When Robin was added,
they wanted to put him. They put him in as the team up Final Smash.
But people were mad because of Crom. Echo.
The one time people wanted a Fire Emblem character.
I know, and no, he's very basic. I actually wonder. I mean, the up B is fair, but like, I don't know. I think it's also fair to say far into Smash and you're still making fighters.
Right.
This is one. What a fire. character just out.
Because I mean, they really didn't. Like everything he has comes from another character.
That being said, I mean, the up B carries him above the other.
Not all the other echoes, but yeah.
I feel like Donkey Kong feels off.
Well, Donkey
Kong feels so much better than.
I mean, it's kind of funny.
It's kind of funny. Fair.
And I mean, in Smash, he's kind of portrayed as like the goofy monkey.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a lame. Oh wait, no, Game & Watch is in Melee, isn't he?
Yes, Game & Watch is in Melee.
Not Game & Watch.
And I'm gonna say it. They cooked. I truly believe they cooked.
I think so too. All right, good. Okay, I'm glad. I thought we were ending on such a basic ass.
No. Game & Watch, man, they cooked. They cooked.
They really did. Okay, so Game & Watch. I'm glad you said this too. So many comment this is. Game & Watch, especially in Ultimate, they cooked. Every single one of his attacks actually is a different game. Nobody on Earth at this point have played Game & Watch games.
I have played a number of Game & Watch games.
All right, then go ham, bro. Talk about Game & Watch and why.
No, well, so here's the thing. If this was Smash 4, I'd put him in like, not in mid, but like right above, like top of mid, bottom of good, type area. But like in Ultimate, it's a very small detail, but during specific attacks, he gets like the designs of the characters from those Game & Watch games. And I think that's just really neat attention to detail that like no other character has.
It is very neat attention.
And like you said, literally every single frame of Game & Watch's animation comes from a Game & Watch game.
Right. I mean, it really does.
It
probably sounds silly.
Quite literally cooked with his character.
It sounds silly to put him like up here with Kirby, just because obviously Kirby. But like obviously Kirby's mechanic is a lot stronger, but Game & Watch, like all of his moves represent like every single one. His aerials. Have we even mentioned aerials for any character at this point?
I haven't mentioned aerials, but I've mentioned like neutral attacks, like their standard attacks that aren't like their special attacks. I've been bringing some of them up because some of them do, reference other things in their games. But like Game & Watch is special because like Game & Watch they are like specifically like
they are the games
from the games. Like
they are them, like exactly the game that they came from. Exact same sprites.
Like Game & Watch doesn't have Game & Watch does not have a single move that's a basic like punch kick combo. Like even his jab is taken from a Game & Watch title.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but as I was saying about the aerials, like up air is freaking the pump, and again his sprite changes.
The forward air is the bomb. His sprite doesn't change with the bomb, but he does have the bomb.
He has the bomb.
His back air is the fish.
Like
his down air is the key.
Hello? All these different things. Like it's cool, right?
His smash attack is like a torch from that one. I think I'm gonna like name off all the games. I'm not going to.
I don't know any of them. I have yet to ever play a Game & Watch, but I can just tell every single move. Like, is there a move where he just does nothing? I don't think there's a single nothing burger. Even Kirby has nothing burger.
His dash attack is like he just face plants, but I'm still pretty sure that's from a game.
That probably is from a game, I would bet. He has the chair. I know what that's from, the police guy.
Yep. Down tilt is like the little tray, and his animation changes.
Yeah,
his entire model changes for the pump, which is just his jab.
You know what's crazy is that Game & Watch. Wait, is Game & Watch comparable to? No, Game & Watch is not comparable. Not at all. Absolutely.
No.
Actually, I'm absolutely true. I just meant from the context of having every single one of his moves means something. Because I think they do. I think every single move of Game & Watch's aerials, neutral attacks, special attacks.
I'm messing around with the Game & Watch right now in the game. I cannot find a single attack that isn't like something from a Game & Watch game.
Every single, like, keep that in mind. Every single character we've mentioned thus far has yet to have a full sweep of all their moves reference something.
Even
Even Kirby.
The final smash is just the octopus from Octopus.
Every single move. So is every single move being a reference better than copy ability?
I'd argue yes, because of the sole fact that yes, Kirby has like 80 moves that are references to other characters, while Game & Watch has every move that's a reference to the series of Game & Watch games. Like the copy ability, that's Kirby, but the actual attacks you get out of the copy abilities are from other characters.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, without copy ability, well, to be fair, without copy ability, without any reference to copy ability, he'd probably just be boring.
Right, copy ability carries Kirby.
But let's say he only had suck up, right? I'd say he'd be mid with his moveset.
Right, copy ability carries.
The copy ability is the only reason he's in the fake code. He would not be good without copy. He just wouldn't.
Because they quite literally cooked with that one. Like the ability to take
as a mechanic,
an ability from another character, it's an insane mechanic.
The copy ability mechanic is probably the second most involved mechanic.
The only thing higher being Steve's placing blocks.
Yeah.
I don't know. Donkey Konga was pretty good.
Donkey Kong, it's not even in this game. It's not in Ultimate.
Not even in this game, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it might just fit. Because, I mean, again, I don't have much passion for how could you argue that every single move being a reference, all of them?
I think it goes beyond. I think it goes beyond the moves. It's the taunts are also from Game & Watch games. The fact that he's flat. And
he is flat. It's true. If you pause the game and move the camera, he's flat.
Yep, he's flat, and he also like he moves like a character would move in a Game & Watch game on those old LCD screens. And it's not just that like he moves like that or he's flat. It's the fact that every single frame is from the Game & Watch games, those old Game & Watch games. It's quite literally as if they took that animation or that single frame out of that game and put it into this game.
You see, this is how you make a super bland character the most interesting character with their moveset. I'm just saying.
Exactly, because if you look at Mr. Game & Watch himself, there is no Game & Watch character named Mr. Game & Watch. He's an entirely original character, but he represents that idea. It's like Ness, where like Ness doesn't represent Ness, he represents the entirety of Earthbound.
I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Game & Watch references every single game.
Quite literally every single one of them, or at least every single one of his attacks is a reference to another Game & Watch game.
But like, I'm wondering if actually he references every single Game & Watch game that exists.
He doesn't, because there's some games like Nintendo did a lot of like they did a couple like Disney.
Oh, okay. Either way.
And Mario games, and I think I just disconnected again.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Donnie, are you gonna fight that character?
It's hard. It's hard because
I would say yes. If when Kirby copied someone's ability, they gave every special that he had a different ability from that character.
So like full on just becoming the other character essentially.
That'd be insane.
Yeah, because that's what copy does.
Well,
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
I've mentioned this before. The thing is like, I'm actually wondering if this would be like, I've mentioned before, I wish that the copy ability turned him into that Kirby copy ability. Just one.
It would be less work because it would just be assigning a value to a character.
Yeah.
That being said, if that's what they did though, I would say they need to change all of his neutral attacks, his smash attacks. Maybe not his smash, at least his A attacks. And, you know, you should have like a signature neutral B. And even his aerials, I think.
Well, now you're talking about designing like upwards of like 10 different movesets for a character. And
He doesn't have to have them all, though, is the thing. Like, he could just have sword, he could have fire.
Yeah. Just like 5 or 10 of them, and now you're talking about 5 or 10 entirely different movesets.
Because the thing is that those copy abilities, like, the copy ability that he has in Smash is not referencing Kirby. It just isn't. That's not how the copy ability works.
The only one that's a reference to the only one that's a reference to Kirby is like Sword Kirby, because Sword Kirby is based off of Link.
Right, but I mean, he still only uses the bow. It's not like he actually uses.
Right, which is really funny.
So yeah, like, I mean, of course he would become Sword Kirby if he selected. That's the whole point. Like,
right.
Yes, I do. Even though the copy ability is strong, like, it's impressive, I don't think it's that much of a. That being said, are we all good with Mr. Game & Watch?
I personally am, but I won't fight it if both of you think that it should still be Kirby.
I think it should be Mr.
Yeah. I feel like with Kirby, we brought up enough things already that they could have done to make him the top tier, but for now, it's definitely Mr. Game & Watch.
I think Kirby might actually. Okay. That was good.
Because I'm trying to think of like other characters later on that are they cooked, and I can think of like maybe 2.
Isabella.
Isabelle, hell yeah, dude. Villager,
Insane.
they cooked.
That being
Villager, they
said,
cooked. Yep. When the next character is Meta Knight, and that was from Brawl.
Meta Knight is.
Meta Knight is Brawl. How well does Meta Knight represent Super Smash Bros. Brawl?
True. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. That was fun. Yeah, I can't believe how many mid and born. To be fair, they had 2.
Yeah. The thing about Melee is like 6 or 7 of the characters are just clones, and the other ones they kind of had to rush through it because the game was made in like a year and a half, I think.
Yeah.
So they didn't really have the time to cook.
But they could have cooked by Ultimate. That's the point of the list.
Exactly. They could have cooked by Ultimate, but they didn't.
They didn't. They kept them the same. That's the whole point of the list. Either way, I mean, hey, that's what they did for Mr. Game & Watch, right? All of our reasons for Mr. Game & Watch being they cooked is because of Ultimate. Ultimate made Mr. Game & Watch they cooked.
Yeah, the fact that they gave him the sprites that were from the games based on the individual characters from the games,
Right.
is what brings him
huge.
out of good into they cooked.
Absolutely. This should be the poster child for us. Ultimate
Favorite one.
Ultimate buffed an old character to deserve they cooked.
Also,
That's what we want.
one more thing about Game and Watch. Just it's not even in the game, but he has one of the coolest amiibo figures.
I don't even know. I didn't know that.
It's a piece of paper.
So it's flat. I actually have the amiibo. It's flat, but it comes with like 4 different poses that you can swap out.
Wait, that's actually cool.
Yeah, so like it's like the base one is like just Mr. Game & Watch standing there, but you can change it to be Mr. Game & Watch with a parachute, or with the bell, or with the judge, like the 9.
Meta Knight is like top 5 most broken characters in all of Smash history in Brawl. In Ultimate, I mean, he's just like he doesn't really represent much, but to be fair, like, what does Meta Knight do besides just slash a bunch?
Right.
Tornado.
Which he does have Tornado.
Yeah, like, it's weird for characters like these, because I do think the character is well designed. I just, technically, he doesn't represent that much from his own game, and that's what we're ranking.
Right, all of his moves is just sword slash.
Yeah.
Or like teleport, sword slash.
I guess that is still
Tornado,
more,
sword slash.
it's still more creative, though, than, like, the Fire Emblem characters. Mainly just because, like, he's unique, like, in a way. Like, he can fly, he has his bat wings, he just has unique moves. He moves differently. Like, he's not just like a typical sword fighter, which, like, obviously, how could he be when he looks like this?
It's like if you gave Kirby a sword, but not as much flight.
Right. He doesn't feel like Kirby either. He definitely feels like his own character. That's for sure.
I'm saying like his movement. Like it's like because most of his stuff is like aerials combos.
Right.
But
Which
like
works.
He's not as floaty as Kirby is. I don't think.
I don't think he could eclipse mid personally. I don't think he's comparable to the good characters. I don't think he has like anything crazy.
Yeah, it kind of is just basic sword slashes.
We put Roy at the top of mid because of his fire aspects, which is pretty cool. Is he comparable to Roy, or who is he comparable to in mid, you think? I do think he's definitely above the boring.
Probably somewhere closer to Roy because he has like multiple jumps. He has like 6 or 7 jumps.
Yeah.
So
we can maybe put him above Roy. Are y'all cool with that? Or below? What do we think?
Probably below Roy, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Okay. I mean,
I would say above.
really? Why?
I don't actually have a reason. I just think in terms of credibility, he has more than Roy.
Maybe you're right. I mean, the flight
That's fair.
the flight is pretty massive. I mean, Roy does still operate pretty similarly to Marth in the way that he like moves and attacks. It's just, you know, the fire is still a big deal for him because that is directly representing something from his game, but it is still technically Marth at its core, basically.
Right.
They just gave Marth fire elements.
Right. Which, to be fair, is something, but, you know, not enough to be a whole tier above. That's fine. We can do that. Pit. So, Pit, I'll never forget when I was a kid playing Brawl for the first time. We were playing Subspace, me and my family, and Pit would show up, and then, like, the little character portrait thing would show up, be like, newcomer, Pit! And then, of course, like, being...
Armpit.
Yeah, exactly. Being the children that we were. His
yeah.
name's Armpit. Anyway, so that was my introduction to Pit. He is, at the time of Brawl, he had 1 game, I'm pretty sure.
2. There was a Game Boy game that people often forget about.
Oh, okay. So yeah, NES game and a Game Boy
So
game.
1 game.
Basically.
Yes, exactly. It was Kid Icarus for the NES, and then Kid Icarus, I believe it was called like Of Gods and Monsters for Game Boy.
So Brawl, he was pretty basic, but in Ultimate, they actually did give him a new move because of Kid Icarus Uprising. They gave him the the new side B, like the punching glove thing, which is like
yep.
which is like everybody's
Everyone's
favorite
yeah.
move to spam as Pit.
Yep.
Um,
I did play Uprising somewhat recently. I never actually finished it, but I got like halfway through the game.
How'd you like it?
Incredible game, by the way. I hope it gets a remaster.
Yeah, I would love a remaster of that game. I've touched it a little bit, but its controls are a little rough.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But the game itself, very high quality game. That being said, there's a lot they could have taken from that game. Like I do think Uprising is definitely like the best Kid Icarus game, and it's not even close.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So they probably should have taken more, but at the same time, they did take something, right? And Uprising, like, you know,
Well, you have to realize like what was like going through, like how how Sakurai designed Pit in Brawl,
right?
where Pit did not have much material to go off of. Again, it was an NES game and a Game Boy game, and nothing else. And he kind of designed Pit's moveset in Brawl as if he kept getting games, as if he got games for the N64,
Right.
for the Game Boy Advance, for the GameCube, for the Wii. So he already had a lot of stuff. And when Sakurai, because remember, Sakurai directed Kid Icarus Uprising for 3DS, he took a lot of those stuff from Brawl, put them into Kid Icarus Uprising, and then added even more stuff, and then that stuff became like his side B in Smash 4, or in Brawl, like his final Smash was just like an army of angels or whatever.
Right.
And then, but in Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate, they actually changed his final Smashes to be based on stuff from Kid Icarus Uprising.
True.
So they
I forgot we were actually including Final Smash. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Good
So
point.
it's one of those situations where Smash made the character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're kind of right. I mean, especially the case in Brawl. Definitely in Brawl. But in Ultimate,
it's another one of those situations where Smash made the character, but the character then got more material afterwards, and his character got updated accordingly. But most of the stuff that was made for Smash also made it into that new game. So
Captain Falcon will always be hard to compare to people. I do think Pit, based on that description, Pit probably does deserve good, right?
I mean, I guess, because again, the stuff that came from Smash was made by the same guy that that worked on the next game in the series.
That doesn't technically matter. It's
right. So
it's just
but
does
I'm just
Pit
saying,
pull
like,
that much from his games?
But
I mean,
the stuff that's exclusively from Uprising isn't much, because a lot of that stuff was pulled from Brawl.
right?
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Which is fine, to be fair. Like, if the stuff in Uprising got pulled from Brawl, then it's fine, because it's technically in a Kid Icarus game, right?
I mean, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's in, like, his most popular Kid Icarus game, right? His main attack, which is basically all he does in the NES game, is just, I guess it's the neutral B. Just arrow.
Yeah, the bow and arrow.
I don't know, maybe he should go mid. Because I'm thinking about it, it's not like there's that much going on. I mean, there were a lot of weapon choices they could have picked out from Uprising.
Yeah, because like they have the bow and arrow that can turn into dual swords. And that's really most of his stuff, is the dual swords.
Right.
But he also has the bow and arrow. He has the Guardian Orbiters, which I believe is original to Kid Icarus. And then that side B. And then there's not really much else. Power of Flight is definitely from Kid Icarus Uprising.
How about here?
Right under Roy, I feel like that kind of fits.
Yeah.
Okay. Did they even try?
Good. He has a gun.
He has a gun?
He has a gun?
I don't think he
Yeah,
does.
his final smash.
He does have a gun for his
He
final
does have a
smash.
gun.
Pause. They cooked.
He does have a gun.
And I really just forgot about the final smash.
I always forget the final smash, I'll
We
be
always
honest.
say about it.
To be fair,
I genuinely just forgot what his final smash was and thought it was the same as Pitts.
he has a gun, bruh. I mean, it's the same thing as the other Echo Fighters, but he has the electric version of the side B, and I think that's cooler than the original, so I'll make him better than the other Echoes.
That's honestly fair. And also, like, his bow and arrow is slightly harder to control, so he actually has some thought put into like how would he fight compared to Pit, which would be the exact same as Pit, except for these minor differences.
Isn't his counter also a little bit different?
He doesn't have a counter. He still has a guardian
Or-
order. They work the exact
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah, no, they work the exact same way.
I feel like Donkey Kong probably should just move to the bottom of boring.
Honestly,
No,
that's fair.
I
'cause all these other
refuse. He
characters-
doesn't have a barrel. He doesn't have a minecart. There's no animal he rides on. They took out the only highlight feature of this man, and it was the final smash and brawl.
True, and it's not even an ultimate.
And they took it away from him.
They took it away. That was honestly his coolest attribute. My man had a rhythm game in his final smash.
It could've
It's just
at least-
weird. Like, when I compare him to the Echo Fighters, he definitely has more than the Echo Fighters.
But did they try?
No.
That's what I thought.
No. Alright, fair enough. Zero Suit Samus.
So the only Metroid game I've played to completion is Zero Mission, and that's where Zero Suit Samus made her debut.
Yeah, but she's pretty useless in that game.
Yeah, she only appears in like the very end of the game, and she really only just has like
It's meant to
her
be
blaster.
it's meant to be a stealth mission. Like you lose
Yeah.
all your equipment, and then you have to avoid all the enemies because you're weak as hell without your power suit.
Right.
I say we put her in They Cook.
They cooked.
Yes.
Well, honestly,
I
because
agree.
based on that description, she moves fast. A lot of her attacks are not weapons; it's really just her blaster. And because again she's a bounty hunter, so of course she knows how to fight.
This
So
is gonna be a hot take. And like this is definitely a hot take. I don't think they should have made this character.
No.
I completely agree.
But a lot of people
that,
love
like-
Zero
like-
Suit. Like Zero Suit, like not only is she popular like as a character, like to play as, like her playstyle and everything. People thirst over this character.
Well, for good reason. I feel like
I get it. Don't worry.
I get it for sure. But like if we're talking about like, okay, like the crazy thing to me is that they decided to do Zero Suit Samus, who appeared in the very end of one game, when instead they could have included Ridley. Literally the main one of two main bad guys in Metroid.
Well, you have to remember in Brawl,
Yeah,
Zero Suit Samus wasn't a separate character.
That
was
is true.
A Final Smash.
that is true.
It was like a Final Smash transformation.
You know, it's funny. It's funny because in Brawl, she might have. Well, she would have been a separate character, but it would have actually brought Samus up, I think, to mid.
That I agree with.
Because Samus in Brawl used to be able to, to switch to Zero Suit out of Final Smash. That was the only way you could switch to Zero Suit, right? Was through a Final Smash.
There was that, and I believe you could also like put in like a code on the character select screen to just make it Zero Suit Samus instead of
Right.
Samus.
Okay.
Because if you were playing as Samus, got the Final Smash, you'd switch to Zero Suit Samus. But if you were playing as Zero Suit Samus and got the Final Smash again, she would bring her power suit back and become regular Samus again.
Right.
So you could start the match as either or.
It's an interesting case.
believe.
It's an interesting case where I do think that she would raise Samus's placement if she was still the same character. Maybe even a mid. But as two separate characters. Because honestly, I'll tell you this much. The cool idea behind that is that, even in Smash,
It's two entirely different playstyles.
well, it also reveals one of the biggest shocks about Metroid, and that's that Samus is a girl. Back in the day, nobody expected.
She's a woman.
nobody expected Samus to be a girl. I mean, at this point, it's overplayed to all hell and back. Like, everybody knows
Oh,
now.
of course, yeah.
But back then, like, even at Brawl's time, like, nobody knew that Samus was a girl, right? Until that final smash.
Unless you actually played the Metroid games, which
Right, and
that's where
even
more
then,
that
no, even in the old school Metroid games, you'd have to beat the game or die to see, like, because when you get a game over, you can also see that she's a woman. But I mean, again, it's just back then that was a big reveal, right? So the fact that that was in her smash attack, I mean her final smash, and it revealed it to Smash players, that's kind of a big deal. Anyway, I'm getting off track. This character by herself,
the character by herself is a little bit boring, just as her design goes, based on just the short mission in Zero Mission at the very end of the game. Because I don't think Zero Suit Samus, like, I know, like, in, like, Metroid Other M, she's, like, wearing the Zero Suit, but I don't think you ever play as her in the Zero Suit.
I feel like right here, am I crazy?
Sorry, what?
I feel like this spot kind of makes sense.
Oh, like right by Sheik? I guess. Because it's really just like, she's fast because it was a stealth mission. She uses her blaster because that's all she had. And she can punch and kick because she's a bounty hunter, and she would obviously know how to do
Unless you think her uniqueness is enough to bring her up to, like, Fox Falco level. Just because, like...
Okay, don't get ahead of yourself.
No. Okay, so we could...
because maybe, like, between Mario and Link?
Why?
I don't know if I would put her...
Because I feel like they had to try more for Samus than they did than the actual effort they put into Mario. But I still feel like Link takes more from the actual games, even if it is Breath of the Wild Link.
What do you think, Dom?
I was going to say the opposite. I was going to say Link, I feel like, is above Samus. Or Zero Suit Samus.
Regular Link, yeah. I agree.
That's what I said. I said between Mario and Link.
Between Mario and Link.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, I meant young Link, because I thought you meant, like, between Mario... We have the links, like, almost next to each other.
Yeah, I was also confused. That's why I put her there, because I thought you were saying about young Link.
No, honestly, I'm not even against putting Samus and Zero Suit Samus right next to each other.
See, I also feel like I would say I would move young Link in front of Luigi.
That is so weird.
Well, because, like, thinking of it, right, young Link still has semi-different moves than normal Link, but he's still the same character.
He has a boomerang and a fire arrow.
Yeah, it's something. Luigi just has a green fireball, which he has, and then, like, a plunger, which is a grab, and it's weird.
But Luigi is at least more unique than Young Link. The thing that brings Young Link down, like, Young Link would not be bad at all. In fact, he'd be like mid, maybe even, no, probably not low tier good, but like a solid mid placement if there were not two other Links that basically has the same moveset.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. And also, if his moveset wasn't just a nerfed version of Smash 4's Link's moveset.
True.
Like.
Yeah, no, I disagree. I disagree with Young Link being below Luigi. Luigi has a higher jump, like in the games. He, the plunger is a thing. Final Smash is cooler for Luigi. But I guess, like, they're probably comparable. I don't know. Gina, you also agree Luigi should be above, right?
Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
You also agree Luigi should be above Young Link, right?
I do agree.
Okay, we'll just keep it then. Zero Suit. I'm conflicted on Zero Suit. I'll be honest, because I feel like Samus has more potential.
I do agree. Zero Suit doesn't have that much potential because, again, she was playable for like 20 minutes at the end of Metroid Zero Mission.
Whereas, yeah, like, what else could they really do? But this is kind of a Dr. Mario situation where they probably just shouldn't have even made the character. But in Brawl, it was fine. It's just, I don't know. It's odd.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's one of those things where like she got separated in Smash 4 because of the limitations of the 3DS, and because she was separated, they kept her separated in Ultimate.
Mhm.
And in reality, they should have made her the same character. Same thing with like Sheik and Zelda.
Right.
I don't know, I feel like Sheik and Zelda are fine as two different ones.
Sheik is kind of understandable. At least Sheik actually plays like a solid role in Ocarina.
Yeah.
Right.
Like she's integral to the story.
Even though she doesn't do anything in Ocarina.
True, but at least she shows up. I'm actually gonna make an argument though that Sheik should be above both of these. Somebody made a comment. I know this is kind of out of nowhere. Somebody made a comment that Sheik's up B is actually the Deku Nuts, which is what I said in the video. I was like, why can't she just use like Deku Nuts to stun people like a ninja would? And apparently that's what her up B is. So I kind of feel like that's fair enough,
I
right?
believe you're so
I think. Wait, her. Oh yeah, it is.
So I mean, hey, that's an ability from Ocarina, and she uses that.
How does that put her above Young Link though?
I'm kind of for it. Not above Luigi though.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I definitely think Luigi is more creative.
But yeah, swap Zero Suit and Samus.
Okay, that's fine. I don't mind either way. I do think that Bowser and Ganondorf have so much potential that they should have been. Yeah. All right. Wario. Wario's a weird one.
I'm confused because the only game I think of to relate him into is WarioWare, and I don't know how the hell he would have any moves from that game.
Yeah, it's odd. So obviously he's trying to represent the wackiness of WarioWare, but I kind of wish they took more from Wario Land. I get why they didn't.
Yeah.
I get why they didn't because they didn't want to step over Mario's shoes. But like the Wario platformers are unique from Mario already. Like they definitely operate differently. I mean, he has some stuff like his dash attack is literally his, like his dash attack from the Wario Land games. But that's kind of
shoulder dash.
Yeah, that is kind of the only thing though, right? I don't think he has anything else.
The Wario Land.
Yeah. That is kind of his only thing.
Yeah, that's generally the only thing that he takes from like any of the mainline Mario games.
Mm-hmm. This is another character that could have represented the Mario side games as well.
Hold on, wait.
He has again like it's the more wacky side of the WarioWare games.
Mhm.
So of course he has like the waft, he has the bike, he has all that stuff.
I mean, to be fair, look, he's meant to represent WarioWare. It's not fair for me to say, oh, because he's not representing what I want him to, he should be low tier. No, he's definitely at least mid. He shows a lot. But like, how much is actually from the WarioWare games? I don't play WarioWare enough to actually know. Like,
I know what the motorcycle is. I know the waft is. I know Wario Man, his final smash is.
Right. Yeah.
I
mean, that's already way more than any of the boring characters.
And like that's like the bigger parts of his moveset.
Dash attack is from Wario Land.
All of his other stuff is more just like he's a wacky guy, ain't he?
Yeah.
Look at the squash and stretch. Look at how he bites you.
My man does have a freaking bike.
That is true. That is just kind of cool.
It is. He does what Captain Falcon should have.
Honestly.
I'm in front of Captain.
All right, Snake.
Okay, bring him down. Bring him down.
Hey, yo. Hey.
I mean, okay, is it that crazy for him to being good?
I could kind of see it.
I mean, he does show a lot. Like, again, even though I don't necessarily like his moveset, it makes sense for what he's trying to represent. He's trying to be wacky. He's showing WarioWare. WarioWare is a really wacky game.
Well, I wanted him to show off Wario World.
I did too, but at the end of the day, it's not like he's showing nothingness like Mario. He's still showing something.
And there is we don't talk about it much because not a lot of characters have this, but personality.
Yeah.
They showcase his personality so well in Smash Ultimate.
Right. He definitely does. He definitely does.
'Cause a lot of characters just like don't talk, or if they talk, it's like just grunts and whatever. Wario actually has like taunts in his actual moveset.
Yeah.
Where he does a wheelie and he's like throwing his fist in the air, or he's just like
You're kind of right. Hold on. You're kind of cooking.
or whatever the fuck he's doing.
He's so BM.
Like,
wait.
So it's not just like his moveset, but it's also the way he acts is exactly how Wario would act. You know, it's a lot of things that go into it that, like, yeah, it's a good representation of Wario.
I think he goes maybe above Zelda and not above Peach.
That is fair. It feels like it's too high, but it's like not wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, he does show a lot. What can I say? It'd be wrong to... He feels comparable to Zelda. I do think Peach is a good bit above, though. Peach having the freaking glide is so, like, that's literally what she is. Also, you know, Down B, Toad, Parasol. All of her moves represent something. And then she has 3 different things on her side smash alone. The frying pan, which is from Mario RPG, the golf club from Mario Golf, and there's one other one.
Tennis racket.
Tennis racket, right, from Mario Tennis. No, I do think Peach probably shows a little bit more, but I think Wario probably shows more than Zelda, right?
That, like I said, it feels wrong, but it's not. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, it's just because we don't, I mean, at least for me, I don't like his moveset, but I think, yeah, it still represents a lot. It's just a game series I'm not super interested in. But he's got a bike, bro. And the taunting was a good point on it. The taunts were a good point. That is how Wario acts. My man is BM.
I feel like they also kind of even negative. When I think of Wario, right, I think of the only times I see him besides like his games is like the bunch of trailers for other games they have, and almost in every trailer with Wario, he is using a bomb.
Oh, he doesn't have a bomb attack. You're not wrong. What trailers are you talking about, though? Just like the sports games? I think
There's like a few of them, but
you're kind of right, though.
I know there's some in the sports one. I think it's mostly sports because that's like the only time you see him in trailers.
Yeah, I don't think that brings him below Zelda.
It's a very small detail, but
the bomb is a good point because even in WarioWare, the timer is a bomb.
True.
So like yeah, like even if it is WarioWare, like even if in like the Mario sports games, like I'm thinking of like was it Mario Tennis on the GameCube where like it had that whole like elaborate opening animation with like Wario and Luigi trying to do something and everything just like blows up in their face. The like yeah, even in like the main games, he has like a bit of slapstick to him with the bomb, but also the bomb is straight up the timer in WarioWare, so it's
Right.
like actually a part of WarioWare, which is what they're trying to represent.
Yeah, I guess.
And I guess you can say like the waft is a bomb essentially.
Not
it's an
really. No, that's a
explosion of
stretch.
some
No.
sort,
That's a
but
stretch.
that's just kind of cheating.
I think
That is-
I think he either goes above Zelda or below Zelda. What do y'all think?
Genuinely go either way.
I would say below, just because they at least gave her a design change while going into a different game.
True.
That's true. They gave her a design that's more fitting for Smash because they wanted to give all the Zelda characters designs
different games as well, yeah.
that would be like either like their most iconic design or a design that's more fitting for Smash.
Yeah. Okay, that's
Wario
fine.
just looks like a biker.
Wario definitely did have more potential as well, is what I'll say. Wario has like a host of different power-ups from Wario Land he could have taken from. Like the Dragon Head. Spits fire.
Like he doesn't have like a bag of money he just hits you with. His
Dude, he doesn't have a money-related
Honestly.
attack. Pause. That's actually a throw. He's literally the money character. Did they even try?
Yeah, they never.
No, you can't put him behind Dr. Mario.
Wait. They did give him a ground pound
Did they?
in his down throw.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he does the full jump flip ground pound thing that like Mario does in the actual
Interesting.
games.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they did give him like a ground pound, like, and that's obviously not from WarioWare because you don't actually play as Wario in WarioWare.
I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Let's stick with that. Snake. Dom, go ahead.
Dom, this is all you, buddy. This is all you, buddy.
In reality, probably like between mid and boring.
Really?
Because hear me out, right?
You at the beginning of this list, you were like, they cooked, bruh.
Yeah, but also it's thinking of it. The only thing he has from his games is guns.
Yeah.
And yes, that's like very accurate, but also they could have done a bit more.
Yeah.
Wait, no, he has another attack from his games. Box.
Box. Okay, the box is on our. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Tell me the box is not hype though.
It is, and the box actually has a hitbox.
It's true.
Okay, but does it have a hitbox in the game?
I don't know,
No.
does it? You told me.
You tell me.
I don't know.
Yeah, game. I've never played Metal Gear.
I've never played Metal Gear. Yeah, this is probably.
I
think this is
have the collection that came out recently. I just haven't played it yet.
This is one of only 2 characters in the entirety of Smash Ultimate that I have not played their game series at all. From what I understand, Snake doesn't have, like, they nerfed him a bit, obviously to be like kid friendly. Like, he doesn't have actual guns, he has like explosions.
Yeah, he has like a rocket launcher. He has
Right.
like a fucking.
Hold on. Wait. Put him in. Did they even try? They took away his ass.
True! At least Dr. Mario's got student debt.
Yeah, so they gave him like a rocket launcher. They gave him C4.
I
Gave him
do,
another rocket launcher. They gave him.
I do think his playstyle is.
They gave him another rocket
kind-
launcher.
I would
A lot of
imagine.
rocket launchers.
I would imagine
He has,
his
like, a
moveset.
Zuppy.
I would imagine his moveset is at least kind of accurate to how he would play in his games, because like he's kind of like a distance fighter. He's kind of stealthy.
Yeah.
He leaves the C4
Yeah,
around.
his whole thing is tactical espionage.
Right.
Yeah.
It'd be so cool if the box was like an actual move. Like, I don't-
Again, it has a hitbox.
okay, but like, what if that was his down B and it was a counter? He goes into the box, he gets hit, sneak attack. I don't know.
That would be funny.
I don't know. Dom, you place this. We can't place it anyway.
I will say one thing. His down throw is like a sneak takedown.
Yeah. That is.
And
good.
I know that's from the game because I've seen it. I've seen it in
I
film.
would imagine he should not be in boring. It doesn't feel right for him to be in boring. I think he should at least be mid.
Because like when I think of Snake, again, it's hard to fully know because I don't think I played the game where this Snake is from.
Mhm.
But when I
think
see
that-
him, I
think
think
that's
of
the
like
first Metal Gear. The first Metal Gear
yeah,
Solid.
I think of like the first thing that stands out is like his invisibility suit,
Hmm.
which he doesn't have in the game. Which again, I can understand that not being in the game because it's like one, what would that even do? And then two, kind of pointless having an invisibility in a fighting game.
Right.
Well, I mean, there is like invisibility items in Smash. So
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess that's
Yeah.
true.
Let me
but-
ask. Okay, let me ask this much: does he use a rocket launcher in his game ever?
ever.
At some point.
They
Well,
could.
Google it. One of you two Google it. That's what we need to find out. Does he use his actual moves in any of his games?
Right now,
Because that's what matters.
does Snake use a rocket launcher in Metal Gear Solid? Although the
Snake
player can use
use-
weapon to take out Volgan during the final phase of the fight, the cutscene that plays after Volgan is defeated shows Snake lowering the RPG-7 launcher, implying that he uses it to defeat Volgan.
Okay.
He uses a variety of moves directly inspired by the Metal Gear Solid series.
Does he use mines? Like
See, it
C4?
doesn't help because they say series, meaning it's from a few different games.
Right.
I'm gonna do mine.
Which is fine. That's actually a good thing if he uses from multiple different
Yeah.
games. I just don't know if it was smashified too much or if these are actual weapons that he actually uses.
Snake uses mines in Metal Gear Solid. Okay.
He uses the grenades, the remote-controlled missile, the C4.
I mean, hey, that's all the specials, right? Does he ever use the
he's all the
helicopter kind
specials.
of thing? His
His
upbeat?
specials, his special is like the C4. Side special is like the rocket launcher, like a homing missile launcher.
Right. Does he
And
ever
his upbeat-
use?
his upbeat
Does he
is
ever
like-
use
his
the
upbeat
little
is like
helicopter
drone.
thing? I don't even know what the frick that thing is.
It's a drone. It's like a drone or some sort.
Yeah, it's think it was called like I don't even remember what it was, but it
The game the move list calls it a cipher,
A cipher? Does he use that in any game?
probably because it has a name.
yeah,
True.
fair enough.
And then obviously his neutral B is like a grenade. So
I
he
mean,
obviously uses a grenade.
With no knowledge about Metal Gear, I feel like it's definitely good enough to be in good tier. I actually think it's underrating him to put him in boring. I think. I mean, I don't know. All of his moves represent something, right?
Yeah,
And all of his moves is either a weapon that he's used or like
Yeah, if he
actually,
has
like,
used them,
punches, kicks,
if he has
punches,
used them, why
kicks,
not?
Something that like someone who was like sneaking around would use.
That being said, listen, they gave Joker a freaking gun. Why couldn't they give Snake a gun?
Is it in Persona 5? Isn't it canonically not a real gun?
Yes, but it still looks like a gun, and it operates like a gun in Smash, so it doesn't even matter.
how does it feel to know that every time you fight one of us, you're hitting us with a water gun?
True. No, in Persona 5, it's canonically a model pistol, like not a real pistol.
Listen, perception is reality. If it looks like a gun, it is a gun.
Yeah. But no, like in Smash Ultimate though, Joker's neutral B, it literally is just called gun.
Or his neutral special, he uses a gun.
He uses gun. I don't know why I think that's so funny, bro. No, okay, but okay, realistically though, all of his special moves represent something from the game. That's more than any of the characters in mid. Every single special attack. Right?
Yeah.
Every single special attack. That being said, can we go even further, right? Zelda,
Yeah.
do all of her moves represent something?
So I have to go back to Zelda. Her
I mean, hell,
B is
Snake's
like a
Final Smash is
teleport.
also sick. He gets in a helicopter and shoots you down.
which I'm pretty sure is taken from the actual games.
I'm probably. Seems like it would be.
If they made that completely up, that would be amazing. But
Wait, no. His Final Smash was changed in Ultimate. His Final Smash is like he throws down like a smoke bomb, and then launches like a missile strike.
It's basically the same thing. It's fine.
It's the same thing, but it's in the helicopter.
It's technically still representing the same thing.
Oh yeah, no. Zelda's is all from the games, but it's not stuff that she does. It's Nehru's
Right.
love, Din's fire, Fior's wind,
Which
and
is
Phantom's
cool, but that's technically not representing Zelda, right?
Well, you're right, but at the same time,
She is representing
she
something,
is-
though. Yeah, I know. She is representing
It represents one, the Zelda series, but two, Zelda. In every game where she does attack, she uses a form of magic, and those are all magic spells.
What about I mean,
Link-
hell,
Link
Snake
is
goes
always
further
been like
though. No, Snake goes. I actually think Snake does at least go above Zelda. Snake goes further. His smash attacks are also interesting. Does he ever use the freaking? Well, that is technically a rocket launcher, isn't it?
It's just a
The
rocket
motor.
launcher.
But
Or yeah, yes, yeah.
but
It's a
whatever
fucking- it's a
whatever
fucking missile
whatever his
launcher
up
or
smash
whatever.
is, what is that? It goes
That's
up.
Mortar.
It's a mortar.
But that's another weapon that he uses now. What's his side beat? What's his side smash? I don't even remember.
His side smash is like a rocket launcher.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait.
He like
Is it
aims.
not
He aims it like right at the ground.
Oh wait, what's his down smash then?
It's a kick to both sides.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I do think he's above Zelda.
I can live with that, honestly, because he is like a keep away character. He has like a lot of projectiles.
Yeah, his play style. He uses
but
weapons.
he
He uses
also,
weapons.
like,
He uses so many different weapons.
yeah, and I guess like being a military dude, you would have access to all of that fucking all those fucking arms, you know.
I mean, I definitely think he represents more than Wario. Am I crazy?
I don't think you are, honestly.
I think he represents more than Zelda. His smash attacks are more than Zelda. Like, Zelda just used freaking magic for her smash attacks. What the hell? Donnie, what's your final take? You think he should go higher or lower?
Then Peach.
Yeah. Because I'm not against it.
Trying to think, does Peach have any like interesting? What up? I mean, I don't think we should even consider
Ass. She
too
has
much.
ass.
That's a fair point, you know. But
She
he
does
did
have ass.
too. But he doesn't.
But he doesn't anymore. The throw.
Did
Um,
they even try? Did they even try?
Did they even try? Real talk. No. I mean, are we considering? We're not considering like the stage thing, are we? Like you go to the stage and then he has all the fan service.
He does
No,
have
we
all
just
that.
did not,
He does
so-
have all.
Okay, I guess we're
But
not.
but
It
they
is
did it with
specifically his moveset.
Ultimate, so it's
Yeah.
just for the it's just the Brawl ones. It's the same ones that they had in Brawl. It's not anything new for Ultimate.
Right.
If
So
okay,
it's
if
not.
we go that he's representing Metal Gear as a series, then I think he's good where he is, possibly even above.
I'm actually kind of not against him being above Peach. I do think Yoshi maybe not, because Yoshi literally like kind of plays exactly like he does in the games, which is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah.
But Peach is a little bit more headcanon-y. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Alright, are we good with this?
Yeah.
Dom, you're the final take. You're the one who hyped up this character.
Yeah, I
They're the
know.
only people who's actually played their game.
You were insistent on they
Actually,
cooked.
I mean, yeah. But then I was like, I was thinking, because I was like, I don't know what game he's actually trying to represent, but if it's Metal Gear as a whole, then I don't think he beats Ness. Maybe Yoshi, but
Maybe.
I can't really think of anything to kind of say enough to push him past it, or to convince y'all to push him past Yoshi.
Well, I'm not against him going above Yoshi. If you think he should be, I'm okay putting him there.
I don't know. In my head, I'm still thinking of like he's made to be like stealthy, and yet
Right.
he's using like the most non-stealthy things possible.
True.
In a rock.
No, that's a good point though.
Smash isn't a game about espionage. It's a fighting game. So
Right.
he would be like keep away. You know.
Yeah. I mean, he plays well enough to it, I guess. I mean, hell, he has the mind. Honestly, maybe we should just leave him.
I think he could go above Yoshi.
I think he's fine right there.
You said he could go above Yoshi?
Yeah.
I'm not against it. I'm not even going to fight it. Unless Jeno feels otherwise. No.
No, I think it's fine. Yeah.
Alright, that's fine. We were on Snake for a hot minute.
You know what?
What?
Yeah, he's above Yoshi because Yoshi doesn't have Black Yoshi anymore.
True! Anyway.
Well, he doesn't have ass anymore.
True.
Okay, but that debuff is a lot like smaller.
Ike.
Ike.
I mean,
Great ether.
so True.
Great Ether.
So,
I am such a big Ike fan. You know, Fire Emblem, Radiant Dawn. You know, I've played thousands of hours in that game.
Radiant Dawn's one of the only Fire Emblem games I haven't played, actually, so I do like Fire Emblem. But it's weird, because Ike is one of the more creative-ish Fire Emblem characters in Smash. I think for the fact alone that he's unique from Marth is telling.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely unique from Marth.
Like, he's not just another clone.
Right.
I think he...
The fact that he's big burly sword instead of like just quick fast sword, like he actually has a completely different like style of how he attacks.
I think I gotta look something up.
But again, I know nothing about Fire Emblem, the games he came from.
Ike equipment. I think I heard something about I think he uses axes, but he doesn't in Smash.
I say we put him down to Brawl because after Brawl they gave him that buff looking skin and it was hideous.
Well, no, he has both.
He has both in Ultimate.
Yeah, the fact it came back in this game, even though they knew that we didn't like it, did they even try?
True. I think he does use axes. Wait.
I genuinely would have no clue.
Sword. Or maybe he doesn't. No, he does. He actually does. Oh, how about this? Okay, in the game where he gets buff, which is the skin that Dom hates, he uses axes instead of swords.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
So they could have pulled from that.
You could have had swords and axes in okay, I'm searching. I'm doing research right now. In Fire Emblem Fates,
That was a lot earlier, but here we are.
Fire Emblem Fates, he uses swords and axes at the same time.
In Fire Emblem Fates,
Yes.
the 3DS game that's not his.
Yes.
Do we count that?
Probably not. And even in Engage, though, he uses axes and swords.
So that's probably accurate then, if
Yeah.
it's in multiple games.
Yeah. And I mean, in one of the games, he only uses axe. Like, he doesn't even use swords and axe. He only uses axe in one of the games.
So I guess, why wouldn't they have put axes in the game?
That being said, okay, so basically one of my biggest complaints about the Fire Emblem characters in Smash is that they should have made more of the Fire Emblem characters represent more of the classes.
I agree.
So basically in Fire Emblem, there's like 5 different weapon types that characters are based off of. Thank God they made Robin, which a lot of people don't even like, but magic is a huge part about Fire Emblem. Like, it just is. Like, that's one of the main classes. It's sword, axe, bow, spear.
The only Fire Emblem game I have played is Fire Emblem Heroes. All right, the fucking mobile game. And like even in that game, there's like characters who are just archers, characters who ride horses into battle, whatever. Characters who use swords, characters who use axes. There's like all these different like types, like archetypes or classes of characters, and Smash is just like swords.
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 Yeah, so I do think that's kind of a negative. Okay, here's my question. I do think he's comparable to Roy. Is his lack of axes in his gameplay make him worse than Roy, even though Roy is similar to Marth, but Roy has fire? Ike also has fire, though.
Ike does have fire. He also has ether.
Yeah.
He also has great ether.
Ike probably is a good bit above Roy now that I think about it. He plays differently, too. He still moves like he has an axe. You know what I mean?
Right, because he is a heavier character.
Yeah, he swings like it's an axe.
Even with his like not buff skin, he moves around like he's buff.
I still wish he had axe attacks. Like, so spoiler alert for Byleth a million years from now. Even though people hate Byleth, I do actually think Byleth is like one of the like most well-designed Fire Emblem characters because they.
I play Byleth, and I agree.
Byleth uses all of the different archetypes besides magic. Like, that's cool, right? But they could have done something for Ike. Like, why couldn't his smash attacks use the axe and his neutral attacks use a sword? I feel like that would make sense, right?
Ooh, yeah.
Like, smash attacks are meant to be the strong attacks, so make that the axe, and then make the normal attacks the sword. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I do think he's above Roy, though, the more I think about it. He basically has, like, the fire aspects that Roy has, but also just, like, plays differently and is unique. Has his own moveset. I think he's actually above Meta Knight as well. Maybe. He doesn't have the flight.
I can live with that.
Tom, what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Nice. We did great. We did great.
I don't play any Fire Emblem.
I mean, I don't know. The axe point's fair enough, I think. If he even had a single axe attack, I could see him in good. Alright. Pokemon Trainer. So, I have a lot of thoughts about Pokemon Trainer.
So, they cooked, obviously.
They did cook. I mean...
They did cook.
They
we
did
can
cook.
skip this entire conversation.
Okay. But, I want to make the argument that they're definitely at the top so far.
Oh, yeah. So, the thing is that all the other Pokemon characters so far have just been you playing as the Pokemon.
Mm.
Which, again, is not like... It's not how Pokemon is because you're controlling the Pokemon.
Right.
You're commanding them. You're not actually playing as the Pokemon. Pokemon Trainer fixes that and also gives you 3 Pokemon.
Yeah. Pokemon
A
Trainer...
whole ass team.
Pokemon Trainer is a good representation of the games. Like, it just is. Like, I mean, put very simply, I mean, like Jeno said, like, in the Pokemon games, you're not actually playing as the Pokemon. Pokemon Trainer, you're playing as the trainer. You're switching between, you're giving commands. You can see the trainer in the background just giving the commands. It's a nice little touch. We've talked about aesthetics before, like with Game & Watch.
Yep.
And
another thing is, like, again, we were talking about like personality with like Wario and like the little touches they have with Game & Watch. You can literally hear the trainer in the background calling out attacks or like during, like, you know, giving yeah, just like calling out like, oh, you know, fucking, I can't even words right now, but like he's like calling out attacks. He's saying like, you know, come back to your ball or go Charizard or whatever, stuff like that, you know?
I like okay, we're literally talking about 3 different characters as well as the aesthetic benefits of Pokemon Trainer. Like,
right, but like at the same time, like what are their, like, so Squirtle has like water gun, withdrawal, and waterfall, right?
yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like, that works.
Ivysaur has bullet seed, razor leaf, and vine whip.
Which are
Charizard has
all
flamethrower,
accurate moves for the
fly.
Pokemon.
Are those all actual moves they can do in the game?
Yes. Very, like, every single one of those Pokemon, I mean, hell, Water Gun is the water, like, the basic water type move for the basic starter. Makes sense for Squirtle. Waterfall, you climb, that makes a lot of sense for up B. Withdraw is definitely a little headcanon-y how it works, but whatever. You know, it's still a move. And I mean, hey, you know what? It raises your defense in the games. Guess what? You have super armor when you use Withdrawal in Smash. There you go. Kind of makes sense. Like, even though none of the characters individually, like Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard individually don't... They're probably... Some of them might be good, some of them might be mid. I don't think any of them are boring, though. And that's pretty telling, I think. Like, they have 3 separate characters into one, and none of them are boring, I don't think. I think individually, they're all at least mid. Honestly...
But together...
Well, I mean, hell, let me even go even further. I think all 3 of them are more creative than Mewtwo, which is stupid, but I think it's true. Like, I think they represent something more than Mewtwo.
And I agree. The only thing that, like, is... Like you said, the only thing that's, like, a little headcanon-y is, like, withdrawal. Or withdraw.
But, I mean, there's still something there, right? Like...
Right, but also, like, their Final Smash... Obviously, it's something you can't do in Pokemon.
Yeah. But at least it's like kind of like cute, right? Like a little text box
Yeah.
shows up at the bottom and it says it's super effective, which also makes no sense, but whatever. Like, at least it's a reference. It's clearly a reference, right, to
Right.
the actual Pokemon game, right?
Right.
I don't know. I think he's clearly the top, at least so far. I did even, because we've talked about Steve a million times. I don't know. Steve has so much. Steve has
Oh,
so much.
just throw him in the top already, and let's not even go over him in the ultimate video.
Yeah. Maybe we'll discuss more about it when there's a character that's comparable to him. I think he's a lot better than Mr. Game & Watch, though. You could agree with that, right?
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Okay, good. So I'm not
Just
crazy.
because there's other things surrounding him that are just impressive.
Just thank God they got rid of
Oh,
Rock
yeah.
Smash on Charizard. That's all I'm saying. Bro.
Oh, you guys, that was such a terrible move.
They took away his rock from
What?
Smash 4.
Why did they have Rock Smash as one of Charizard's moves? One of the honest decisions I've ever seen in my life. And they give him Flare Blitz, which makes way more sense. You know? It just makes sense. Oh my god. Anyway.
They took away his rock from Smash 4, and he was very sad.
I know. Poor
We were all
Rock.
happy.
Poor Charizard. Poor Charizard. He lost his rock.
Hey, but his friends came back, you know.
True. He had to get the emotional support.
The emotional support.
Diddy
rock.
Kong. Diddy Kong is definitely more than Donkey Kong, but like
I agree, but still not enough.
No.
Diddy
for what
Kong.
he is. Well,
Diddy Kong is a protagonist in DKC2, my favorite Donkey Kong Country game.
correct.
He could have taken more things from Donkey Kong Country 2 as well. He still could have taken the role thing that I keep mentioning. In that game, he is the role-based character. Jumps off
So
edge.
here's the thing. Given like the animation of his role, like Donkey Kong's role, like as his dash attack, is his role from Donkey Kong Country.
Right.
Diddy Kong does more of a cartwheel, and they actually do translate that into into his dash attack.
Which is cool.
So yeah, so the role is there. His other moves, he has the gun from Donkey Kong 64.
Yeah.
He has the
Gun.
rocket barrel pack.
We live in a
From,
world where
I think,
Diddy
also
Kong has a
from
gun,
64.
but Snake doesn't.
That's true.
Diddy Kong has a gun. Anyway.
Diddy Kong pulls up, he's always
He
strapped.
pulls up the Glock. Let me stop. He has a banana. He's a monkey. Whatever. Let him have it.
Slapstick humor.
Yeah.
Me,
He has the jetpack.
Interesting.
Isn't the jetpack in 64?
I believe it's from 64, yeah.
yeah, something like that.
I don't think that the jetpack was from Donkey Kong Country 2.
No, definitely not.
So let me paint a picture in your head, right?
What?
So, would he be better or worse if instead of just making him like kind of like how he is, they take it only from DKC2
That'd
and
be
he is
awesome.
like Ice Climbers
That would have been awesome!
and Dixie.
Oh,
They
I see.
cooked!
Where it's Diddy and Dixie.
That would have been so
Or,
cool! Diddy and Dixie.
That would have been really cool.
Ah, you're making me sad now.
They could have done like the.
I would've
doesn't
loved that.
like.
That game is popular. It's not that
'Cause I
crazy
haven't
for them to do
played
that.
much of. I haven't played much of Tropical Freeze. Doesn't Tropical Freeze have like partner attacks or something like that? Or am I thinking of something else?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, they could have easily done that.
The only thing there is that it would just be representing Donkey Kong Country 2 specifically. It is a popular Donkey Kong Country game, but even the original Donkey Kong Country is technically more popular.
Yeah, but at the same time, that represents him
Yeah,
a lot more.
it does. I
than
mean, he is the
doing,
main
like,
character of that game. I think that's the only
Yeah.
character, the only game there he's the main character. So that is kind of true. And again, like Jeno said, like his dash attack is directly taken from DKC2. Well, to be fair, I think it's also in DKC1, that dash attack, but whatever.
That's fair.
What was his final smash again?
His final smash was he flies across the screen a bunch of times with the rocket barrel, and then he like zones in on you and explodes.
Is that in a game?
I don't know.
Trash.
I don't know. I'm conflicted again. Diddy, I mean, Diddy doesn't have nearly as much potential as Donkey Kong. They're not even really comparable.
You know,
The Diddy Kong,
you know,
Diddy Kong pulled
I-
from more stuff. Like,
they did pull from a lot more stuff, but they didn't pull from the most important thing that has ever happened to Diddy Kong.
which is DKC2.
No, they didn't pull. They really didn't pull anything from the most important thing that's ever happened to Diddy, or like the biggest thing that's ever happened to Diddy, which is when he got arrested and they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil in his mansion.
What are you talking about?
He did.
Wrong character, man.
Wrong
character.
Wrong character.
Wrong character. My bad. My bad. My bad.
See, I was gonna make a joke too, but it's completely different direction. I was gonna be like, oh yeah, his most like memorable moment, you know, when he got kidnapped by Rayquaza, whatever it was.
Watch. Oh, true. In subspace. Hold on.
I was going for a P Diddy reference, and y'all just didn't get it.
No,
I knew
I
it.
got it. I got it. I don't know. I mean, his moves all represent something. Maybe bottom mid. How about that?
That's
Yes, next to Ice Climbers.
fine. Yeah, next to Ice Climbers, where they should have taken their inspiration from.
God, that would have been so cool. Oh! Does Ice Climbers have to move up? Hold on. Are they too low? Ice Climbers has some Dr. Mario-ism into him. Like, why the frick did they make this character?
Yeah, but then when you look at it, it's actually not that bad.
I mean, yeah, they do
Yeah,
have two
Like
characters,
Dr. Mario.
Really unique character.
Where would y'all move him?
Probably somewhere between like Pit and Lucina.
Yeah, very descriptive.
Yeah, but it doesn't help, but it's. I don't know if I want to. I don't think they go past like Pichu.
So is he
Okay.
better? Is Diddy Kong better, or sorry, is Ice Climber better or worse than any of the Pokemon? Essentially,
I would say they're better than Jigglypuff.
Jigglypuff specifically.
Maybe even Pikachu.
I
Like,
think
don't think.
just the idea of having co-op in your moveset puts him above Mewtwo personally.
Yeah, but that's also. Is that relating to the game, or is that just a new mechanic?
Kind
in
of.
Smash?
Ice Climbers is a
There
trash ass
was-
game.
there was-
But one thing I'll give Ice
Yeah.
Climbers is that it is an NES game where you can both play in the same level at the same time, which is very
Can you do that in Smash?
well. Yeah,
Two
that's,
people can't play that one character. Only one person's playing that one character.
well, yes, but
Or those two characters.
okay, listen, it's a bit of creative liberty, but that's the idea they were going for. You're playing as both characters at the same time, like in co-op, how you're playing both characters at the same time. Makes sense. No comment.
I don't know any of them. I don't know anything about this game.
That's fine. Just leave him there.
Listen.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to say is that I want an Ice Climbers 2.
Ice
Literally
Climbers
just for life.
2. Okay, the Dr. Mario-ism is still here. Like, why the frick did they make this character? If
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
okay, Gino, do you also agree above Mewtwo, or should I just leave him here?
That's fine above Mewtwo. Because
Cool.
again, like all the Pokemon is kind of just like most of the Pokemon is gonna be like attack. Like their attacks are based on descriptions of attacks because the
Yeah.
games are not that well animated.
Right. Of course. Lucas, I'm the only person who's played Mother 3. It is I.
That's all you, buddy.
And they made him cry in Brawl.
So
Cook. Or good.
cooked. Anyway, so when we did Ness, I was thinking Ness was definitely above Lucas. I'm in a bit of a weird state right now because, like, okay, it is obvious to mention that Lucas could have used moves other than fire, thunder. You know, he could have used magic attacks other than what Ness has. Like, yes, they operate differently, which is something. It definitely is something. But that's not technically what we're talking about here. We're talking about moves represented by the character. they still represent Earthbound and Mother in the Mother series, but Ness already does that. Like, this is maybe kind of another Link situation where, like, why did they make Lucas use the same moves as Ness? But
There is something there where, like I said with Ness, is that he's less representing Ness and more representing just Earthbound.
right, but
So
there were more
so-
things to represent. Like Ness was fine. Ness was fine. My issue with Lucas on that front is that they made an entire different character 2 games later, and still gave him the same moves to represent the series when they could have represented the series even further with, because there's other PSI moves. He could have done PSI ground. He could have done more of the status effect moves, like shocking people. I don't know. I mean, he has freeze over Ness. That's something.
his up smash is different because
Yeah.
Ness's smash attacks use like the yo-yo and the baseball bat.
So I wasn't quite there yet, but yes. So my big thing with Lucas is that originally I was gonna put him in mid, but then I thought about it some more. Lucas has some of the coolest smash attacks in the game. Like, okay, so the stick is like comparable to the bat. Like, it's literally like the exact same thing for Lucas.
It's just the exact same thing.
Yeah, like Lucas, his main attack in the game is a stick, and Ness's is a bat. Ness does have the yo-yo, which is a secondary weapon that Ness can't equip. Lucas doesn't have that. However, Lucas kind of makes up for it by having the up smash be literally his ultimate move in Mother 3, which is PSI Love. They definitely should have made that his final smash, but whatever. Like, we already see Starstorm from Ness, so we don't need to see it in Lucas as well. I don't know. They're definitely, like, it's a bit of a weird case, because, like, this is where I have to say, oh yeah, this character came first, so I give him a little bit of priority based on the moves that he represents. Like, Starstorm has already done Fire, Thunder, and, what's the other one? Magnet were all done. But man, PSI Love is such like a big deal. Like, and it's literally him pulling out the needle for his up smash. Like, he basically is channeling his ultimate attack through pulling out the needle, which is like one of the biggest story things in Mother 3. Like, I don't think there's a single character on this list that does a story-based move as strong as Lucas's up smash. It's also telling that it's his strongest move by far.
Sephiroth's final smash.
True. Very true. But final smashes are different. Like, I think some characters' final smashes could definitely eclipse it, but final smashes are meant to be, like, you know, very character specific.
Wait, no, wait, no. There is one character who does a move that they do in their story, and it's much better than Lucas's.
What?
Steve places block.
True. Anyway, let me stop. Yeah, I don't know. I actually think Lucas could go right below Ness.
Because they're essentially the same, but their differences are like the differences that they made with Lucas are like they represent the character enough to like on the level of what Ness does for Earthbound.
Right. Like,
Because I feel like Lucas, despite again like his despite a lot of the moves being shared with Ness, the moves that they did change represent Lucas better. Because remember, he also has like rope snake and stuff.
yeah, Rope Snake is a big deal. It's his taunt and his grab. He even recovered a ledge with Rope Snake, which is very accurate to the game.
Yep.
I think, like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine that he's right behind Ness, but, like, right there. I can even see him above. They're kind of interchangeable for me. He has really high highs. Like, again, the needle pulling is such a big deal to me. Yeah, that's basically it. That's basically it. Unless you think what I said isn't good enough to put him above Snake.
Because again, I think putting them right next to each other is fine. Because Ness overall is again like a representation of Earthbound, while Lucas is still a representation of Mother 3, but has a lot more stuff that's to him than to Ness.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
than Ness does.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. Sonic, spin dash.
Can I go off for a second?
Yeah. Spin dash the character.
Why does he have 2 spin dashes?
Why does he have 2 spin dashes?
He only needs the one, and he only needs the down special one, because
Yeah.
that's how the spin dash actually worked in the classic games.
Yeah, it's very odd.
As for his other moves, they could have taken so much from like Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, from Sonic Heroes.
There's a million ways they could have done this character. Wait, is this another? Did they even try it? Actually, might be.
They could have done like attacks that the Werehog had, but just give them to Sonic.
Well, I wouldn't have done that, but no. My idea for Sonic, if
not like the stretchy arms, obviously, but just like
if Sonic was a DLC character for Ultimate, I would have given him the shields, like a monitor selection kind of meter.
Dude,
The shields from the OG Sonic games, like.
Yeah,
Bubble
his
shield gives him a ground pound and an extra hit, right? So if you have the shield, then you take 0 damage for the first hit. And Bubble gives you a little ground pound attack. The flame shield gives you a dash attack in midair, does a good amount of damage.
Yep.
And the spark shield gives you a double jump, an extra jump in the air. That could be a great combo starter.
Yep. So here's the thing: is I think Sonic only has like 3 moves that are like from the games.
I just think Sonic has so much potential.
Because so look, I'm 'cause I have the game booted up right now. His down tilt. He actually does have like a kick in the games. That's literally that, but no one ever uses it because it's fucking worthless.
Yeah.
Again, homing attack, sure, yeah, he does that a lot.
Fair.
Spin dash, again, he only needs 1. He doesn't need both. Spring is perfectly fine, honestly.
That's fine.
Boring but fine. His second spin dash.
Okay, but why not have Tails bring him up?
That's yes.
Tails would have made way more sense than Spawn Spring EXE. Like,
Spawn Spring. Yeah.
bro, literally, that's Sonic 2 right there, or Sonic 3. He literally pulls Sonic up.
Here's one of the annoying things about Sonic for me is his down air is a stomp attack, right?
Yeah.
But it's not the stomp from the games, which is so dumb. Like,
I will
the
say
stomp that he does in the game goes straight down. He goes down like a diagonal.
I will say, maybe he's not comparable to Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong, like literally, Donkey Kong is Donkey Kong, and he absolutely should have a barrel attack. Like that's like his main thing. But Sonic at least has spin dash.
Right. I will give them credit for one thing, and that's his forward air. It's from Sonic Battle on the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, I don't know about all this like niche stuff about Sonic. You're the Sonic guy, not me.
I am the Sonic fan here. All I want is just next time, just give him a move set that's literally just all the moves from Frontiers.
Yeah, I mean,
Sonic
two
actually has combat.
2 spin attacks is silly. I think representing Tails would have been really cool. Tails is in like a million Sonic games.
So you know how you were mentioning the shields?
Yeah.
Sonic's neutral air is just like him curling into a ball and just hitting you in a ball. It should have been the insta shield from Sonic 3.
That would have been hype.
It should have been the insta shield from Sonic 3, and then Final Smash, Supersonic, makes sense.
Yeah, Supersonic. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a given.
Yeah.
You know what? The more I mention it, though, he's similar to Mario in that he has so much potential like Mario has, but I actually think he's represented better than Mario.
I think he is too, but at the same time, it's like 2 spin dashes.
It is very annoying.
2 spin dashes.
But like, is that technically worse than Mario just punching?
Honestly, yeah, because at least Mario doesn't have 2 of the same move.
I don't know. I mean, the springboard's still representing something, even though I wish it was Tails. Homing attack is completely valid. Spin dash. Okay, look, it's basically a dead slot, but the spin dash did need to be represented. So I would say the second spin dash is the same thing as just having an irrelevant move, like we've said for a million other characters, right? So
right. But the thing is that there could have been other things there. Like he could have done you know how Pac-Man has his side B?
Yeah.
It could have been light speed dash.
Right.
Where he dashes across a trail of rings.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been something. Sonic Colors.
God, he really does have so many things he could pull from. But so does Mario. I think they're very similar.
It could have been Laser. It could have been Laser from Sonic Colors.
Mario and Sonic feel very similar in Smash in that they have so many games they could pull from and just didn't.
It could have been a boost where he just runs and he just has a big hitbox in front of him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Are you insistent? Are you insistent that he should be below Mario?
Yes.
All right.
I think below Mario or below Luigi, as well. Just like between Sheik and Luigi.
I guess that's fine.
Because it's strictly because the second spin dash is so lazy. It's such a lazy thing to have done.
It is.
And they've had 3 games to change it and they didn't.
Yeah, again, it really is just one of those cases where like Sonic has so much potential. I don't even think Sonic like represents that much less than any of the characters in mid. It's just like
it's just boring.
Sonic is one of the most impactful characters in all of video gaming, and he has 2 spin dashes.
And like you said, even in the classic games, they could have taken the elemental shield.
Yeah.
I mentioned the insta shield as his neutral air.
Yeah.
They could have taken literally anything more from Sonic Battle, other than just his forward air, because Sonic Battle is straight up just a Sonic fighting game.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 Sonic fighting games. There's Sonic the Fighters and there's Sonic Battle, and they took 1 move from Sonic Battle.
They should have taken from Sonic All-Stars Racing. Give him a car.
Honestly, it would have...
Give Sonic a car.
They gave Wario a bike. They could have given Sonic a car.
Honestly, that would have made me so mad. Give Sonic a car and not Captain Falcon. That's fine. You're okay with that, right, Dom?
I could care less.
Fair enough. King Day
I
today.
know nothing about Sonic.
This really just is me being mad that they just did Sonic like that.
Sonic could have done way more. King Day today. I don't. Day to day.
Actually, he's pretty high up there.
I think he's above Meta Knight.
Yeah.
He has big hammer.
Yeah.
He sucks. He sucks like Kirby, which he does in the original Kirby game. He has multiple jumps, like in the original Kirby game.
The Gordo.
The Gordo is a big deal. In Brawl, he used to throw Waddle Dees. But yeah, he throws Gordo.
He has the Jet Hammer, which I believe he uses in Kirby Superstar.
Probably, I don't remember, but yeah, probably.
And his final smash is directly ripped, or it's heavily referenced to, I think, Kirby Star Allies, where he has the mask and he's in a steel cage.
Yeah.
The mask is from, I think, Star Allies. The cage, I think, is from Superstar.
Yeah. No, it is.
Yeah.
He falls whenever he attacks.
The up B is also how he literally attacks in the original game.
He's a sexy ass dude when he's crouching.
True.
Didn't he also have like a before the new one in Brawl? Didn't he also have some type of like dance Final Smash?
His Final Smash was making it rain Waddle Dees, I believe.
It's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. That was one of the lamest Final Smashes of all time.
Okay, man. Peach put you to sleep and then summoned a bunch of peaches around you.
That's fine. Day to day did like nothing. At least Peach's Final Smash was good.
In a circle with some trippy effect going around.
Okay, that was hype.
And that did nothing.
I don't know why that was Luigi's Final Smash, but at least it did something. King Dedede's Final Smash in Brawl did nothing. It actually just did nothing.
It summoned one of the most beloved characters, questionably.
True. Specifically Waddle Dee, yes. I don't know. I don't have... I mean, technically, King Dedede does kind of represent his boss fight appearances pretty well.
Yeah, he does.
Like, again, his up B is how he attacks, his suck is how he attacks, his...
Hammer.
Sure. He uses his Gordo. You know? I mean, Gordos are an enemy in Kirby.
Yeah.
Does he do the jump up and then slam down?
That's what I'm talking about. That's how he attacks in the original Kirby game. Like, he jumps around like that. Honestly, he actually feels like he's better than the mid characters.
Bottom and good.
But is it enough to put him in good?
I mean, he has like a solid list of things from.
Again,
you know.
I think good tier needs to be where all of their special attacks mean something, and I think all of King Dedede's special attacks mean something.
Yeah.
I mean, they just do, and he has multiple jumps as well.
True.
I don't think all of Meta Knight's special attacks mean something, but if they do, leave a comment, and maybe we'll move him right below King Dedede in good.
See, like the only other thing I could think of them doing with the character is making more unique side smash attacks.
Yeah, I mean that's why a lot of these other characters are higher up. For having really cool smash attacks. Like that's why Ness is so high. I actually think Ness is only at the top of good because of his smash attacks. He has 2 different equipments. That's actually cool.
Yeah, because it's one thing to make the special attacks the ones based on the games, but like when you have more than that outside of it, and they're actual, and it's not just like punch kick because the character punches and kicks,
but it's different.
If it's an actual attack that they do in the game, and it's an actual important attack that they do.
Yeah.
It's like that shows that you actually cared, you did your research, you actually knew what the character's all about.
Right, and to me it's different for Ness because like I brought this up before, but like most characters that do smash attacks, if they're using a sword, like any of the Fire Emblem characters, if they're using a sword, that's their main attacks as well. Ness, his main attacks are not with the bat or with the yo-yo. His smash attacks are only the bat and the yo-yo. Like, they literally put that into the game as just his smash attacks. That's not how he attacks. He attacks with magic. But, you know, he pulls that out for the smash attacks. So, yeah, I think that's telling. So, yeah. I'm okay with King Dedede here. Do y'all think he's above Wario or no?
I don't think so. And again, the main thing is that his... Well, I mean, Dedede does have, like, his personality. He's kind of like a...
He's a goofy guy.
Goofy guy. Royal...
I would say he was a better villain in Subspace than Wario. Wario just went around collecting Pokemon known as whatever we call the fucking transformation he does.
Wario Man.
Yeah.
We can just leave him here, it's fine. Olimar. So I'm a little conflicted with Olimar. I think I'm the only one who's played Pikmin, right?
I have played a little bit of Pikmin 3.
Olimar.
That's not a game where you play as Olimar, but it's a game where you
it's
play
the same
Pikmin.
thing.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, all the Pikmin games play the exact same. Olimar, I mean, he's literally like is an RTS. He the Pikmin are there. I don't know. I'm okay. It's a bit odd because I kind of liked it better in Brawl when he had 5 Pikmin because there was more to manage there. And like in Pikmin, you manage a lot of Pikmin, like a lot of Pikmin. You manage 100 at a time.
100 Pikmin.
100 Pikmin, and he only has 3 in Ultimate. He has 3. There isn't much strategy there. You kind of just like pluck them out the ground, and then just like
and just throw them.
Yeah, like I kind of wish there was more of a difference between the different Pikmin types. Like, I kind of wish they went even harder on, oh yes, the red Pikmins, they hit hard and they do a little fire explosion. Maybe they do the most damage. The purple ones do the most knockback.
He doesn't have ice Pikmin. That's not one that he has.
Yeah, but, you know, I don't know what the hell they could have done for the blue Pikmin.
The white Pikmin, he has white Pikmin, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he could poison.
They
lasting poison.
They do like dot damage, like poison damage, like dot damage, you know, damage over time.
Yeah, lasting poison damage, like Arsene, or
like
Joker.
Yeah, like Joker side B.
Yeah. I just wish that the effects were more prevalent between the different Pikmin types, because I want to have a strategy there. Like, oh, I want to use this Pikmin to do this thing. But how Olimar plays, you just kind of spam the Pikmin, you know?
Right.
I think
it's kind of harder to strategize because of the fact that the Pikmin are. Or it's easier to strategize because the Pikmin are you pluck them in order, so you know which one you're gonna get next.
Right. You can't switch which Pikmin you're using though. You kind of just have to throw it or use it to switch. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish there was like a little like thing on the UI, right? Like you could just switch which one you're using out of your crew, kind of like hero down B style, you know? Like you switch. I don't know. I think that because to me that's a big thing about Pikmin, like using the right Pikmin in the right scenario. That being said, I mean, he does literally have Pikmin with him. That's a pretty that's something.
Right.
And he still plucks them, stuff like that. He's definitely not good because of the reasons that I said. I'd be willing to put him below Ice Climbers.
That
seems about right.
Fair, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. I do like that they added the winged Pikmin as uppy. That makes sense. You know?
Yeah, that makes sense, because in Brawl it was like...
It was you just use a whip of... It's like, what the heck? That's so headcanon-y. Winged Pikmin makes sense. I like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Winged Pikmin didn't exist until Pikmin 3, so I guess it makes sense that they would do something like that.
Of course. I'm just saying, like, that... I love it when Ultimate, or Smash 4, for this matter. Was it Smash 4? Yeah, it was Smash 4 they did the Winged Pikmin.
Yeah.
I just like it when Smash actually updates an old character's move to have more recent
and
moves.
Also his final Smash is just quite literally what happens in Pikmin.
That is cool.
At the end of the day,
wait, his final Smash... You're kind of right, though. His final Smash is kind of fire. He leaves the day, and then the Bulborbs are, like, eating up the fighters. And then he comes back and crashes down his ship. Wait.
Yep.
Does that bring him up?
It's exactly what happens in Pikmin.
That's kind of hype, actually. How about here?
Yeah, right above it.
That final Smash is actually kind of hype. That's one of the best represented final Smashes in the game.
It's literally just the game.
It actually is. That's crazy. You know what? Better than Roy.
Better than Roy is crazy.
Alright, fine.
just because it's final Smash.
That final Smash carries, bro. Lucario.
Mario.
I mean, he has the aura. It's something. It's not how it works in the games.
How does it work in the games? Because I don't play Pokemon.
It just doesn't. That's not even a thing in the games.
It's just not even a thing.
No.
You made up for Smash.
It basically is. I mean, okay, it might be a movie thing. I actually don't even know how it works in the movie. So Lucario first appeared in a movie. Like he didn't actually.
That's true.
He first appeared
I did know that.
in the Pokemon anime movie. I don't exactly remember from that movie if he like got damaged more and was stronger because of it. I don't freaking know. I don't remember exactly how the aura works. Either way, the aura being a thing that's like clearly making a gameplay difference is something. Like, I'd still say it's comparable, kind of, to Pichu's damaging himself. Like, it's there, right? Like, the aura is a thing for Lucario's character in the anime. Not for the games, though. But it's still representing something. Kind of like how Pichu damaging himself is.
Right.
It is there.
So what about his like actual attacks?
I mean, his attacks are fair. I think his attacks are definitely more represented than Mewtwo. He has Force Palm. He has Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere is more fitting than Shadow Ball on Mewtwo. Aura Sphere is obvious, you know. I think Up B's Extreme Speed. He learns that by level up. A little weird that that's his Up B, but whatever. Go off.
Then his final smash is just a Mega Evolution.
Which is completely valid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. He's still a Pokemon. He doesn't have anything like that crazy. Again, I think the aura is comparable to Pichu's mechanic in terms of inclusion. Because it's still something they give this character to separate him from the other characters, the extra rage boost.
Right.
I think this kind of makes sense to me.
I mean, yeah, just like right alongside the other Pokemon.
He definitely has more than the other Pokemon, though.
Yeah.
Not more than the Ice Climbers, though.
His down B is like a counter.
I don't know exactly what move that is. It's probably something.
The move list in Smash calls it Double Team.
Makes sense. It's fine. I think he's fine. He is fine. He's another Pokemon. Rob. Rob is a very weird case.
All right. Listen. He doesn't have his cart from Mario Kart DS.
Did they even try? Real talk.
Didn't even try. See, Rob is like a Mr. Game & Watch situation where he's not really a game character, but it's different because he's just a toy.
No, Rob is even weirder than Mr. Game & Watch, because Mr. Game & Watch is technically in a game.
Technically, he is like the blanket slate, like the blank slate character for all the Game & Watch games.
Right. Rob is an accessory.
Yeah, so looking at all of his moves, he was an accessory that only worked with 2 games, which were Gyromite and Stack Up.
Does he have?
He has the gyros. He doesn't have the blocks from Stack Up.
He only has half of what he could have represented. Trash.
I feel like the idea was just, hey, there's this really cool thing from Nintendo's history that's actually a really big part of how they got, popular in America, because that's what Rob was made for.
Right.
It was made. Let's make him an actual robot. Like, so again, it's more the idea behind the character design in Smash, because they don't really have much to go off of.
Honestly, place him wherever you want, Jeno. Place him wherever you want. I don't have any opinions on this.
Because I'm trying to like be fair here. It's like, what the fuck else could they have done for Rob?
I know.
Have him throw the blocks from Stack Up?
I think his grab is like him doing Stack Up, right? Like his down grab, like shoving people into the ground, maybe?
No, because in Stack Up, what you do is...
Look, I don't freaking know. I'm just making crap up.
Right now, Stack Up is literally Rob. Like, Rob grabs a block and stacks it.
Right. Bro, place him wherever you want.
Gyromite, he charges up a spinning top and then throws it, and then like puts it on like a button. So yeah, him charging up a spinning top and throwing it makes sense.
Bro, place him wherever you want.
You seem to care a lot about him, so you can put him wherever you want.
I genuinely think it's like, I don't know, above Ice Climbers, I guess.
Really?
Maybe below Ice Climbers. I don't know.
That's
I
pretty
don't,
high.
I don't think it's boring. I definitely think it's mid tier.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be low, but
Why?
at the same time, there's nothing to talk about here.
Oh man, you're supposed to be our knowledge expert.
Okay. No, I don't think he's. I think it's Cap. I think it's Cap. All right. It's kind of a Dr. Mario situation. This is not a character. This is an accessory. Why did they make this character a character?
Okay, but also
Listen,
he's pretty fire to play as in Smash.
if they
True.
included his cart for Mario Kart DS, I think it would have been Late Cooked, alright?
I think that spot is way too high for Rob.
So are we talking like? But I don't think it's did they even try, because obviously they did.
No, they did.
But they didn't at the same time.
I mean, they did try. I just think he's kind of boring. So I think he's in boring tier.
That's fine. I don't know. I really don't know what to do with Rob at this point.
How about right there?
Okay, that's
I mean, he can shoot lasers out of his eyes. I don't remember a toy being able to do that.
It's so headcanon.
you just don't know the right toys.
That's right. What were you
I
gonna say?
remember,
Doug?
like,
I'm at the
toy
top
being able
of
to do
more.
that.
You had him at the top, same
I
spot.
don't think the Rob toy was able to do that.
Are y'all okay with this spot?
That's fine.
I feel like you should be at the opposite end.
You think he should be bottom boring?
No, I think he's better than Ganondorf.
Well, I think he would be closer to the end. I don't think he should be like
I think he's better than Ganondorf.
the one waiting at the door, being like, "Hey, I'm next. Come on."
You're kind of right though. Hold on. You're kind of right though.
Put him below Bowser, above Ganondorf, and just move on to Toon Link.
No, I don't like that. Bowser and Ganondorf have to be right next to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, put him above Ganondorf, or put him above Bowser.
Alright, that's fine. Toon Lonk. Another Link. Great.
Throw him
feel
right next to Young Link, and let's get on with our day.
I feel pretty confident about this. Did they actually even try?
You're right.
Think about this for a second.
Okay, so
Think about this for a second. Young Link has the fire arrows. He's representing the traditional Link moveset. I'm okay with that, right? A little boring, that's why he's in the boring tier. I'm okay with that.
right.
Toon Link, as a character, is meant to be an oddball. In Wind Waker, he is literally like this kid that was given, like, he is the reincarnation of Link, but like he doesn't want to be. He does not want to be the hero of time. Or not the hero of time. He does not want to be Link. He was thrown onto him. He's just this random ass kid in a sea folk village. Literally look up a YouTube GIF, or a GIF in general, and look up a video of him doing the spin attack. It's literally him doing it, and he goes, and then he gets all dizzy.
He's winded afterwards.
He's winded. He can't do it. He's a kid.
Well,
he's
okay,
meant
to
to be.
be fair.
He's meant to be a silly iteration of Link. That's what he is.
Right.
And that's fine, but they should have represented that. They should have represented his differences. He has different weapons in Wind Waker. Wind Waker is a huge Zelda game. All right? That's one of the big ones. All right?
It's my personal favorite.
It is one of the big Zelda games. They could have represented his moveset completely different. His up B could have been the leaf paraglider thing. His
Yep.
he could have had a Wind Waker skill. What if his up B was literally use the Wind Waker to create an updraft and then use the leaf glider? How sick would that have been?
That would have been sick. But
He
also
literally
would've been-
creates the wind up to do up
I
B.
feel like every single Link we've like, what if their up B was a gust of wind and they had the paraglider?
Okay, they can all do it though. They can all do it. I'm okay with Young Link's being the spin attack. That's fine. But like, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. At least Toon Link does a spin attack in the game. You know?
Yeah. Wait, does Toon Link even? Toon Link has a. No, does Toon Link? Toon Link maybe doesn't have the hook shop, right?
No, in where he does, and he does have it in Smash.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Whatever. His boomerang doesn't operate like it does in Wind Waker. His boomerang in Wind Waker was unique. You could pierce through enemies. It still only hits one. I don't see why they couldn't have just made it pierce through enemies. I feel like that's obvious. And it like homes too. Like it reticles and it homes. So they could have like made it so that when you hold it, it reticles onto the opponent that's straight ahead of you, and then it homes onto him. Something like that.
Yeah, we could have done that. Again, it's just like boring Link. You know,
but it's more disrespectful to Toon Link than it is to Young Link. Young Link makes sense. Young Link is literally Ocarina of Time Link. That's a basic Link. Toon Link is a different character. He's supposed to be expressive. I'll put it in a way that you can understand, Dom. Toon Link is kind of like the Luigi of the Links, right?
That is the best That's the best description of Toon Link.
Toon Link is meant to be the Luigi of Links, and Toon Link acts like Mario, right? Luigi doesn't act like Mario in Smash. Why should he? Luigi's not Mario. It makes sense. He acts differently. But Toon Link acts exactly the same as Young Link. Actually, exactly the same. What's the difference?
So what I'm hearing is to bring Young and Toon Link into Did They Even Try?
No, Young Link's fine. My whole point here is Young Link is fine. Young Link, they could have kept the exact same if they changed. Young Link would actually raise in spots. Young Link would be mid to me if Toon Link was not the same, actually.
So here's the thing about Young Link. You know how they gave Young Link the fire arrows?
Yeah.
Toon Link actually in Wind Waker has to go to like these two islands and actually like do like these trials to unlock the fire and the ice arrows. Why didn't they give him the ice arrows?
Yeah, sure. Something. Literally just something.
Just something to make him different.
Literally just something. I don't know. He could have had a whole Wind Waker based moveset and it would have worked so perfectly. And again, his own character is just such a misrepresentation of his character. Young Link is meant to be basic. Young Link is like Mario, right? That's kind of the idea that I get here. Toon Link is not that. Toon Link is meant to be sporadic.
And here's another thing that they could have done that to easily just like make him any semblance of difference between Young Link. You know, Young Link in like Ocarina of Time, he has that spin attack, but it's just like a one spin, you know?
Yeah.
Toon Link has that like tornado spin, and he can move around with it.
Yeah, why can't he do that in Smash? Why not?
He can't do that in Smash. Why can't he move left and right when he's doing it?
Toon Link kind of pisses me off because Toon Link, I think, is the main reason why the Links suffer. I actually think he's the main culprit here. Because Toon Link had the potential. Link also has potential, because, he's literally Breath of the Wild Link, but he just isn't. He only has the bombs, which is something, but it could have been way more. Young Link is, again, I need to emphasize this so hard. If Toon Link did not exist, I think both the Links would be in mid. I actually think they would be. Because, again, the Links are fine as is. They have bombs, arrows, they use their sword, and they have the spin attack. That's fine, right? That's a good representation. It's just, it's done 3 times. Why? Why is it done 3 times?
I guess you can call him the weakest Link.
The weakest Link, you're so right. Yeah, no. If Toon Link did not exist, Link and Young Link mid, for sure. At least for me. Link, they absolutely could have made a cooked character because of Breath of the Wild, but whatever.
Also, I want to bring up one thing. Is taunts. One of them is using the Wind Waker, which is fine.
Yeah.
The other one is like him flailing around and getting winded, which is fine. Because like you said, he's just a kid.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be here.
He's meant to not be
his
like...
His other one is pulling out a fairy. And I think that's dumb. It should have been him pulling out the camera.
That would have been hype. That would have been hype. I don't know.
Or like drinking like his grandma's soup, but that would have been too close to Young Link drinking the milk, you know?
I don't know. It just makes me mad. Toon Link had so much potential. They floundered it. Whatever. Are we okay with below Donkey Kong?
Yeah.
I think he's the single reason why the other links are this low.
Okay, but
What?
are the Echo Fighters not better than Toon Link?
The difference between the Echo Fighters and Toon Link is that the Echo Fighters are stated as such. They are meant to just be, different. It's just the same character, just, a different character model. Toon Link could have been something.
Exactly. They did their part correctly. He
Toon
didn't.
Link did it.
You're kind of cooking. Wait. Because, like, realistically, when I look at Toon Link's moveset, what did Toon Link actually do different from Young Link?
Another thing.
No fire arrows.
He literally just did something less cool.
No, I got it. So instead of having fire arrows, Toon Link's arrows are like more floaty.
I guess. But like
That's it.
But like he had so much more potential to a point where I actually agree with Dom.
Also, every other Link, their forward smash or their side smash is 2 strikes. Link's only 1, or Toon Link is only 1.
I just
and
don't.
it's like more like a awkward sword strike animation because he's a kid. Ooh,
I guess.
such different. It's so different,
Like I would go as far to say Toon Link has enough to take from to make a cool moveset that's comparable to Breath of the Wild Link. Maybe a little bit less interesting, but it's comparable, I think.
And they don't even just have to take from Wind Waker, because I'm pretty sure this is the same. Like Toon Link is like in Four Swords, Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass. They could have taken from a couple of games.
Hey, he has a few games. I don't know. I like this spot.
It genuinely, it is a Dr. Mario situation.
I would argue he's below Dr. Mario.
Okay.
No.
Because listen.
Okay, look, Dr. Mario. Wait, Donnie. All I have to say is Dr. Mario is not an Echo.
Okay, but you always say like how your thing with Dr. Mario is like you're like, oh, why is he in the game? Toon Link, you have said multiple times, shouldn't be in the game. In fact, would be
No.
better
Okay, there's a difference here.
Toon Link
should be in the game. This is not Toon Link. Toon Link deserves to be in the game. This is just not Toon Link.
Dr. Mario has literally nothing to pull from. He should not be in this game at all. Toon Link
has stuff to pull from
this game, but just with a different moveset.
The idea of Toon Link is good. No. Their idea is bad. But the idea of putting Toon Link into the game, completely valid. He's one of the most recognizable Links. He's interesting. He has a good concept to him. Yeah, I could absolutely see how they can make an interesting moveset. Let's see what we could do with this character. Oh wait, they just made him Link again. Yikes. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I actually think no. I feel good about Dr. Mario being below Toon Link.
I do too, honestly. Because again, Dr. Mario should not even be in this game at all. Toon Link, I think, should be in this game, just with a different moveset.
Yeah, definitely. I want to keep mentioning this. I don't actually think Young Link's and Link's movesets are that bad. They represent Zelda well. Toon Link should have represented Toon Link. All right? There's so much more they could have pulled from, and it hurts the other Links. Because, again, it's just copied multiple times over and over. You know what?
Toon Link is just fast Link. That's all he is.
Yeah, basically.
Because he is faster than the other ones.
Basically. All right, that's good enough for now.
Yeah, and then Wolf. Wolf's the last one.
Wolf. A lot of people love Wolf.
And Wolf is just Fox and Falco again.
Put him in the middle.
Why in the middle?
Because he does have different moves.
Because he's
considering
cool.
the two.
Because he's cool.
He is cool, pause. He actually has a unique moveset, pause.
Yeah, that's what he said.
What's unique about his moveset? He has the blaster. He has the...
His side B is like literally him clawing through the air.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Just it looks slightly different. And he
No,
goes
it
up
it
there.
operates so differently from the other ones.
It's the same thing. It's
No,
really
it's a different move.
thing.
It's a different
Man,
move.
after having a 5-minute combo about the difference between a fire arrow and a normal arrow, Wolf side B compared to Fox's and Falco, completely different thing.
Completely different move. Like 100% million different move.
The angle, the hit, the trajectory, everything.
I'm kind
Yeah,
of.
you know what? Honestly, you've convinced me. They cooked, honestly.
They cooked. True.
They cooked it, Wolf, honestly.
I think he's. Well, when I say Wolf is boring, though, not really.
I mean, like, like, Wolf is literally, like, his moveset is, like, the exact same. It's just his animations are a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, but we talk about animations for these characters.
Right, but like, it can only, like, the animations can only take you so far when you're trying to represent a character. The actual
Okay.
actions that they're doing.
But I feel
Also
like
represent
the
the
actions
character.
and personality of Wolf are shown really well through his aggression.
They 100% are. But his actual attacks, again, it's Star Fox. They don't really do much.
How about that?
If you think like his animations are enough to bring him above Fox, I can agree with that. But like, I don't think he's beating out Diddy Kong. You know,
Yeah, you're probably
Oh no,
right.
that was never
he's
a
not
question to
beating the
begin
boring
with.
allegations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I just think, like, when I think of the three, Wolf is definitely the most interesting.
Yeah.
He is not that much more interesting, but he is.
No, I mean, it's still in the same tier. It's just, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, there you go. There is the Brawl characters. We gotta have some pretty crazy
that
takes.
is one hell of a way to end off this. Honestly,
I wish we ended
I
with Toon
say-
Link, to be honest.
Starting now.
we ended it off with a triple whammy of Rob, Toon Link, Wolf.
The bottom tiers. They were all just like added on to
That's
Brawl
a
last
sad way
second.
to end this.
I know. Well, I kind of love the Toon Link argument. Toon Link, bro, Toon Link pisses me off. I actually think Toon Link is the only reason why I hate the Links. Link would not even be that bad if Toon Link was not there. Toon Link ruins it. Toon Link freaking ruins it. Oh my god, bruh. Why did they do the same moveset 3 times? This is a case where I think, like, doing it multiple times, like, because is there another character that does the same move, the exact same moveset 3 times as egregiously as Link?
No, because
Marth, Lucina,
because-
Crumb. No, Crumb's a bit different.
here's the thing: Marth and Lucina are exactly the same. Roy has some differences, and then Crumb actually has some differences as well. His differences are taken from Ike, though.
Yeah.
But the speed difference between like a character like between all like the speed of how they play between Ike, Crom, and Roy are different enough that you would actually choose a different character over like choose one of them over the other.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, there is actually a group that does that.
What?
Hero skin 1, hero skin 2, hero skin 3.
True.
Different characters, but they somehow have the exact same move.
True. Or how about Steve, Enderman, Zombie,
Alex,
Alex,
Smash DS was the best one.
Smash
That
DS,
for the DS.
Smash Run. I love Smash Run.
They should bring back custom other movesets.
Bro, custom movesets. Yo.
Hey, yo, do you guys remember Power Vision?
Power Vision. What was that?
It was one of Shulk's custom moves. It was a counter that would literally kill you if you just jabbed him.
You're probably yeah. That sounds about right. Custom moves were freaking ridiculous. I loved custom
But
moves.
sadly, they removed them in this game, so we can't talk about them.
Custom moves are just so much fun. Like, if I wanted to just have, like, a blast, I'd prefer custom moves over items any day. Items, like, I don't really like. Custom moves, though? Fire. But anyway, getting sidetracked. Talking about, like, the very few things that Smash 4 actually had.
Yup.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Smash 4 characters.
Do you guys remember fucking, do you guys remember, Smash Tour?
Smash Tour? Yo? No. Smash Tour sucked. Smash Run, though. Hold on.
Smash Tour was crazy, dude.
Okay, we're talking about the Smash 4 characters, how they represent their own series. Just like the other videos, if this is your first time seeing this series, start with the N64 ones and go from there. But yeah, we're going to get right into it. Make sure you subscribe if you want to see more parts of this or any other debate lists. It really helps out the channel a lot. Only this amount of people have subscribed. There's the graphic for you. And let's get right on to Villager. What are we thinking?
I think Villager is pretty cool.
Pretty cool. I am not
just
an
like- I just
Animal
like the
Crossing
idea-
fan.
I just like the idea, because all the items are from Animal Crossing. I just like the idea that Villager is just a guy, and he's just fighting with whatever the hell he has in his pockets.
That is true. He literally has a move that's called Pocket.
Yep.
That's actually something important about the villager in specific.
What's that?
Rumor has it, he's a tax evader.
True.
True. Wait, they cooked. No.
I mean, so is Yoshi, but you know.
True.
Yeah, but Yoshi's Yoshi. Yoshi can get away with it.
Okay, let's be honest here. Pocket, that's what he does in the games, right? He pockets items.
Yep.
I assume all of his moves reference something from Animal Crossing.
They do, like his up smash is a firework. You get those like during like holidays. The bowling ball, I'm 99% sure you can buy a bowling ball in one of the shops and just display it.
Yeah, I mean, his smash attacks are really creative. He has a bowling ball. He
the
has...
shovel obviously is a shovel. You
Right.
plant a tree, obviously. The axe to cut it down, of course, because you can cut down trees in Animal Crossing. Slingshot for his forward air, back air. That there's slingshots in Animal Crossing. There's like balloons.
Wait, are
that
all
you
of his aerials are interesting too, aren't they? Or maybe... Yeah.
His up and down smash are turnips. And it does kind of play into the whole turnip mechanic in Animal Crossing. If you don't know, in Animal Crossing, I believe it's on Sundays, there's a special character that'll come to your town, and you can buy turnips from them, and then you can sell the turnips at the shop for money. But like every day, like in the morning and the night, they sell for a different price. And after a week, the turnips go bad and you can't sell them anymore. They call it the stock market, like STALK, the stock market, because it's literally a representation of like how stocks work in real life.
What does that have to do with
down,
Smash?
it does, because the up and down air randomly pulls out 1, 2, or 3 turnips. Each one is the more turnips, the stronger the attack. So it's a representation of actually how the stock market is, because randomly the price would be higher or lower. So it's actually a neat representation of how they did how they represented the stock market in Smash compared to Animal Crossing.
Is that crazy?
Using turnips. I think it's a neat idea.
No, like is Villager they cooked in second place that crazy?
Oh, is that crazy? I mean, I think the only thing in Villager's moveset that isn't a reference, he has a stick here. He pulls out a weed for his down tilt. His
He
dash attack is
probably
from-
references more than Game & Watch, right?
Well, no, you can quite literally pull like every individual Game & Watch game that Game & Watch takes from. The only thing that I don't think is a direct reference to Animal Crossing is his up B, because that's a reference to Balloon Fight.
Yeah, but at least you're referencing something.
Right. I do think, honestly, they probably cooked with this one, honestly.
I think it probably is they cooked. I'm wondering if it's higher or lower than Game & Watch.
Probably
think it's
between Game and
I
Watch and
think-
Kirby.
I think it's lower than Game and Watch because the edge that Game and Watch has is his design changes to represent the actual sprites
Yeah.
from the original Game and
That
Watch
is pretty sick. That is pretty sick. I'm fine with it. I think they both represent like so much in their moveset that it's kind of crazy. Like I think they're kind of comparable. But you are right though. Like the fact that Game & Watch literally has a different sprite for every attack, that's kind of crazy. All right, that's fine then.
I think it's fair to put Villager up there because I truly do think that they kind of cooked with it.
It's kind of crazy how many moves he actually has. Mega Man. You know, somebody actually made a comment about Mega Man. They said
It's mostly like Mega Man 2, I think.
They said Mega Man is probably like top 3, and I started thinking about it, and I can actually see the argument for it. So, but you are right though, Gino. It is mostly just Mega Man 2.
Which is like the most popular one, I believe.
It is
of the NES games.
That being said, like I don't think that matters in Mega Man's case. Like I think Mega Man shows like what he needs to show. Like Mega Man's whole gimmick in his games is that he takes abilities from other, bosses, right? He's showing off so many of those bosses.
Yeah, and like, doesn't each Mega Man game have like 8 or 9 bosses,
Yeah.
and each one of them he gets a different ability from them?
Yeah. So the fact that
he has like endless moveset potential.
he does, but at the end of the day, it's not like any of his moves are just dumb. Every single one of his moves is from a boss.
Yeah.
So I actually think I think even his grab is.
His grab, yeah, I believe it is. Yep.
His grab is the strongman ability from Mega Man 1.
Yep.
I think he has Mega Man 3 abilities as well. I think it's Mega Man's 1 through 3.
Probably, yeah, I believe so.
And in Smash 4, he had custom moves that represented all the way up to Mega Man 6. Anyway, let me stop.
That is true, but that's not Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, I know, I'm just joking. I mean, hell, his up B is fitting. It's Rush, the dog.
Yeah, the Rush Coil, yep.
I don't know. I think this is at least higher than Villager. I might even see the world where it's higher than Game & Watch. Because I think for Mega Man's case, and hell, he even has a death animation. That's cool.
That is true. His death animation is crazy.
His death animation is literally from the games.
Yep.
And again, like, even his grab is something.
Yep.
And all of his aerials, like his up air is the tornado thing. I don't even know what all the bosses are called, but I just know they're all from a boss. Because, like, you can just tell, right? Like, they're all moves. His down air is another move. His side smash being the charge beam makes so much sense.
Yeah, and then, so yeah, his neutral B is from Metal Man. His side B is from Crash Man. His up B, obviously, is the Rush Coil. And, his down B is from Woodman. So like all of his specials are from something, but like all of his other moves are also from something as well.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like I said, Mega Man has endless moveset potential, but also because Mega Man is a 2D platformer, it's so easy to just translate everything into
That's
Smash.
true. Yeah. And I mean, they showcase that. I think, yeah, I mean, I can't think of is there a single move that he's not referencing something?
I don't think so, but I do also want to mention a couple things.
I also love the fact that his jab is literally his basic attack.
It's lemons. It's fucking lemons.
But that's how he attacks. It's so fitting. It actually is.
and
Like, you can
also-
jab
and
while
also-
moving, just like in the game. You could jump and shoot.
Yep, its forward tilt is also lemons, but walking, which is insane.
But that is, though, because, like, that's how Mega Man operates. You jump and you shoot. And you...
Right. I do want to mention just a couple things. His because when we're talking about representation, we don't usually talk about it because most characters, they don't really have, like, their taunts are just kind of them taunting. It's not really like something from the games.
Mm-hmm.
Mega Man's up taunt, his down taunt is that little flash, like, his entrance to all the stages.
Yeah. I think taunts
And
can still be
also-
considered, yeah.
Because it's how they represent the character or their game. And one other thing, you know how in Mega Man, he has that like in the NES games, he has that like, weird little like foot jitter.
Mm-hmm. That's in.
If you lightly tilt the stick and smash.
You're actually right. He does that. That's so insane. Sakurai did that on
They
purpose.
had no reason to do that. They literally have no other character has that, but he does. Like, why did they do that?
There's actually so much love put into Mega Man. It's kind of crazy.
It's more love than he's seen in years. Thanks, Capcom.
I actually wonder, is that enough to put him above Pokemon Trainer? Pokemon Trainer's mechanic is so carrying, though.
I don't think it is, because it's one thing for the character to have something that's just part of them, but it's not really implemented into their actual fighting style.
Yeah.
It's another thing for their fighting style to be the reference. You know what I'm saying?
That is kind of true. But at the same time, I do still think to a certain degree it's the case for Mega Man. Because like I said, in Mega Man, you jump and shoot, you move while shooting. And Mega Man literally does that in Smash. Like, that's actually his gameplay loop.
Right, and that is true.
That being said, Pokemon Trainer is just so, like, it's kind of an unfair comparison. Because you're comparing basically 3 fighters to 1.
Right.
And it's all, like, deserved, right? Because that's, you know, again, that's what Pokemon Trainer does. They hold a team of Pokemon.
Honestly, I think Pokemon Trainer should be put down because it's only 3, not 6.
True. No. If it had 6, it'd be higher than Steve. 100%.
If it had 6, it would probably be the most OP character in the game.
I would assume the Pokemon would each have to be, like, worse, you know?
Well, you have to realize that each one's a different type. So like you would have 6 types, and they'd all play completely differently, and they all have different strengths and weaknesses.
Just make every Pokemon that's in this game as a part of Pokemon Trainer.
True.
Anyway, getting sidetracked. I definitely think he's higher than Game & Watch. I don't even think it's close. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I can live with that.
I am okay with this. Dom, do you think Mega Man should be above Pokemon Trainer?
No.
Fair enough. I think it's close, but that's fine. I'm okay with that.
So now that we started the video with 2 they cooked.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it? 2 they cooked.
Trainer.
They cooked higher than Pokemon.
See,
Genuinely, every single attack is a yoga pose.
I would like to
That's
start
the
the
uppy, which is the
argument.
hula hoop.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Cook, Dom. Cook.
So, let's go back to one of our favorite characters in this list, right?
Dr. Mario.
With the same question of why is he in the game?
Okay, no, I disagree. Hard argument. Wii Fit is one of the most revolutionary video games of all time.
I believe both Wii Fit and Wii Fit Plus are in the top 10 best-selling Wii games of all time.
It, as stupid as it is, the fact that it is being represented makes sense. As stupid as it sounds, because like this isn't an important character. I think it represents an era, right? Like it represents the Wii and it represents fitness games, you know?
So you're saying Dr. Mario doesn't represent health?
No, listen, if they made Dr. Mario's moveset represent puzzle games, that'd be fire. But they're not. They're representing Mario and not well.
I want you guys to remember this conversation when we get to Pac-Man.
True.
Because I will go all in on Pac-Man.
Okay, what I will say, I would not rank Wii Fit Trainer as the character herself. I'd rank her as what it means for Wii Fit and like how they represent Wii Fit as a video game.
Again, this is the NES argument again, where it represents Earthbound.
Exactly.
Not NES.
Exactly. I'm not the biggest advocate for Wii Fit, I'll admit, but it makes sense, unlike Dr. Mario.
Hot take, next Smash game should have the Ring Fit trainer instead of the Wii Fit trainer.
That is a hot take, because I don't think that that game is nearly as influential.
I just think it'll be funny.
It would be funny.
She is hot.
True. I mean, do you have the moveset? Do you have the moveset pulled up? Do you have the moveset pulled up, Gino? Because I don't know if all of these are actual things.
I have the actual. I have the game
Do you
pulled
spike a volleyball in the Wii
up. I have the
Fit?
actual.
Probably.
Do you summon a orb of magical light? in Wii Fit?
but the pose is Sun Salutation, so it actually is.
Oh
it's a real
shoot!
yoga pose.
Didn't we want to do the Wii's, the Mii fighters in this
The Mii-
video?
Yeah, but we can just do it at
They,
the
they,
end.
did, they did Smash 4, so yeah.
I'd rather end with Bayo though. Let's put them at the end of.
Put them after Palutena, because I think that's, or before or after Palutena, because I believe that's in the number order that's on the website. I believe that's them.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right. Anyway, back to Wii Fit.
Yeah, all of her attacks are actual yoga poses, even or some form of thing from Wii Fit, like the hula hoop. There was a balancing minigame in Wii Fit where you had to try and keep the hula hoop around you. Header was a thing in Wii Fit. You had to like knock, or it was either Wii Fit or Wii Play, one of the Wii games, where you did
that's
have
important.
like where you had to like hit soccer balls back to goal with your head.
So wait, is it representing Wii games or as a whole?
It could be entirely Wii games, and I don't see why that would be any different.
No, I think that'd be fine. I mean, again, she's an icon for the Wii, just like the Mii's are supposed to be.
Yeah, all of the attacks are stretches, yoga poses, sports things, fitness things.
I feel weird ranking her high because I just don't care about Wii Fit Trainer, but like,
True.
if I'm being realistically, she's got to be at least good.
I do think there is one thing that makes her good and not they cooked.
What's that?
Again, we don't really mention this a lot because sometimes it just doesn't matter. Final Smash,
True. The Final Smash is cringe.
like Mega Man. That Final Smash goes crazy.
Yeah, Mega Man's Final Smash is one of the coolest in the game.
Villager's Final Smash. Tom Nook pulls up with his kids.
They build a house.
Builds a house and it explodes.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. Villager goes into crippling debt every time he does a Final Smash because he has to buy a house. Wii Fits yoga poses. That's all it is. It's just yoga pose shadows.
I guess if I think about it more broad, they probably could have pulled from more Wii-based games.
And I think that was like, I think that was probably a thought they had, but they went with more yoga poses because that just makes more sense for Wii Fit.
I kind of want to just skip right to the Mii's right away because I kind of want to segue into that. Is that fine?
That's fine as long as we get through everyone.
So, okay. Well, how do we feel about Wii Fit Trainer right here? Is that crazy? This placement?
I
don't think it's
fine.
that crazy because
Yeah.
Wii Fit definitely takes a lot more from the game from Wii Fit than other characters take from the other games.
Yeah, I think the fact that like Peach has like a unique mechanic to her that literally is her first ever appearance is pretty important, and Yoshi, like, all of Yoshi's moves are just like fitting.
Be fitting.
Yeah, that's fine. So for the Mii fighters, this is kind of unfair to the Mii's. So you could easily make the argument that this character is a little bit weird to rank. You could easily make the argument that yes, a Mii is meant to be like a self-insert, right? So they're actually representing Mii's very well here. I don't care. I'm gonna rank it as if that like as I think they should, which is as a representation of the Wii era. Wii Fit doesn't need to be the representation of the Wii era. I think that should be the Mii's, because the Mii's are icons of the Wii, right?
Right.
I mean, literally.
I do want to bring up one point. the Miis, at least in Smash Ultimate, are the only characters that you can customize their movesets.
You're actually
and their
right.
appearance,
I
and
hate
their full appearance.
I hate that you're right, but honestly, does that even matter? Because I don't think any of their moves represent anything from a video game.
They don't. The thing about them is that they feel like they take more from just other characters.
Right.
Me Brawler kind of just feels like a Mario if he threw hands more. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. It feels weird.
Gunner feels like Samus. Sword Fighter is quite literally just Link.
They're just so bland. I think no matter what, I mean, yes, the customizability is fair, I guess. It's hard to put them in Did They Even Try, because that is still true. Like, they have, like, more move sets than anybody.
Yeah. But also like the appeal of the Miis is that they are like of the Miis, not in Smash, but just the Miis in general, is that they are so customizable.
Yeah, I guess you can
And
technically
they
make
kept
them
that in
anybody.
Smash, and I think that keeps them out. I think that keeps them out of boring.
It might even keep it out of boring. This entire time I was forgetting this, but, like, what about their skins?
And that's what I'm saying. They're visually, not only can you customize their like their faces, you know, because they're just Miis, they just pull from the Mii Maker, but their entire, like, the skins that they have.
I mean,
They have
think
so
about
many
it for a second. They put Sans Undertale in this game.
Yeah, and I was gonna say in Ultimate specifically, they had skins that just overrode the entire Mii's model and just made them look like the characters. There's like,
Can I, in
Minecraft
good faith,
Creeper,
say
there's
that
Cuphead, there's-
Could I, in good faith, say that Sans and Cuphead are in boring?
Why?
Yes.
because they're just Mii's.
I want to put them in boring because their movesets specifically are boring. But
Their movesets are boring.
I don't think it's Did They Even Try. I was gonna put them below Dr. Mario after, like, I ranted for a second, but you're kind of right. It's just unfair to put them in Did They Even Try, because they did try. It's just
They definitely did try, but when the idea is that it's a customizable character, not the fact that they represent something, but the fact that they're just customizable.
they're supposed to
that's the idea
represent.
of it.
They're supposed to represent a blank slate. You can make them whatever you want them to be, and they do
Yep.
that.
I feel like if they wanted to make a character based on the Wii Sports series or just the Wii series in general, I feel like it wouldn't have just been the Mii. I think it would have been like Matt.
No, I still think the Mii would have been so perfect. They could have still had the skins as a part of the Mii, like the overall Mii that represents all of the Wii games. Because, check me out, right? You just have a moveset that's all the Wii games, but you could still make it whatever skin you want. Just like you can in the Mii Maker, right? So you can, you could have like a Wii Play, Wii Sports moveset. And that'd be cool, right? You have a bowling ball attack, you have boxing as your jabs, you have, I don't know. Like,
I mean, let's be fair here. Their neutral B is shot put for me Brawler.
okay, but who
That's a
asked?
sport. That's a sport.
Yeah, but is that even in Wii Sports? I don't think so.
No.
Dom, where would you put it? They all go in the same spot.
I don't know. They're such a weird.
They are odd.
I it's weird because, like, moveset wise, like, I think you're right putting them like right next to Mario or Link based on their moveset. So based on their overall design, I want to put them above the Star Fox characters.
I was gonna say top of boring too.
Yeah.
You think top of boring is fair? Or bottom of
Yeah.
mid?
I don't think they
top
deserve
of
to be in
boring.
mid.
I think top of boring.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I want to put Gunner. I want to put Gunner on top because they have the coolest skins.
See, now that's just
But,
being
but
biased.
Brawler has Minecraft Creeper.
Yeah, but Gunner has Gunner has both Cuphead and Sans.
Gunner also has Doom Guy, so
What the fuck? Why does Gunner have all the best ones?
that's so true though.
Like, what does Sword Fighter
why
have?
why is he Doom Guy?
Sword Fighter has like Minecraft Diamond Sword.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
What does Me Brawler have? It has Team Rocket. Insane.
Rue, he has well. Think about it this way: shot put can technically be the bowling ball. Oh no, sorry, the Pokeball. Sorry.
That would be so cool if some of the attacks actually change based on what skin you're using. God, that'd be so cool.
See, then it would be
Gun-
mid.
so-
No,
so-
I'll be honest. If they
God,
changed
incredible.
all the basic attacks to like have skins, like if the unique skins had like literally just a design change, it'd actually be They Cooked like that instantly.
So
I know it
do
sounds weird, but if they did that, that would be a They Cooked 100%.
So for the Gunner, the Gunner actually has a number of things. Gunner has Doom Guy. Gunner has
Gunner's definitely on top. I don't need to be convinced of that. I was wondering
Yeah.
who's higher, Sword Fighter or Brawler.
okay, so but Gunner also has oh fuck, what's the one I'm thinking of?
This doesn't really matter. We could just move on.
It really doesn't matter. They're all in the same spot anyway.
It really doesn't matter.
But I do want to give special shout out to Brawler because he has Bomberman.
Actually, let's put Brawler above because Brawler was Reggie.
True. Brawler has Creeper.
Tell me right now that the Me trailer is not the best trailer for Smash.
Oh, 100%. The second best trailer because I still think Sephiroth's trailer is the goat of all goat trailers.
That one's just okay. Compared to Reggie and Iwata like duking it out in real time as the Mies.
I'm sorry. I recently watched Advent Children like this year, and the entire trailer is just the final fight from Advent Children.
Whatever. Anyway,
And
Yeah,
also
that's
Mario fucking dies, so
that was pretty crazy. Anyway, Rosalina and Luma. You know, Rosalina's a weird case because
I
like,
have thoughts.
okay, it does still have a double mechanic, and that's unique. But like, I don't know. I feel like it's more deserved on Ice Climbers. Is that weird?
No, 100% is.
Because like Ice Climbers, again, as weird as it sounds, Ice Climbers is one of the first like same time co-op games ever made.
I'm just annoyed that Rosalina, in her entire moveset, I don't think she has the spin from Mario Galaxy.
That is so annoying. You're actually right. The launch star is a perfect.
It's like the only move she could have had.
The launch star is a perfect
she doesn't
up
have
B, but like, why would you not have the spin? She literally does that. She does that in 3D World. That is very bad. Is that on the same level as Donkey Kong not using a barrel?
Honestly, yeah.
It kind of is, isn't it? That is so odd.
Yeah.
Why is that not a move? Even just like a nod.
I mean, okay, so I do have a question. In Mario Galaxy, is there any scene where Rosalina summons a galaxy out of her dress? Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Out of her dress. It comes out of her legs. It comes out of her, you know.
I'm confused what you're talking about.
She has a lot of moves where she just like does like a flip and like a galaxy just comes out of her dress.
Right.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm not gonna say the word,
That-
but
that
you know
doesn't-
what I'm saying.
That doesn't really mean anything, does it? Like with Zelda's case, at least. Well, to be fair, Zelda's
It
like
doesn't.
Zelda's magic is like consistent with what Zelda is. Rosalina doesn't really do any of that?
Yeah, she doesn't really do anything in Mario Galaxy. She controls the Lumas, and that's about all she does.
See, if she had a Galaxy-related moveset, and she does. She has Star Bits. She has the Launch Stars and Up B. Like, she's not that bad. I think she's still above mid. I mean, she still has that co-op mechanic, which is interesting. But I don't know. You're kind of right, though. Maybe it is boring just because she doesn't have the spin attack.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like...
I feel like it's such a
what's
given.
like when you're thinking about gameplay in Mario Galaxy, what's the first thing that comes to your head?
Definitely the spin. Or the
Exactly.
the star bit pointer. Which is represented, to be fair.
That is represented, but God, I completely forgot that even existed.
Fair.
Until you just mentioned it. I don't think I used it one time when playing Galaxy.
No, you need to. You need to use the pointers to collect star bits. If you don't, then you can't unlock all the levels.
I meant shooting star bits.
Oh, no, I agree. I never shoot star bits. I just meant like star bits in general being represented, because star bits are important in Galaxy.
Right.
I mean, I think just for mechanics alone, it's probably still mid. Am I wrong to say that? It's okay if I'm wrong.
Like, where in mid? Because there is sections to this. Where in mid? Like, because I'm definitely not. I'm not okay with putting her above Ice Climbers. You know?
Oh no, I never was going to. I think Ice Climbers is more deserved.
I'm not okay with putting her above Pokemon. Any of the Pokemon. I'm not okay with putting her over any of the Fire Emblem characters.
Maybe she is boring.
Maybe she is boring.
Yeah, there is some missed potential there, isn't there?
There's a lot of missed potential.
Okay, but also,
I'm not saying that like, she could have used like the power-ups from Galaxy, but she could have.
It just could have been more Galaxy related.
It could have been one of those like a Ness situation where it's representing Mario Galaxy, not representing Rosalina.
Right.
Which would be fine. Because Rosalina doesn't do anything in the game.
Right. What were you gonna
She
say?
kinda
she
stands
does.
What'd she
She
do?
just kind of stands there.
Because you said it before, her whole point in the game is to control the Lumas.
That's true.
But she doesn't-
And in this game,
She
her
does it.
base.
She does it one time at the end of the game, and then it's
But
like,
does she do it in the game?
one time?
So yes.
And then she doesn't even appear in Galaxy 2 until like the very end.
She was on vacation. I don't know, man.
She was on vacation. I don't know, man.
So in
Dom
that- in
is
that
kind of
case-
cooking, though. It is true.
in that
Rosalina
case,
is
not
the
same.
watcher of the Lumas.
Is it not the same with the Pokemon Trainer? Of like how her mechanic is the mechanic of her fighting style.
Mechanic is
No,
Really?
it's different because you don't play as Rosalina in Galaxy. This is definitely more of a like Ice Climbers. You play co-op, and that's the two players. Pokemon Trainer, you literally play as a Pokemon Trainer in all the games, and you're controlling the Pokemon. That's the point of the games. Rosalina, it was always going to be a kind of like, they're doing it because it's interesting, but like it's technically not representing something more specific. But the idea is just put quite simply, she commands the Lumas, and I think that alone maybe brings her bottom of mid.
so like below Diddy Kong.
Yeah, probably.
I say
That's
above
fine.
Diddy Kong.
Above Diddy. I will say it'd be so cool if Diddy had a Donkey Kong Country 2 moveset. Ugh.
Because like even if she doesn't have the spin jump, she still has a lot of.
I will say
Very
though,
cool.
Geno's so right though. The fact that she doesn't have a spin attack is so bad. It actually is on the same level of Donkey Kong Barrel Throw.
But I think it's worse than Donkey Kong Barrel Throw because at least Donkey Kong has his cargo throw.
True. Bro, Donkey Kong gotta move to bottom of boring.
You know what? Do it.
Alright,
Put him
there
at
you
the end.
Bro, Donkey Kong does not fit in the same tier as these. These are way worse than Donkey Kong.
No,
Alright.
we were too rough on the boy.
Yeah, we were too rough on the boy Donkey Kong. He has some stuff. I am okay to put him above Diddy Kong. Is that fine?
That's fine. I'm gonna be annoyed, but that's fine.
It is kind of weird, but I think it's fine. It is true. She still watches over Lumas. That's her whole thing.
I mean, she also just has like attacks from or inspired by the game.
And you know, we're talking about visuals, right? Also, I don't think that's true, Dom. I mean, Starbits technically.
Most of them. I don't know. I don't remember all of Galaxy, but the fact she had her jump uses the star thingy is, I still think, one of her highlights.
That is still true. It's one of the better represented up Bs in the game. What is it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what I was gonna say. It's fine. Whatever. Little Mac. So Little Mac is one of the only characters that I actually do want to preface his actual gameplay into his representation, because I am pretty set on the idea that Sakurai purposely made Little Mac bad to represent how Little Mac is in Punch-Out. Like, Little Mac is meant to be the underdog. It's meant, like, he's meant to be the weaker fighter. You overcome you overcome with skill. He's literally a little man, like beating all these huge wrestlers, right? Like absolutely monstrous monsters. How tall is Little Mac? He's so tiny.
Bro's like a 4'5" short king. You know what I'm saying?
And he's beaten up like Mike Tyson. Like,
bro canonically beat up Donkey Kong.
True. Yeah, no.
So already, just put him in between Ganondorf and Donkey Kong because he already beat him.
True. No. Okay, so even though his moves are nothing like special, first of all, not like they could have done much. Like it's kind of like a Marth situation where like what are they gonna do? He's a wrestler, right?
And that's it.
Yeah. No, he's meant to just punch. That's fine. I think that he gets a big raise for. I swear, I'm just so convinced that Sakurai did this on purpose. Because Sakurai plays fighting games. Sakurai is a competitive kind of guy. I know.
He made because he beat some guy so bad at King of Fighters that he cried.
It's true. I know so hard that Sakurai intentionally made Little Mac bad. So that way it's like, you know, it's like you're playing Punch-Out. You're the underdog, right? I think that alone is a tier higher than the Fire Emblem characters, because even though his moveset is basic, he did what he had to do. I think the commitment to that bit of being the underdog is so strong that it deserves good.
I do also want to mention just a few things that he actually does take from the games.
What's that?
The KO punch. That's from the games.
True. Actually, it's still a gimmick. That's actually a good point.
His up B is his like spinner uppercut from Punch-Out on the Wii.
True. His final smash is from
Gigamac, which is from Punch-Out on the Wii.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a wrestler. There isn't much to talk about. His moveset is mostly just they did what they had to do, but honestly, the KO punch being a gimmick is pretty massive, I will say.
Yep.
Because that is like his signature move. They could have easily just made that the final smash, but the fact they actually made it like a unique gimmick, I think is actually pretty cool.
I do also want to mention that for Smash 4, a lot of these characters are like, they have gimmicks.
Yeah.
Like specifically based on like something from their game, which elevates them a lot.
It definitely does. It's interesting. And it's more fitting for Little Mac because in Punch-Out, the KO meter is a meter. You know? Or it's something you save up for, like the stars.
I do also want to mention one thing about Little Mac, and that he's fast, because the gameplay of Punch-Out is quickly get your punches in and like dodge.
Yeah, and that's basically what he is.
So like Little Mac is like one of those rare cases where the character is really strong, like he hits hard and he's fast.
Right. So
usually characters who are fast don't hit hard, and characters who hit hard are slow.
So one of the reasons why I don't prefer that we talk about game balancing in this list is because like it kind of like
it becomes a regular tier list at that point.
yeah, definitely.
But I'm saying it's part of his design.
Exactly.
It's
It's part of his representation that he's designed in this way.
Because that's how it is. You want to, like in Punch Out, you want to get your hits in while you can, and you want to hit hard because it's a boxing game.
Right. So I think it's
just like,
I think it's
just
fair.
like real boxing.
I think it's fair in this case. I could even see him this high. Am I crazy?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay, where do you put him?
Good tier placement, but probably a little bit lower. I mean, I'm thinking like right above Wario.
Man's really said Wii Fit is more representative.
I was gonna say put it
Every
above
no,
Wii
well,
Fit.
here's the thing. It comes down to that every move that Wii Fit has is a yoga pose that is represented in Wii Fit.
It is still true.
Is Little Mac, is his punches not represented?
Dog, have you ever played Punch Out? Bro stands still, dodges left, right, punch. That's it.
Yeah.
No, but he punches, does he not?
Bro doesn't jump.
Little Mac, listen, it's okay that some characters have, like, it's fine that some characters have a little bit of an unfair disadvantage. Little Mac's just one of them. The fact that he's this high despite being at that much of a disadvantage for being a basic character is pretty telling. Like,
because there was obviously an idea behind it.
Right.
Like you're trying to tell me that Little Mac is in a fighting game and he won't beat your ass?
Right. All right. This is fine. We could do that then. Unless, Dom, you think I should put him right here for like a midpoint kind of thing?
Oh god, I actually don't know. It's like I can see him being above Wii Fit, but I don't know if I can see him being above Zelda.
Should we fit move down?
We can move down here.
Yeah, I kind of think that. Yeah.
And then do this?
Yeah.
But
that's fair. That's still fair.
all right, fine. I think the gimmick carries him a lot.
100%.
Okay, Greninja.
What?
Just put him with the rest.
All right. Is he better or worse than Lucario?
Lucario does technically have a gimmick. It's just weird and doesn't represent the games.
Again, I don't really see any of the individual Pokemon getting out of mid. Just because the moves don't really have animation in Pokemon. I mean, X and Y. That was at the start of them going to 3D.
I wonder if Greninja is a different. I wonder if Greninja is an exception though. Like Greninja, Water Shuriken. No, you're probably still right.
Because again, a lot of the ways their moves work is just based on like Pokedex entries, not really how they work in the game because the games don't really have animation like that. It's Water Shuriken, Shadow Sneak, Hydro Pump, and Substitute.
I definitely think Greninja's above the other Pokemon. Like, I actually don't even think it's that close. That's what's making me think maybe it should be higher than some of the other fighters. There's something about it. I guess if we're specifically talking about representation of the games, there's something that Greninja has, and I think it's uniqueness when compared to the other Pokemon. Greninja kind of plays, like, very stealthily, even through the moves that Pokemon has. Shadow Sneak is a priority move, and you know, that could be seen as like a sneaky kind of move, so the way that it operates is kind of interesting. Substitute is also like just like a kind of a sneaky move, and it makes sense as a counter.
It's just a counter in this game.
That's true, but it's still like it is. I think Substitute is one of the most interesting counters in the game, just from like what it represents. Maybe it can't move above any other regular fighters, but I think it's the best Pokemon.
Bro, it's your call. you're the Pokemon guy here.
I am the Pokemon guy. It's weird. Admittedly, it's weird. If they had like Ash Greninja as his final smash, that'd be pretty huge.
Yo, bro, you're not gonna believe this.
What? Lucario and Mewtwo have Mega Evolution?
No, Greninja's final smash.
What is it?
It is Ash Greninja. It is Ash Greninja.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, it's the same attack from Smash 4, where like it's like the series of attacks, like they throw you in the air, series of attacks, but they do have like the Ash Greninja design.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Am I dumb? I must be dumb. Okay, whatever. This is fine. Palutena. Palutena is odd because she is Smash made this character.
Yep. It's one of those.
Like, she literally does nothing, even all the way up to Uprising. I don't even know why she's a character in this game.
Because Sakurai made Uprising.
Put it below Dr. Mario.
No. We're not putting her below Dr. Mario because she is woman.
True, she is woman.
She's woman. She's
Okay, no. I'm having a bit of an odd time deciding this. So, Rosalina at least shows some stuff. Because in a way, she feels like kind of like Rosalina in that, like, why are they even in the game? But at least Rosalina is, like, a figure, right? And, like, her moves have, like, context to Galaxy. Does Palutena's moves have context to Uprising?
So auto reticle is obviously a reference to just the actual reticle from Kid Icarus Uprising.
Right.
Explosive flame is an explosion. Warp, she can teleport, I guess.
Yeah, it's all like, I guess she can do this.
Yeah, because like she's a goddess. Oh yeah, she definitely can. Like, she should be able to teleport. She's a god, right?
It's just odd.
Yeah, that's just the problem with a character like this. Is like, yeah, I guess she can do that. Like her up smash, yeah, I guess she can create a pillar of light. She is the goddess of light, you know. So like, I don't know.
How are we thinking?
Sure, I guess is a good placement for her.
I think it's unfair to put them in Did They Even Try? Is that odd?
No.
I mean...
Because there's obviously, like, thought put into it. It's not like they didn't try.
I feel like Did They Even Try has to be reserved for characters that, like, either absolutely had no reason to be in the game, like Dr. Mario,
Or Dark Pit.
Yeah. Or characters that
Or
were
Jeno.
so horribly misrepresented. Like Toon Link. Like, Palutena is just like, whatever. Right? There's nothing to show here.
I have a hot take. Keep her in the same tier. Move her below Donkey Kong.
Okay.
Or above Donkey Kong. Below... No. Below
Donkey
Bowser,
Kong,
below
look,
Bowser.
I hate Donkey Kong in this game. But he does have more than Palutena.
That is fair.
But Donkey Kong doesn't have Barrel.
True.
Barrel is like a necessity. That's fine, huh?
That's fine, I guess.
Nah, I'm gonna put her below Donkey Kong. Okay, that's fine, right?
Sure.
Pac-Man, Geno's favorite character.
Listen, all I want to say is I love Namco arcade games.
Namco arcade games, pretty fire.
I love Namco arcade games, dude. And let me tell you, Pac-Man, fucking, his up B is Mappy. That's all I have to say.
I love Maffy.
Mappy is the best one. Mappy is the best one.
He doesn't have a Dig Dug move though, so that's kind of cringe.
But his up taunt has Dig Dug.
True. Dig Dug should have been his grab. Not freaking Galaga.
True.
I don't know what I mean. Go off, like say
Dude.
say what he references.
What do I have to say? His side B is literally just Pac-Man.
True.
His smash attacks are all the ghosts.
True.
Like that's fucking insane. His up B again, it's Mappy. His fucking tilts is just mainly just like him, just like punch, kick, whatever, Pac-Man world, whatever. The down B, fire hydrant, that's from Pac-Land. Up B, or sorry, not up B, neutral B is all the fruits and items that like randomly pop up in the stages.
Yeah.
His final smash is a reference to Super Pac-Man from Super Pac-Man. And all of the fruits in his neutral B have different effects, which obviously doesn't happen in Pac-Man, but it's a cool idea.
I like the fact that he transforms into like retro Pac-Man for some of his attacks. I think that's a really cool nod.
It's so good. It's like the Game & Watch thing, but not as cool. His
the fruits,
air,
showing off all the fruits is pretty cool.
Yep, and some of them aren't even fruits. Like one of them is just Galaxian from Galaxian.
Yeah,
it's the ship from Galaxian.
It is really cool.
His up taunt is again just like 20 different Namco arcade games.
You know what, Geno? I'm gonna agree with wherever you place him. Where would you put him?
His down taunt is, I believe, from Pac-Land. Side taunt is just Pac-Man.
I'm gonna agree with wherever you place him. Where are you putting him?
I am contemplating if I am putting him in good or They Cooked. Because obviously the idea is it's not Pac-Man, it's not just Pac-Man, it's Namco and like 80s, 90s Namco.
I think it's okay to just do a combination of both.
Right. And it does do a good job of representing both Namco, like the big Namco arcade games, as well as some obscure ones with like the taunts, but also being a good Pac-Man representation. Because a lot of his I know one specifically is that his up taunt is from Pac-Man World.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so
no,
where are you placing him,
air,
boys?
Like a flip thing. Let's put him below Lucas.
Okay.
I think that's a fair placement. Because he's either above or below the Earthbound characters.
So you, in all confidence, think Villager's better represented than Pac-Man?
When it comes to Villager representing Animal Crossing, yes. Like,
Okay.
when it comes to Pac-Man representing Pac-Man, yes. Because Villager takes everything from Animal Crossing, while Pac-Man has to grab stuff from other Namco games, which is fine, because that's what they were going for. But how well does it represent Pac-Man? It represents more Namco than it does Pac-Man.
Which is fine, to be
boring.
fair.
Because again, I'm torn between putting him below the Earthbound characters in good or below Kirby in They Cooked.
I think I'm actually
torn.
leaning more towards They Cooked.
If I had my way, I would put him in They Cooked, honestly, because I'm just
Well, I asked you to
sucker for
rank him where you
arcade
wanted.
games. Fuck it, They Cooked. I genuinely believe They Cooked.
Dom, you agree too, huh?
No, I was gonna say top of good.
Damn, really?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
More just the emphasis of like, kind of like what he said. He's kind of
It's Namco over Pac-Man.
yeah, he's grasping at like different connections instead of his actual own game.
I guess that's fine then. They probably could have made an entirely Pac-Man related moveset.
If they took more from like Pac-Man World. It's weird because a lot of Pac-Man's representation in Smash comes from like the original Pac-Man, like the original arcade games, the regular mazes.
Yeah, but Pac-Man does have other games.
And Pac-Land. Who the fuck cares about?
Yeah, that is odd. I will say, nobody cares about Pac-Land.
Why did
Pac-Land has a whole ass
Pac-Land,
stage.
not the 3DS?
Why?
Why did they bring back the 3DS stage? Where is that in the game?
Yeah, no, it's actually stupid. In Smash 4, they really said, yes, for DS, we'll use like a Pac-Man stage that people will actually recognize. But in Smash Wii U, let's use Pac-Land, which nobody's played. It's actually
I don't know
dumb.
a single person. I don't know a single person other than me who's actually played Pac-Land.
Wait, but like, realistically, why in Ultimate did they bring back Pac-Land but not the Pac-Man stage?
Probably because it needed less work because it was already in HD.
I guess. That's dumb. Alright. That's fine. Right here is fine. I'm okay with that. Robin. Alright. It is I, Fire Emblem man of the three. I think instantly Robin is good. It's above all the other Fire Emblem characters.
That I do agree with. Robin is better represented than all the other Fire Emblem characters because
he
it's
represents
more
a
than just
class in Fire Emblem that none of the other sword fighters do. Even in a world where there was only one sword fighting Fire Emblem character in the game, well, context matters, as I've said before with Young Link and regular Link. So that world doesn't really matter. Because there's so many sword characters, that's what makes the sword fighting Fire Emblem characters lower. Like, they could be good if there was only like one or two of them, honestly. But the fact that there are so many, I think that lowers them. And, you know, there's so many copies of each other. Robin is unique. There's nobody who is like Robin. He actually, I think Robin might, wow. You know what? Crazy take. Wait, insane take?
insane take, honestly.
Wait, think about this for a second. He has a gimmick. His gimmick is that his all of his attacks consume
Man,
no, not mana.
Oh.
He
magic.
no, not even. He uses his weapons can break, which is specifically in Awakening is very relevant. In Awakening, weapons break the more you use them. So every single, well, to be fair, there's a lot of Fire Emblem games. This is a mechanic that's represented in almost all the Fire Emblem games where your weapons will break after using them too much. Robin is the only character in this game that actually represents that mechanic. This is a necessary mechanic in Fire Emblem. The preservation of your weapons and your abilities in Fire Emblem is very important. A lot of times you'll use weaker weapons so that way you can conserve your stronger weapons for a harder fight, right? And you can switch depending on the fight. Robin shows that here. Every single one of his moves can break. All of them. Even his up B can break. Say what you will from a balancing perspective and how that's annoying. From an actual, like...
gameplay perspective?
Yeah, when representing
Like,
the games, that's actually a massive representation of Fire Emblem as a whole. Your weapons can break. That's the case in almost all the Fire Emblem games.
Yeah.
I mean, even spells. Like, there's no mana in Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem does not use mana. Fire Emblem uses...
like a magic system?
No, there's no magic system. It's a limited amount for each tome you find. Basically, in Fire Emblem, every attack is an item that you consume. And if you have no items, no weapons, then you just can't attack. You actually just have no base attack in Fire Emblem. Everything is consumable. So going by that logic, he absolutely is Day Cooked. It's like Pokemon Trainer. This is the only character that represents Fire Emblem's gameplay.
I mean, yeah.
So, then above Mega Man.
Is that crazy?
You said that he...
Okay, so I have not played Awakening, but the way you explained it does not sound crazy at all.
It's kind of true, though. It actually is. The breaking mechanic is integral to Fire Emblem. That's what... like, that's literally part of it.
Yeah. If you think that, I'm not going to argue it.
Its gimmick is integral to Fire Emblem. That's so odd. People are going to be so mad at me, bruh. But it's so true. It represents Fire Emblem in a way that none of the other Fire Emblem characters do. Like, actually more than Byleth. Wait. Wait, actually more than Byleth.
Well, the thing about Byleth is does Byleth ever actually use the other weapons? Because I thought the other weapons were.
No, Byleth can. That's the cool thing
Yeah.
about Byleth. In Three Houses, I mean, you play as Byleth. You could actually make your set into anything you want. So technically, yes, you could use any weapon in the game.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I have not played Three Houses yet.
Byleth is still definitely they cooked whenever we inevitably get to that. But I actually think Robin's higher. Just because I think the gimmick of breaking your weapons is more representative of Fire Emblem as a whole than just using the different classes.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's insane. I was more leaning towards like right here until I realized, wait, the game breaking the gimmick is actually kind of crazy. Pause. All right, let me know in the comments how much you're mad at me for putting Robin this high. Shulk.
Hi, it's me, Xenoblade fan here.
I also like Xenoblade, but yeah, you're better than me. Go ahead.
I think when it comes to Shulk's attacks, just as like his special attacks, his regular attacks, I think it's fine. I think the Monado arts fucking suck.
All right, explain.
So two of them. So in Xenoblade 1, Shulk has 8 Monado arts he can choose from that you unlock throughout the game. Smash has 5. That's understandable.
But only two of them are actually from his game.
Two of them don't exist in Xenoblade, and that is Monado Smash and Monado Jump.
Yeah.
Those two do not exist. All right, so that is 3. So that is 3 out of 5 Monado arts that are represented from Xenoblade. Now let's talk about the other 3. Monado Buster. What does it do in Smash? Monado Buster makes Shulk deal more damage, but deal less knockback. But he also takes more damage. In Xenoblade, Monado Buster is a attack that visually looks very similar to backslash, and it only does higher damage to Mechon, not to everyone. So right there, because they made it an aura, not an attack, that's not good representation.
You're kind of right.
3 out of 5 that are bad. Let's go to his next one. Monado Shield. Monado Shield makes you take less damage and less knockback in Smash. So Monado Shield does exist in Xenoblade, but it's not how Monado Shield works. Monado Shield is more just like blocking an attack, completely blocking an attack.
I'm more okay with that one.
Damage.
I'm more okay with Shield.
But here's my thing. In Xenoblade, there's Monado Armor, which does exactly that. Makes you take less damage. And so they could have just called it Monado Armor. Why didn't they just do that? The final one is Monado Speed. Monado Speed in Smash makes you run faster and have a lower jump. In Xenoblade, it ups your agility. Agility in Xenoblade is essentially your speed stat. It's if you have higher your agility, the higher it is that you can dodge enemy attacks.
That's fine. In Xenoblade's world, with like discounting the actual battle mechanics, that's probably what he would do in Xenoblade's world, make him faster.
Right. In the cutscenes, it does show Shulk moving faster to dodge enemy attacks. So that makes sense.
You're absolutely right. His Monado arts could have been done better. That being said, just the fact he has Monado arts at all makes him higher than the Fire Emblem characters.
It's cool, but my whole thing is the way the Monado arts work as well is that they're just on a timer. They're just on a cooldown timer, which is fine because arts in Xenoblade 1 are on a cooldown timer.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
The only arts in Xenoblade 1 that are not on a cooldown timer are the Monado arts. They have, just like Little Mac's KO Punch, you have to build to it by attacking. So the way I would have done this I would have had it be more like Cloud's Limit Break, where you build to it and then you get one use to do a stronger attack.
Okay, where would you place him? You definitely know way more about it than me.
Bottom of mid.
Bottom of mid, that's crazy. Man's really put
Bottom of
Shulk
mid.
below Marth and Lucina. That's insane.
Because Shulk's whole gimmick is done completely wrong.
I guess from the point of, because we've said this for Donkey Kong and other things, from the point of potential, character potential, yeah, Shulk had way more potential than the Fire Emblem characters. The Fire Emblem characters did what they had to, whereas Shulk, he could have done a lot more.
Yeah, I'm Xenoblade Chronicles is my favorite game of all time, and I'm saying this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
That's pretty fair, actually. In terms of potential,
the way they implemented the Monado arts.
in terms of realistic potential, you're kind of right. Like, why didn't they call shield armor? Why didn't they just take more Monado skills in general and just not make some up? Like, they did not have to make a Monado skill up in Smash or Jump. I just think that's silly.
No, who the fuck cares about Monado Jump, honestly?
I'm like one of the only people that use Monado Jump just because it's funny.
Like, Monado's, like, all the other Monado, like, I feel like the Monado arts, because most of them in Xenoblade are attacks. I can only think of like 3 of them that are stat buffs, and that is shield, armor, and speed.
Okay, but hear me out though. Hear me out though. He has backslash,
He does have backslash.
and it actually does
And-
something
and-
unique. It does
and
double damage to the
backslash.
back.
Which is true in Xenoblade. And it even does the little graphic that it does in Xenoblade.
Hear me out.
Fine.
Hear me out. It is a unique attack.
Listen, I am a Fire Emblem hater, so sure, yeah, let's do that.
I was gonna put Shulk all the way up here, personally.
That's crazy.
I mean, if you think so, being the Xenoblade fan that you are, then fair enough. You have more ground to talk on it than I do. B. Junes.
I also think wait, I do just want to say one more thing about Shulk. Shulk did come back in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed, and he did have more Monado arts, or new Monado arts that he didn't have in Xenoblade 1. Neither of them were Smash or Jump. So even if he was updated for Smash 6 in like 3 years or whenever the hell they decided to release Smash 6, and he still had Jump and Smash, they would still not be canon to Xenoblade.
Yeah, it is a bit odd. I agree. Yeah, I agree in general for his Monado arts. They could have done better. I think backslash is pretty good though.
That's really good. Air Slash is actually does take the original animation.
Yeah.
He doesn't jump that high.
His final smash spoils you.
His Final Smash does spoil you. And also, something I do like that they did, a mechanic from Xenoblade that they did do, I think, a good job of representing, Visions.
Yeah, I think it's one of the cooler counters.
Because in Xenoblade, Visions, aside from the Monado arts, Visions is one of the biggest mechanics of that game. Because Visions affects the story, the actual fights. Collecting items has Visions attached to it. Certain side quests have Visions attached to it. It's literally a feature that's throughout the entire game. So the fact that they implemented it, even if it was just a counter, makes sense.
I think you're being too hard on Shulk. I think he's definitely higher on the Pokemon at least.
Fine, maybe I am.
He has stuff. He actually just has unique stuff.
He does.
Like, even though his Monado... We could honestly just ignore the Monado arts for not being there, and it's still, like, not that bad.
You're probably right. I just think the Monado arts could have just done a lot
They
better.
definitely should have been better.
That's his main gimmick.
That is true. Like, but the fact that they're still there, even if they're bad, they are still there. It's not like Donkey Kong where it's just not there for some reason in the barrels. Like, at least, like, the idea of Monado arts are there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if it's badly represented in how it's portrayed. This is fine then. B. Junes. You know what? I'm instantly gonna say, best skins in the game.
True, 100% true.
Like, say what you will, he represents all of the like mini bosses from Mario. That's pretty damn cool. I mean, tell me all the people that you know that play as Ludwig. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm trying to play as Ludwig. Honestly, he's the best one.
For real. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, from Mario, I actually don't think he's that bad. He has the Mecha Koopas, which are enemies. He does the cannonballs, which show up in Mario 3 and other Mario games as well. He, I mean, hell, he's in the clown car, which alone is already a thing.
In his up B, he has the hammer from the Hammer Brothers.
His final smash is Shadow Mario from Mario Sunshine.
Which even though the final smash sucks,
it is him.
Representation.
And absolutely, it's good representation. It makes sense. I mean,
the clown car actually does like animate, like it has facial animations, which like it does in the actual games.
Yeah.
He does donuts in them. It's pretty cool.
He does donuts in them. That's true. That's true. I love it in New Super Mario Bros. Where he does donuts and styles on you.
In Mario Kart, isn't the clown car a drivable car in Mario Kart?
Maybe. I honestly don't know. It seems like it should be, right?
I think it is. At least in like 8 Deluxe, I think it is.
I think he's bottom of good.
I agree. He is pretty well represented, and even the things that like the clown car doesn't smash that he maybe doesn't do in other games. I mean, I could still see him do that, you know?
I think Bowser Jr. does something that I think Bowser should have done more of, and that's like actually represent the enemies in Mario more.
Yep.
Like Bowser's literally the king of the Koopas. Like Bowser should have like some minion related attacks, I think.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And I love when he mimicked the move of the Goombas to just waddle.
Well, he doesn't have to mimic them. Like he could have like he could just have like command based attacks, right? I mean, Bowser Jr. places Mecha Koopas, you know. Like why can't Bowser place Goombas? I can see it. Or Koopas.
Why can't he just throw out Koopas out of his ass?
Yeah. Well, what if he threw Koopa shells? Could you imagine?
Listen,
is him throwing a
if
Koopa.
he can pull a toad out of her ass, so can Bowser, alright?
For real! Okay, at the very least, Bowser should have had a hammer throw, bro. Mario 1, he throws hammers. Okay, no matter what, my biggest problem with Bowser is that his fire does not operate like it does in Mario 1. I feel like that's a given. Like, why are they not fireballs instead of, like, just a flamethrower? I think the flamethrower is silly.
Yeah, I mean, later games do have him do a flamethrower, but still a little annoying.
I just feel like it's kind of a missed opportunity. I don't know.
There was a custom move in Smash 4 that did it.
That's true, but even then, it operated not exactly what I wanted out of it.
Right.
Okay. Bowser Jr., bottom of good, feels right. Duck Hunt. Okay, Duck Hunt's kind of goated, actually. Wait, Duck Hunt is
Genuinely.
Duck Hunt is 3 characters.
It's like Rob, but done right.
It is actually. It actually is. Like, why they made this character, I don't know, but they freaking cooked with it.
Like every Smash game has that like one retro character where you're like, why do they do it? But like they're actually like really good, like really well designed.
Yeah, like this is like if they did Dr. Mario right.
Yeah, this is like if they did Rob right, because Rob again was not representing Rob the toy, but more trying to represent the games, but didn't do it right. Duck Hunt represents
the Super
Duck Hunt
Blaster,
game, Hogan's Alley, and Sharon. All the 3 like big light gun games on the NES.
The blaster is what the NES blaster is what he's basically representing.
Yeah, the blaster and the games that the blaster like were made for.
And if anybody doesn't know, the idea behind Duck Hunt is that this is 3 characters, not just 2. You're the dog, the duck, and
the shooter.
And the shooter with the NES blaster on the other side of the screen. So that's why whenever Duck Hunt, like when you do a side smash, the little reticle that shows up, that's the 3rd player. That's the shooter with the NES blaster. It's actually so cool. As a nod to retro gaming, I think that's sick.
Oh yeah, 100%. The actual standard attacks, you know, your punch, kick, aerials, whatever, those are like almost entirely original, but the smash attacks are all the blaster. The neutral B is the can from Hogan's Alley. The side B is the shooting disc from Duck Hunt, and the neutral B, or sorry, the down B, pulls up right of characters from Hogan's Alley and Sheriff, and they just shoot at you. Like, that's just cool. As someone who like enjoys the NES light gun games, that's just cool.
So are they cooked?
I think they cooked.
I think they did what they went above and beyond with this idea. Could they have done better?
Could they have done better?
I don't know. Like, what would you do to improve Duck Hunt?
So those games are pretty bare bones.
They really are. Like, considering what they had to work with, I think they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, they're just different versions of shooting galleries.
Like, imagine if they put this much effort into every character. with way more, like, to work with. Duck Hunt had nothing to work with and actually got a good, like, idea out of him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dom's in the back like, why the hell are you rating this dog so high?
I was gonna say above Pac-Man.
Look at this dude.
I think bottom of They Cook makes sense. But, to be fair, is he comparable to Pac-Man? Maybe.
He is, because again, it's that idea of like, he doesn't just represent Duck Hunt, he represents the NES Zapper.
I still think Pac-Man should also be They Cook, personally, but...
I agree. I agree.
You know what? If we both agree, screw it. Let's do it.
Still below Duck Hunt, but yes.
Yeah, I think Duck Hunt's idea is just so cool. I actually think Duck Hunt should be above Kirby.
That's a take.
Is that wrong? Hell, I think Pac-Man could be above Kirby.
Do you think it's wrong?
Okay, now that felt painful.
Yeah, that one felt wrong. All
right, what about Duck Hunt?
See, oh god, I feel like the only issue I have with Duck Hunt is his up B.
That is true. Why is the duck carrying you?
The duck?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
The duck carrying the dog, yeah.
Fair enough. That's all I had to hear. All right, Ryu.
So I'm going to say I think Ryu and Ken should be put in the same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Ken is similar to Lucina in a way that I think him being an Echo makes a lot of sense.
Yes, but I also think Ken has, of all the Echo fighters, Ken is the most unique.
That's also true. But just him being an Echo in general is deserved. Like, Ken is, in Street Fighter, he's meant to be an Echo. That's what he is.
Yeah, Ryu and Ken essentially have the same moveset. It's just one punches, the other kicks.
Yeah.
That being said, they are quite literally 1-to-1 how they were in Street Fighter 2.
That's kind of crazy. I don't play Street Fighter, so please rank them.
Yeah. They quite literally, they have the inputs from Street Fighter 2. They have even Ken has his own unique inputs that are different from Ryu's. They have the thing where they have light and heavy kicks and punches, depending on, because Street Fighter is made with 6 buttons, Smash is made with 2. So there's supposed to be light, medium, and heavy kicks based on the buttons. With Smash, it's based on how long you hold the button. So if you just tap it, it's a light kick. If you hold it, it's a heavy kick. So they literally took all they could from Street Fighter, put it into Smash, and somehow made it with 2 buttons. And then they even included the command inputs. They also, again, we don't really talk about Final Smashes much. They have 2 Final Smashes.
That's true, though. That's kind of huge. That's actually really cool. If you're far away, then you do the Hadouken.
you do the Hadouken. If you're close, you do the Shuriken.
That's pretty cool. And those are like the two most iconic moves from Street Fighter.
Yep. And even though like the actual move set is based on Street Fighter 2, I'm pretty sure Ken's Shoryuken Final Smash is based on Marvel vs. Capcom, I believe.
So where would you rank them?
Honestly, I'm once again torn between good and they cooked.
I think it's
Because
They Cooked.
what else could they have done?
They put in fighting combos and still somehow made it like not too polarizing.
Right. They definitely smashified them, like made them very simple, but
Yeah.
they're still very complex. They even added like move canceling,
Yeah.
which is huge because
They turn
Only the
around.
fighting
By the
game
way,
characters have
they're
move
always facing the opponent. I think that's a cool little
Yep.
nod.
Yep, all the actual fighting game characters in Smash do that.
I mean, no, I think they deserve They Cooked. They have, from what I can tell, they have the moves that, you know,
Yeah,
they should have. Shoryuken is up B, makes sense. Hadouken
Yup.
is neutral B, makes sense.
and each one of them has a command input.
Yeah. I mean,
Every special has a command input.
I think if you have a gimmick that perfectly represents your base game, I think that's fire. I think that's They Cooked.
Yeah, and then Ken also has a unique command input that isn't one of his specials. It's a move that you can only do with a command input.
Yeah, that's true. The fire one, right?
No, it's one of his kicks.
Oh wait, never mind, I'm dumb. All right, whatever. Where are we putting him?
Let's.
My gut is telling me he doesn't represent as many things as Villager.
Because Villager, again, is just like a hodgepodge of items from Animal Crossing, while Ken and Ryu are mainly just their Street Fighter 2 versions, so they don't represent anything like past like Street Fighter 2.
Right.
And there's like a million Street Fighter games, so
They probably could have taken more. I'm not educated on the games well enough to know, but
they could have taken a lot of newer stuff like Street Fighter, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Or more stuff from like the Versus game.
I mean, do all of their moves represent something at the end of the day?
You're right.
Do all their moves represent something?
Yes. 100% yes.
Like every single aerial, every single taunt, every single thing.
Aerials, I'm not entirely sure of. I know some of them are. I know the down areas. I know the back areas for it. I think I'm confident in saying yes on that one. I probably will have to fact check that, but I'm confident in saying yes.
How about that?
That seems fair.
I think that's fine. I think there's another level.
I genuinely think Terry and Kazi are probably like right next to them.
Yeah, probably. I don't see why
Because
they'd be separate.
they do more.
I think
they
Mega
do
Man
this-
has enough fan service to kind of beat them, admittedly.
Hey, shout out to the Capcom characters, all right next to each other.
For real. I don't know. I think the death animation is really cool. Every single move 100% is from a Mega Man game.
Oh, 100% is from something.
Yeah. Like, actually, it might actually be one of the only characters in this game that 100% represents, like, all of his moves are something.
Yeah.
And something unique, too. Right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Cloud.
I haven't played Final Fantasy VII.
I have played half of it.
Yeah, I know.
He has the Advent Children skin.
Does, which is raw as hell.
Yeah. He has a limit break mechanic, which I think alone is great.
Yeah, Cloud is like one of those characters where it's like, outside of his special attacks, it's a turn-based game.
Right.
You know.
I think
So,
considering
forward.
the limitations that Cloud had as the character from his game, I think they might have cooked. He has a limit break. It slightly changes all of his moves. All of his moves are from the game.
And his down B completely changes.
In FF7, when you have the limit break, you are a little bit stronger while you have it charged up, and that's in Smash.
That is in Smash.
The side B is a thing. All the moves are a thing. I actually don't know if the down B is a thing. It probably is. I just don't know it.
Limit charge or the spin attack.
The spin.
I'm not sure if that's a real thing. I know there is a move in Final Fantasy VII that does like 1 damage. I know that.
It's probably that then.
So it's probably based on that because it does 1 damage, but it has hella knockback.
It's probably exactly what that is.
Probably that.
I don't know. I'm a little conflicted. They probably could have done more, honestly. No, actually, they actually could have. They could have made him use more magic.
Yeah.
Because, what's it called? It's been so long, I'm sorry, for any Final Fantasy VII fans, that I'm cringing right now. There's, things that you could attach onto your weapons that give them, like, affinities. Like, little magic powers.
Yeah.
That's not represented at all. Technically, I think his neutral B is that. Like the wind thing.
Yeah, it's just like a little like wind thing.
I think right here feels fair.
That feels fair, yeah.
That's fine. Tell us in the comments if we're absolutely wrong. Corin.
Yup.
Yup. Yo, it's advertising the character. I love advertising.
Why are you here, buddy?
Okay, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? I could easily put him below Dr. Mario because his game wasn't even out yet. It is the most blatant, like, why'd they put him in the game?
Wait, let's be fair here. His game was out in Japan, not in America.
I guess so, yeah.
His game was still 2 months out in America when it was announced.
Okay, realistically, he is one of the more unique Fire Emblem characters.
Yes. I just don't know anything about his game except for Big Booba Lady.
Yeah. Same. I don't know. I just don't care.
Honestly.
That's the worst part of it. I think Corin is actually the most, like, nobody cares about this character in the game.
Like, genuinely, if you were to ask me, like, what character do I always forget is in this game, it's Corin.
Which is interesting, because, like, he has a unique moveset. He's just boring. I don't know. I don't know why. Why is he so boring? Like, he's a dragon guy. You'd think that that's interesting.
Don't know. He also had the most boring Smash trailers, so there's that.
That is true. There's like no hype behind him. He does have the male and female skins. That's cool. His counter is unique.
His dogs are out. You know what I'm saying?
His dogs do be out. Oh frickin' no! Where y'all want to put him?
Can we just do Corin tier?
Corin tier.
Can we just do a Corin tier?
I'm actually willing to put him in Did They Even Try?
Say above Dr. Mario.
It's not Did They Even Try because they didn't try. It's Did They Even Try because we don't know nothing about this character.
It's probably not fair for me to put him this low.
It isn't. That's why I'm saying Corin tier. Just put him in a Corin tier. I think that would be funny.
I just feel like it's so blatantly advertising to the point where did they even try? Like, in a way that's different than how we've been rating these characters, did they even try to think of a unique character to put into this game? They said, I want money.
Because I think, we were talking about this before the recording, I was thinking, like, if they were going to advertise a character, why this one?
It's just so odd. There are... First of all, you've already represented Fire Emblem well over, like, any other series in Smash.
Like, why this one? Like, I get this was like 20, like late 20. What years? This is late 2015. Why wasn't this Inkling?
No, for real though. Pause.
Like Splatoon came out that year. Like Splatoon came out like 6 months before Core was.
Yeah, at least Inkling would be representing a new, you know.
Right. Like this could have been like.
That being said, I think it's completely
honestly,
valid that
like,
they
the
waited until
advertising.
Ultimate for that to be like
this
the
is
first new one, but
advertising
whatever.
slot. Like every like Smash game has like that one character that's like, who are you and why are you here? Like Brawl had Lucas, Melee had, you know, Marth.
Corrin just feels icky. Like as a character, it's the only character in this game that I just feel disgusted that they're even in the game.
Right, like I could think of at least 3 characters from around 2015 when Corrin was announced that could have done better for advertising a new game than Corrin was.
Right.
There was Inkling, and there was at like a week before Corrin was announced, Xenoblade X released in America. It was already out in Japan, but it released in America. They could have done Elma from Xenoblade X. That was like their big holiday game for that year.
I just think there's already so much representation in Fire Emblem. Why would you add this character who came from a game that hasn't even like shown that it's like a popular Fire Emblem game? Like, at least.
And I have some friends who are Fire Emblem fans. I'm pretty sure most Fire Emblem fans don't like Fates.
Yeah, that's like a thing. But that's the problem. Like that's the problem with putting a character in specifically for advertising. Because you don't know if the game is actually going to be received well. And guess what? It wasn't received well. And now Corrin is just this blemish on the Smash roster.
Right.
So that's why, I don't know. I feel like there's a special condition with Corrin. Even if his moveset is representative of the character, I kind of just don't care. Because him actually just being here at all is a disgrace enough.
Yeah.
Like, Dr. Mario's below him because it's a disgrace that he's here in addition to being a really boring moveset. Corrin has an interesting moveset, but does not deserve to be here in the same way Dr. Mario. And Toon Link has a terrible moveset, but does deserve to be here. It's like, these are the 3.
These guys.
These guys.
Fuck these guys.
For real. These 3 could actually be on a tier lower than these, and I wouldn't even be against it.
Make a new tier just called "Fuck These Guys," all right?
No, maybe if there's more people to do that for. Actually, I'm kind of down. Wait, why are they here?
Why are they here? Did they even try? Why are you here?
You're kind of right though. Hold on. Add a row.
I know, like we're rating Corrin like so differently than we're rating all the other guys, but still, it really is a "why are you here" kind of character, even if they're unique.
I kind of agree. Why are you here? Damn, I agree actually. That feels right?
I guess, yeah. Yeah.
Why are you here? Because, like, these are "did you even tries?" But this is more so, why are you even here?
Right.
They should have just, like, not even considered this character at that point. Or at least in the way that they did it, like, with Toon Link. I guess by that logic, though, Toon Link should be "did they even try," huh?
Yeah.
Because Toon Link should be here, they just didn't even try. That's fine. Alright. Finally, Bayonetta.
So, I've only ever played a little bit of Bayonetta 2.
This is one of only 3 games I've never played on this list.
I do own all 3 Bayonetta games on Switch. I've only ever played a little bit of Bayonetta 2.
From what Dom, you haven't played a Bayonetta, have you?
Absolutely not.
I want to say that Bayonetta is a good represented character. I know that her smash attacks get rid of some of her clothes. I know that that's what it does in the main game.
Yeah, her hair is her clothes,
Right.
essentially.
Um,
So like, she uses her hair to open up like portals to fucking bring in demons. Essentially,
that's pretty cool that her smash attacks are literally
A
demons.
little bit I played from Bayonetta. I believe all of her attacks are from Bayonetta. Like,
They probably are.
because they're all just like
Which times in the game? Which times in the game in a very unique way. She has like a unique dodge mechanic, which like turns into bats.
Which is from Bayonetta. I do remember that from when I played it.
Uh,
Both of her dodge mechanics are from Bayonetta.
She has guns, which are also unique in the way that she plays. Like she has like aerial differences and stuff.
Her final smash is directly from Bayonetta.
I think it's probably They Cooked. Is that wrong?
They probably did, honestly. If I played more Bayonetta, I would probably be stronger in my opinion on this, but I just haven't played Bayonetta that much.
It sounds like they took everything they could have.
Yeah. And again, I do feel like I do want to mention Bayonetta was like they said was the ballot winner, which was obviously a lie.
Yeah.
I just like bringing that up because like why would they even lie about that?
I know. I mean, it's so obvious to me. They knew that it wasn't worth wasting a super popular character for Smash 4 when they knew Smash 4 was underselling and they could have sold a lot more with Ultimate.
Right, and Smash Ultimate, I know Smash off topic, but I know Sakurai said that the planning documents for Smash Ultimate were completed the day Bayonetta and Corrin were announced for Smash 4.
Mm-hmm.
So he already knew what was happening.
Yeah, I think Sakurai probably just knew the moment that the ballot was finished, like, hey, if I'm gonna make one final Smash game or like one big hurrah on the next Nintendo console, it should be Sora, and I think that that's fair.
Yeah, and Sora, they did confirm that Sora, he confirmed in a Famitsu article that Sora was the winner of the ballot and Banjo-Kazooie was number 2.
Damn. It's crazy that Banjo-Kazooie is that high. And then, like, he came out and then just nobody cared.
Well, because Banjo-Kazooie feels like a character that was designed for Smash 64.
Yeah, that's true. Which is fitting, but, you know.
Yeah, fitting, obviously, yeah.
Okay, she's probably... They cooked. We don't have enough opinions on it. Please let us know in the comments where you think she would rank, and maybe we'll edge her alongside with the comments. I think this is fine.
She's gonna be Smash 4's version of Fox, where we just keep moving her around.
Yeah, true. Actually, where should we put Fox this time?
This is the mandatory Fox section, huh?
Yeah. I'm thinking just above Pokemon Trainer.
I'm thinking they cooked, honestly.
Honestly, yeah. What are the best Smash Ultimate characters in representation for their series? Welcome to the video. I am Later Manor, and I'm joined once again by my good old buddy old pals, Jeno and Dom. Say hi, y'all.
Buy Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, releasing March 20th for the Nintendo Switch family of systems.
True. Play the game.
Whatever Jeno says you should not listen to, he's lying, and...
He is, honestly. That game is ass. Don't get that game.
I'm going to hurt both of you.
please.
Please. But yeah, we're back.
I'm going to hurt you, please.
We're back yet again. Once again, if y'all like this series up to this point, this is the final part. As you can see, we've already gotten quite a few characters in here. We are finally up to the Smash Ultimate characters. If you'd like to see the other parts, then there will be a link to a playlist in the description below. And thank you all for sticking with us through this little mini-series here. Let's finish it up. subscribe if you like this kind of content, and let us know what other lists we should do in the future. All right.
Watch it while you can. 'cause
Watch
all
it
of
while
them
you
getting
can.
Deleted.
That's right. All these videos are getting deleted in 2 days. All right. So on some Nintendo type crap.
Yeah,
But-
yeah. All these videos will be made available until March 31st.
Yeah. So make sure you watch them before they go away. Okay. But anyways, let's get started. All right, Inkling. So what are we thinking about Inkling?
I think they are an Inkling.
They are indeed an Inkling. They do have, it's important to note they have an ink mechanic. Gimmicks at this point in Smash's history are very common.
Right.
Obviously that doesn't...
I think everyone has a gimmick now.
Yeah, so that's why in Smash 4 there were so many high they cooks. That being said, I don't think Inkling's gimmick is as much as they could have gone for.
Well, you gotta think. The main question is, are we grading them as a kid or a squid?
True! Are they a kid or are they a
And a
squid?
squid. So they are a kid and a squid.
So in that case, they must be they cooked. They must
pretty
be
accurate
they
in
must
that
be they cooked because squids are great for calamari, right? So they cook them.
The Calamari sisters?
Calamari, yes.
Yeah, I'm about to say, isn't that why they named the squid
Wait,
sisters?
stop. You're right. Anyway, let me stop. The ink mechanic works. It basically makes it so that you can paint the opponents with your attacks, and then you do more knockback the more you go on.
I thought it was each attack does more damage while they're inked.
Is it damage? I thought it was knockback, and maybe it's both.
Let me see here. Ink attack. When an opponent is inked, you'll do more damage to them. Ink wears off over time. That's what the game says.
But yeah, I do think, I mean, that's fine. And it is something. I think that alone, that gimmick that she has, it's at least enough to be good tier. I think I would have preferred it if they went a little bit harder into inking the ground, because Turf War is like the main mode in Splatoon. Like painting the floor and then swimming in that ink. Like that's the whole point of the movement in Splatoon. And I wish that they like went into that more. They basically don't do anything with that with painting the floor. Like you can paint the floor, but it doesn't do anything. So I would say it's definitely still more than stuff like, I think Peach is kind of the line I'm looking at here.
Right.
Because I do still think Yoshi
the thing
does
I do
like
wanna mention
basically
is that-
everything.
The thing I do want to mention is that the ink mechanic is actually more than just like actually painting the opponent, because they have the splat bombs, and if you're out of ink, if your ink tank is empty, you can't use the splat bombs.
Mhm.
And there's
That's true.
other attacks where if there's no ink, like the up smash, if there's no ink in your ink tank, it does less damage because it's an explosion of ink.
It's a good point. Yeah, I mean, the limited ink supply is also something like, I mean, we were talking about that with Robin. That is still an important part in Splatoon. Like, you need to manage your ink. That's part of the game.
Right.
However,
and you can literally stop, go in the ground, and recharge your ink like you do in Splatoon.
but the main reason why I think it's not comparable to something like Robin is that Robin is a much lesser known character, and like they kind of did like literally everything they possibly could have. Whereas Inkling, I mean, hell, now it's Nintendo's brand new IP. Well, not as new anymore, but it's the newest IP Nintendo has, and it's not
Arms?
as far as it could be. Arms? Stop.
Robin has his own catchphrase.
That's true. So yeah, where are y'all thinking? I'm thinking right here, maybe here.
Yeah. I'm gonna say under Yoshi because of the sole fact that with Yoshi they kind of did everything they could have possibly done, but
Right.
with Inkling they could still do more.
Yeah, they definitely could have done more.
Because there's just like so many weapon types in Splatoon.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have leaned more into weapons or even their special attacks. I think that would have been really cool.
Right, and like with Splatoon 2, because Smash Ultimate came out in 2018, Splatoon 2 came out in 2017, so they easily could have like done something with like the Splatbrellas or the Dualies or anything like
Right.
that, but they didn't.
I'm still upset that instead of for their ultimate, what was it? We got the what? Killer whale?
It's
Was
a
that what
killer
it was
whale.
Oh yeah,
I still wish it was the Rainmaker.
I wish it was
the
the
Rainmaker?
Kraken. The Rainmaker would have been cool too, though. I think the Kraken is like the quintessential.
I feel like the Rainmaker would have just been the exact same as the killer whale.
Yeah, but in
terms of, like, how it would-
concept.
Yeah, like
No, I get
the
it.
cool
Though.
aware just function as like almost the same as Mario's Final Smash,
right?
Wii Fit. It's just a
I can see
It's
it.
just
Yeah.
across the
Yeah, the
big
Final
sound
Smash is a
wave.
little bit disappointing the more you think about it. Like, of all things, they chose the killer whale. Like, I don't know. There's so many other things they could have picked. I would go for the Kraken person, but the Rainmaker is actually a good point too.
Yeah. I feel like they went with the killer whale because like one of the big things in Splatoon is like the music, like the fictional artists that they
Right.
have with the bands,
I can
and
see
the
that,
killer
yeah.
whale is just a giant speaker.
Fair enough. Okay, let's move on. I like that. Ridley. Everybody begged for Ridley, and then the moment he finally came out, everyone popped off, and then nobody played as his character.
That's so real.
I do. That being said, I do think they did basically what they could with Ridley. I like how he has the Mecha Ridley skins. Gameplay wise, he's a big ass dragon. What else could they have done?
Something we didn't even mention with the Inkling is that they have like all their skins are different outfits,
True.
different colors.
True. Good point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Also, obviously important to note that Yoshi has all different Yoshi colors as well. So, except for
Right.
Black Yoshi, why'd they get rid of it?
For
Anyway.
black, it's for black.
But yeah, I think they did what they could with Ridley. That being said, it's probably just mid. I don't really know what they could have done better. But I think
I
they.
feel like a lot of Ridley's moves are just like original.
Yeah. Except for the down smash. For some reason, Ultimate had this theme of always having the belly flop or like jump up and then ground pound down smashes.
Yeah.
Like K-Rool has that, Incineroar has that. Like what?
K-Rool has it.
Banjo has that.
Banjo just fucking takes Kazooie out and just fucking smacks him.
For real. But anyway, I digress. I think mid is honestly kind of fair for Ridley. They did what they had to.
Right. There isn't really much more they could have done. But like at the same time, I feel like they only took from like Super Metroid or
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
maybe if they went harder into like his destructiveness, or like give him more like flyability. Like honestly, if they made him a heavy with way more like offstage presence, I think that'd be really, really interesting. His offstage presence is still fine, but I just meant like what if he had like even more jumps, right? Like say what you will about it from a balancing perspective, but right now like he kind of sucks. So
he only has 3 jumps.
yeah, like I think if they went harder into his flight, I think that would help a lot because obviously that's his main thing. He freaking flies.
Right. If he had like, well, yeah, if he had like like the same amount of jumps as like Kirby, like 5 or 6.
Or like
Like,
even
that-
like an
that-
aerial
that would be
laser
kind of
to
insane.
spit out because it really can spit out lasers.
Right,
Hell, that's shown in his
he has
final
the-
smash too.
He has the final ball. He had the fireball and then his final smash.
Yeah, I think it's probably right here above Gren. How's that?
That seems fair, honestly.
Okay, that's fine then. We can move on. Let's go Simon and Richter. What are we thinking about Simon and Richter?
Very NES Castlevania.
I don't know anything about Castlevania in general, so
I've
no.
only played a couple of the original Castlevanias.
I've
I've
touched-
seen one of the animes.
That's about all they're based
And
on.
the character in the anime is not even in the show.
I will say
Right, and
you are kind of right, Gino, that it specifically references NES Castlevania.
Which isn't a bad thing because that's like the most iconic Castlevania.
And like honestly, for the Nintendo Smash, like I mean, for the Nintendo crossover fighter, like it makes sense, right? That's Nintendo's main, Castlevania thing. I do think that considering it was just NES, actually kind of buffs it, if anything, more because even only taking from NES, Simon, is similar to Mega Man, honestly. They did a lot.
Yeah, where it like they took from the games that had the most limited of stuff to take from,
And they honestly made a pretty creative moveset. Like every single special move is something different. Axe, Holy Water, the Cross.
Heavy emphasis on the whip, which I do really like.
Yeah, and it should be the heavy emphasis on the whip.
Castlevania thing is
Yeah.
the whip.
Definitely. I think the whip actually operates pretty well too. It's interesting.
It does. It also has that thing that Sheik had in Melee.
I actually do think he's they cooked. Is that a crazy take?
I don't think it's that crazy of a take. Probably, yeah. Like maybe under Bayonetta, like very bottom of they cooked, because like it's really good. Like it feels like they just took him like right out of the NES games. He just like the only real thing that like isn't the same is like the movement, because this is a fighting game.
True. It'd be funny if the movement was exactly like it, like really punishing.
It was just that stiff.
Honestly, if they did that, like it's like a Little Mac situation at that point, right? Stiff movement to kind of like hinder him, but that's his weakness, right? That'd be kind of cool, actually. But yeah, I think that's fair, unless y'all think he's better at like top of good. I don't really know if they were hard aiming for NES Simon. I don't know how they could do better, is my thing.
I do like his Conan the Barbarian look.
Indeed.
I think very bottom of they cooked, top of good is the spot for him. Whether you want to put him above or below is below Bayonetta or above Ness is your call.
I do think maybe he's more similar to Ness and Lucas the more I think about it. Dom, what do you think?
I don't know this dude.
Fair enough. Let's do this, I guess. I feel like that's fair enough. I do think Ness and Lucas kind of have like similar things where all their specials feel like relevant, but at least Simon like has all the same stuff. In terms of Richter,
it's the exact same character.
It is. Previously, we ranked different echoes on different spots besides Lucina,
like,
because I feel like Lucina was justified.
I have not played it's Symphony of the Night, I believe it's the one that Richter's from. So I've not played the one that Richter's from, so I don't know if they've added or removed anything that would make him more specific.
From what I know, because I haven't played the game that Richter's from what I know, I feel like Richter moves very differently and like has way different like moves. So that might technically be a did they even try? Because like, is this Richter? No, it's just Simon in disguise.
Right, but I feel like they took just like I feel like because I think Symphony of the Night is like one of the most popular ones, but I feel like Richter or Simon is like the one that like people will recognize more than Richter.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's why they did that.
I think it does honestly like fit and did they even try?
I mean the only thing that's different between them is I was mentioning this earlier before the recording. Simon's holy water has a fire property, which can kill red Pikmin, but
it's so specific, but yeah.
Richter's doesn't.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they changed between the two.
Yeah, I think top of did they even try is fine. Honestly though, no, never mind. He goes below Chrom. Chrom and Dark Pit at least have unique moves.
That's fair, honestly.
Yeah.
Dark Pit does have a gun.
That's true.
It's a crossbow, but here we are.
Same thing. But yeah, on to K. Rool, my favorite designed heavy in the game. So let me do this one. Let me do this one, bro.
Go for it.
Bro, K. Rool did not deserve all this, alright? I love K. Rool. I love Donkey Kong Country. It's one of my favorite platform series ever. DKC2 is even my first video game I ever played. K. Rool is only the final boss in the first 3 games, right? The original Donkey Kong Countries. On the
we're
SNES.
doing this?
And my man, he literally takes a move from every single one of his final boss appearances. Donkey Kong Country 1, he throws the crown. That's his neutral special. Side B is the cannon. That's from Donkey Kong Country 2. That's literally his main attack. The freaking up B that everybody freaking hates is the propeller from Donkey Kong Country 3. He literally, and then don't get me wrong, all of his punching side smash, that's from Donkey Kong Country 64. I mean Donkey Kong 64. Like
Donkey Kong Country 64.
Whatever. All of his moves do honestly mean something. And I'm pretty sure his counter is also from 64 too. I could be wrong about that. Either way, It is honestly incredible what they did with a character that has so little appearances. He only shows up at the very end of these games, I want to keep in mind. He doesn't show up anywhere else. He has like barely any appearances, aside from these one singular boss fights in these 3 games, and never again in like some side games. To me,
Yeah, they did so much with him.
I mean, he's obviously they cooked. They did everything they could, and they went further beyond, I think.
I feel like the only thing they're missing is like, was he ever in like any of the Mario sports games? I know there was the Kremlins in one of the games.
He was in Sluggers. But I mean,
where's his baseball bat?
Yeah, where's his
True, that's
baseball
not-
bat? True.
The fact he was even in that game, they cooked.
True.
Honestly,
True. No, that's actually one of his like very few appearances. Like seriously, and it's a side game. I think honestly, considering what they were working with, I think like right below Mega Man feels valid.
honestly, that's not even like, I'm not even gonna argue with that,
Yeah.
because it's just like Mega Man, where like they took like anything they could and they threw it in there.
Yeah, every single move that they could, I would say Mega Man's definitely higher though because of variance.
Just because he has more to work with, and
Yeah.
they took more.
Yeah, like that. I think that's the big difference, right? Mega Man has way more to work with, and they went into that. That's why Mega Man's so high. Mega Man's a character where they have like
Genuinely
unlimited. He has unlimited potential, and they somehow still cooked. Like they did everything they could have. So
Right.
yeah, I think K. Rool being below that makes sense.
Also, K. Rool also has the belly flop, which
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Belly flop, of course.
One in Smash Ultimate does.
True. But yeah, I like that. Let's move on. Isabelle. What does there to say about Isabelle? Where did we put Villager? And they cooked?
So we put Villager and they cooked because the Villager in Animal Crossing, all they do is just collect items and use them.
Mm-hmm.
Isabelle sits behind a desk. Bee's cute. That's it.
Bees
Sit behind
cute
the desk,
indeed.
looks cute, and then just fucking does paperwork. I don't see her pulling out a clipboard in her moveset, honestly.
So, I'm not a smart man, right? I've never played Animal Crossing, right?
I barely
But
have
I can
either.
I can safely say in Smash, I have yet to be hit by a desk. So that alone,
True. Did they even try? No.
The only thing in her entire moveset that is something. Oh, also, I'm just sorry. K. Rool. One more thing. Final Smash is Donkey Kong 64's game over screen.
True.
But because I'm about to bring up Final Smash here. The only thing that's relevant to Isabelle from Animal Crossing is her Final Smash is Tom Nook building Town Hall.
True.
they could have totally had her side smash be just her
Just pull out
swinging a
skateboard,
clipboard at
just pull out a
somebody.
skateboard.
Yeah, I think she probably should have had more unique moves. I mean, there's some differences. I don't know. It feels like
Well, she does have some unique moves. Like she has like Villager doesn't have like the fishing rod. It's
Yeah.
more. It's just more of Villager. Like instead of Villager, like how Villager can ride a gyroid.
I wonder if-
Isabelle plants a gyroid and it launches upward.
you know
So,
what?
like,
It
it's
is-
just more Villager, but it doesn't represent Isabelle.
It doesn't
That's the problem.
represent. Okay, well, if we take it from the angle of it's just representing more Animal Crossing, that actually makes me raise her placement quite a bit. Because we said that before with like Ness and Lucas, right? They represent Mother
Right.
as a series. If this is just representing more Animal Crossing, I'm actually more okay with it.
The problem is it's not that much more. I think it's literally because Balloon Trip is the same thing.
Yeah, it is still a lot of copying.
The up B is the same. The pockets thing the same. It really is just the different use of the gyroid being the down B, and then the fishing rod. That's literally all that's different.
Yeah, I guess because it's so similar, maybe it's mid.
Isabelle, I kind of want to put Isabelle next to Chrome.
Next to Grom.
Because hear me out, right?
Wait,
They
no,
feel
no,
like
no.
an echo with just a little bit more, which is what Crom is.
Right. But they did try. Is the thing.
They have the fishing rod is pretty massive, like more massive than the move
fishing is
differences
just a
of
huge
Crom.
part of Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I think, I mean, hell, fishing, from very limited Animal Crossing knowledge, I think fishing's very important in that game.
It's like one of the 3 things you can do. Every
Yeah.
day.
I mean, I know it's not much.
I maybe put about 100 hours in New Horizons. I spend most of that time fishing and deep sea diving.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know, Dom. Are you really insistent on did they even try?
Oh no, I don't care.
I think maybe somewhere in boring is fine.
Yeah.
Boring, really. I was gonna say mid. Okay. Fair enough.
Maybe behind the Bee Fighters, because they at least feel special.
Yeah.
Because you brought up the idea that like it's kind of like the Ness Lucas situation, but Ness represents Earthbound while Lucas represents Mother 3.
Yeah, and they do that job respectively really well, each
Right.
of them, for different reasons.
But like Animal Crossing is Animal Crossing, you know what I'm saying? Like all the games are the same. You just do everything again.
Yeah, like honestly, Isabelle could have theoretically. You're actually kind of right. I think if they were going to make another Animal Crossing character, Isabelle makes sense to be the other Animal Crossing character. Don't get me wrong, but
they had to do but for Isabelle they had to do something funny. They had to put like a Phoenix Wright in Marvel vs. Capcom where he just throws out paperwork.
Yeah, I think they should have done like more, or just represented more aspects of Animal Crossing rather than having a lot of the same. I think that would have helped a lot.
I still don't know why they even added Animal Crossing.
Well, I think like Villager makes sense, but yeah, I would agree. Maybe just not include Isabelle.
If Villager wasn't here, and it was just Isabelle,
Oh, it'd be.
I think it would be a lot better because Isabelle's kind of like the mascot for Animal.
Yeah, if Villager did not exist already, I think Isabelle would just be they cooked flat out. But the fact that it copies a lot of a moveset definitely lowers her a lot. That's really important. Okay, Incineroar. I like Incineroar. Honestly, Incineroar feels a lot better than most of the Pokemon in terms of representation. Incineroar has Revenge, which is a unique counter, which, you know, it makes enough sense how it works like it does in Pokemon. You get hit, and then you do double damage with that move. Makes sense. Unique counters are a good thing, I think. All of his moves are based on like wrestling archetypes and stuff. Like he literally has like his side B is literally throwing you at the whatever it is, the ropes of a boxing ring, or wrestling ring or whatever. And yeah, his moves are just good representations of what moves he can learn in Pokemon. Also, his Final Smash is really cool because it's the Z move and it's like a product of its time, right? It's like kind of like a history showing from the Pokemon series because Z moves are no longer a thing. I think. I actually wonder if maybe this Pokemon could go bottom good. He does feel quite a bit better than the other Pokemon.
I'm gonna say this now. I have no clue what hell an Incineroar is. I am just a big wrestling fan, so.
Okay, well, as a wrestling fan, how does he do?
He does a good ass German suplex. He can run the rope.
I mean, it is pretty cool that his grabs are like extra powerful, right? That makes sense.
Okay, but is he a WWE wrestler or a Pokemon?
Well, okay, but that's kind of my point, right?
point.
He's both a Pokemon and a big wrestling reference. And I think that's kind of cool.
I have yet to see him on wrestling or on whatever the actual TV show is with the live performance.
All I'm trying to say is they got Knuckles on NXT that one time, but not Incineroar.
I actually think he might be bottom good. I don't know. I feel like the fact that he represents.
It's all you.
I think the fact that he represents both Pokemon and wrestling, and kind of succeeds in both in a way, I feel like that's pretty cool. I don't really know what else they could have done. They're just, yeah, I think that's pretty good.
I don't think he taunts enough for every attack, honestly.
Huh?
I don't think he taunts enough after every attack.
He does taunt. Wait, that's actually. Hold on. I forgot. After every single attack, he taunts. That's so good. From a wrestling standpoint, that is such a good, like. He's cocky, you know? He's putting up a show. Wait, that's actually huge. Let's do that. Let's do that. There you go. As the one Pokemon fan, I will put him here. There you go.
Hey, listen, I never said I'm not a Pokemon fan. I said I don't play the games. I've recently played. I recently started playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. All right.
Huge, basically.
I went 0-10 in online battles.
So basically a pro, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, if we're talking about TCG, bro, I got this golden ground Charizard. Great. Okay.
Bro, literally, my second pull, I got Mewtwo EX, and like the special one that has like the cool artwork and everything.
I still haven't played it, I'm fake. Anyway, Piranha Plant. Piranha Plant is probably the definition of a character that... honestly, it's even hard enough to call him a character. He is a basic Mario enemy that
He's a thing.
Sakurai decided to flex his freaking muscles and say, hey, I'm gonna make a character that basically has nothing and make him into one of the creative character designs in the game. Like, for no reason.
My son.
For no reason. I mean, like, Gino, go into Piranha Plant's moves for a second.
All right, so we have so Patui, which is the spike ball, that's a neutral B. That's obviously just the Piranha Plants. Sometimes they just have spike balls floating from their mouth.
Yeah, it's in the 2D Mario games. Yeah,
it's in like every 2D Mario game since like what, Mario World, Mario 3, something like that.
Yeah.
Poison Breath.
From Thousand Year Door.
Piranha Copter. That is probably the only thing that is original, unless I'm missing something from like maybe one of the RPGs.
I think it's a reference to PD Piranha.
You're right. It might be because he does have that like spin attack.
Yeah.
Long Stem Strike is literally just curling up and then just a big chomp.
That's literally going into the pipe and coming out.
Literally how Piranha Plant is depicted 99% of the time is just he retreats into the pipe and then comes out with a big chomp.
Yeah.
And then the final smash is obviously
the one smash
from Brawl.
The one smash specific.
Insane, honestly.
The one smash specific final smash was kind of hype.
Yeah, but also, if you actually look really close at Piranha Plant, when he's running, he has little feet.
True.
Which is canon to the Mario series. They do some Piranha Plants have little feet. One that comes to mind is there's one of the levels in the rock world from New Super Mario Bros. U that comes to mind. But like also his back air is the fire breath.
Yeah, I mean his
up smash is literally just the bite.
Yeah, again the bite. It's classic.
If he is crouching and you footstool him,
bro, I forgot about
he will bite you.
That's so good. Oh my god, like little things like that.
Is a reference. I want to say to Lost Levels because I think that's the only Mario game where if you're standing on the pipe, Piranha Plant will still come out.
That's crazy. Okay, so
I do also want to mention that every single one of his alternate costumes is a reference to another species of Piranha Plant.
Oh yeah, true. I would like to emphasize this placement with I like K. Rool a lot better, but I think considering that they made a character that is less well, no, he actually is way more represented than K. Rool, but like he's less of a character than K. Rool.
Right. Like K. Rool has a personality. What's Piranha Plant's personality?
Like I would argue Piranha Plant has been in way more games than K. Rool has been.
That is true. Unironically good argument.
A couple more games.
Unironically, yeah, just a couple. Every single Mario game. That is actually legitimately a good argument. Maybe enough to move Piranha below K. Rool.
Plus, if we think about it, his final smash isn't from a Mario game.
It's from a Super Smash Brothers game.
In which they copied.
Wait, you're kind of right. How does that represent Piranha Plant? Hold on.
His final smash is a completely different character.
You're so right.
His father.
I do think that's honestly he actually feels comparable to K. Rool, which is a crazy take, I know, but like it does feel like they took a character with not much and just like
Did everything they possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, this is still they did everything they possibly could, even with the extra representation technically. Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive.
Man. I don't know, man. Where's Piranha Planet from one of the Mario and Luigi games?
True. Anyway,
it's in the victory animation, by the way.
But yeah, Dom, do you want to fight for a lower placement?
No, I like having him above Ryu and Ken.
That is funny.
I just think it's funny.
Yeah. All right, let's move on.
It really is. It really is funny just how good Piranha Plant is in terms of like how they designed the character.
It's incredible. It really shows how far Smash has come.
A character with no
arms, face, no nothing,
no face, no arms. It's just mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mouth on a stick.
It's so good. All right, Joker. This is probably another me solo.
I will say I own Persona 5 Royal and Persona 4 Golden on Switch,
but haven't played.
I have sunk about 0.3 seconds into them.
Huge. Anyway, Joker
he has a gun.
Okay, so it is important to note here that Joker does not represent Persona very well. He represents himself very well. Joker is his own character, right?
Right.
Like, he represents Persona 5 specifically, not Persona as a whole. If they were representing Persona as a whole, I'd say he's actually pretty bad because he doesn't use multiple personas, and that's kind of the main deal in the Persona games, that the protagonist can wield multiple.
Alright, but considering Persona is a spin-off, how well does he represent Shin Megami Tensei?
True! Anyway, let me stop.
Where's Jack Frost?
If he did summon multiple personas, he's instantly they cooked 100%. But when you look at the angle of him only taking from Persona 5 and like Joker specifically, because in the side games for Persona 5, Joker mainly just uses Arsene anyway, which is the persona he uses here. That's his main persona, right? That's the first persona he gets in Persona 5. Just like all the other Persona games, Arsene does fall off like instantly, so he starts using a lot more personas. It's kind of hard to put him in They Cooked like in the same tier as Pokemon Trainer, because Pokemon Trainer feels like he literally did that, you know? Like, he used multiple different fighters, whereas Joker, he could have. That being said, I do still think he's like high good, because with what he has, I do think he does pretty good. The comeback mechanic is a cool mechanic, albeit it doesn't actually reference that much. It does, however, give him Makarakarn and Tetrakarn as his counter, which is really unique. I like that, because those are the counter spells in Persona. So I'll give him at least that for the, revenge mechanic. Stuff like his side B, the Eiga, the fact that turns from a light dark attack into a heavy dark attack is actually really genius, right? Because the heavy dark attack is the late game power and the light dark attack is the beginning. It makes sense, right? Joker's the weak one, and then Arsene powers him up to have a stronger attack. It makes sense. Also gun.
Also gun. But
gun.
Also the fact that gun can just be like regular gun, but he can also dodge with it. He can jump.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I mean, that's stylistic, right?
He can also just fire off in all the directions, which I think is actually pretty funny.
Yeah, well, and stylistically, it's very Joker, right?
Right. I have the game pulled up right now. I'm just like messing around in training mode. He is just very stylish.
Yeah, very stylish. I couldn't, in good conscience, put him in They Cooked as much as I love Persona. It's like my favorite game series of all time.
There is two other things I do want to mention about Joker, just from my limited knowledge of Persona.
Mm-hmm.
First things first. I know nothing about Persona. The meter is like not a thing, right?
No.
The whole down B being like an absorb and everything, that's not a thing, right?
You could argue the absorb is, because there's spells that do something similar. That being said, the fact that the down B gives you Makarakarn and Tetrakarn, like, I know that sounds silly because it looks like it's just a counter, but like specifically what those spells are actually really relevant in the Persona gameplay, so I really respect the fact that they included it in the revenge mechanic. I think it makes a lot of sense.
The things I actually wanted to mention were his up B being a grappling hook
Mm-hmm.
is a reference, I believe, to Persona 5 Royal.
Yes.
which came out after Joker was included.
I would actually argue that's
that
huge.
So that means like they were talking about it, you know?
Yeah, like Sakurai technically this Joker was before Persona 5 Royal. I mean, obviously it was conceived for him to have a grappling hook before,
but also like even if it wasn't like brought up in like a meeting between Sakurai and like Nintendo and Atlas, it was just kind of like an obvious thing to give him.
Yeah,
just as a recovery move. And the other thing I wanted to mention was Final Smash.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh shoot. Wait.
From just straight up being 1-to-1, and then like even like the victory animation and everything.
I forgot. Shoot. Maybe he is bottom they cooked. Oh, I forgot. There's so much fan service in this character. Even outside of the amazing stage that Joker brought along with him, like disregarding the stage, the Final Smash is honestly probably one of the best Final Smashes in the game in terms of like representation. You're literally showing all of the party members in the game within your Final Smash, right? Like many other Final Smashes do, right? Shulk's does that as well. But it's much more stylistic, and all out attacks are like way more relevant to the Persona series than
it's 1-to-1. Literally, what
literally
the game was,
it is 1-to-1.
Except I believe they replaced blood splatter with like sparkles or whatever.
Yeah, makes sense. Whatever.
It's better than what they did in the anime.
For real. Let me stop. The all-out attack is honest. It being like legitimately one of the best references in the entire game is actually kind of massive. Like, what is another Final Smash that's more relevant than all-out attacks for Persona? I didn't even think about the Final Smash.
Which I know we don't mention it much because the Final Smash usually is just like
it's usually just like showy.
For Pokemon, it's just like a big attack. Everyone else is like a big attack.
But this is massive.
Or Mega Evolution, which makes sense.
Like this is a cornerstone of Persona gameplay. Like this is something you will always get, and it's part of the strategy.
And that's why I wanted to mention it.
Yeah, good point. Jeez.
And also the fact that it's literally just ripped right from the original game.
And I'd also like to mention if you...
So different.
Oh my God, it's gotta be bottom of insane. The fact that if you beat the opponent with the Final Smash, it instantly goes into the end screen, and then it does what Persona 5 does. Joker's literally walking along, and the Persona 5 music plays in the background for the victory screen, and then...
But
it just
what
goes
about Persona
game.
3 and 4 music? I know that's like going too
True.
far into it, but like 3 and 4 as well.
True. I mean, honestly, it is still true. Like, it's going into a bit more like into the stage he brings along, because I think that only happens if you play the stage with the corresponding game's music.
I believe it is, yeah.
But you still have to be Joker for that to work as well, so we could give it a very slight consideration. Yeah, it'll play Persona 4 or 3 music respectively if you have those tracks on that stage as Joker. God, the winning screen and Final Smash, I've never seen a Final Smash carry a character up a tier, but I actually think it's valid. I think it's the most important Final Smash in the game. I can't even think of a better one.
I can think of a couple big ones that are like really important to the character.
Like what?
Well, like you said before, chain attack for Shulk.
Yeah, but that's not... Okay, I'd like to put this out there because I play a lot of Persona, and I've also played Xenoblade. Chain attacks in Xenoblade are not nearly as important of a gameplay mechanic as all-out attacks are in Persona. All-out attacks are literally something you do all the time. Like, literally all the time. It's what you're aiming for.
Fair. But also, like, we haven't gotten to him yet, but Sephiroth.
True.
Just being 2 minutes of destroying an entire galaxy.
But that is just like a... I mean, that's still true, but it's just not as, like, relevant to the Persona gameplay. Like, that, all attacks represent Persona as a whole, too. That's not just Joker, either. I think that alone puts them at bottom if they cooked. They could have done more, I'll agree with that, but stylistically, I think this character gets carried a lot. He also has a...
I'm letting you cook with this one. I don't know. I'm just bringing up some stuff.
He does have a skin that is, you know, school uniform as well, which Life Simulation part of Persona. Good reference. There you go. Right. All right. Let's move on. I like that, actually. Good point with the Final Smash. Hero.
I have played the first, I think, 3 hours of Dragon Quest XI, but that's about it.
That's more than I've played.
From what I understand about Dragon Quest, Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's definitely a Dragon Quest.
I mean, realistically, even without experience in Dragon Quest, how is it anything but super high they cooked?
Right, because it literally is JRPG the character.
He actually represents all JRPGs, not just Dragon Quest. Pulls up
That is genuinely true.
like he pulls up a battle menu. He has inherent critical hits, which like most of the JRPGs on this list, Pokemon included, Fire Emblem, like all like JRPGs in this list, yeah, they don't even have critical hits. Well, I guess Fire Emblem does its Final Smash, which is valid, honestly. But
I think out of all of the RPG characters in the game, barring the Final Smashes for the Fire Emblem characters, I think the only character that has a critical hit is Shulk if you hit the backslash from the back, because it actually does the effect from the game.
Interesting. But yeah, legitimately, like, I mean, I know it's from a balancing standpoint, say what you want about critical hits and say how lame it is. I don't care. It is a very good representation.
RNG it is.
Yeah, exactly. JRPGs have a lot of RNG. That's part of what a lot of people find JRPGs to be fun. The element of randomness.
JRPG the character.
No, it actually is. Critical hits are massive. The down B menu is massive. It's a clear JRPG, and the fact the RNG implications of Hero are actually massive because shoot, is this higher than Pokemon Trainer? It probably is. Because like literally, what could they have done? He has like what 16 moves in just the down B.
Yeah, and then but you also have to remember like every his side B, his down B, and his up B are also technically 3 moves in one, depending on how long you.
Yeah. Oh my god. And he has a mana. He literally has a mana bar too. He has he has like 3 insanely like referential things for all JRPGs, not just Dragon Quest. The menu to select the moves, right? JRPG. The mana bar, JRPG, and the critical hits. Every single JRPG has like critical hits. Like, hello?
Right.
Damn. I mean, wow. Like, also important to mention, he represents like 4 different.
If they were going to base any character on being just JRPG the character, it would be a Dragon Quest character.
Makes sense, honestly. Like, very valid. And I mean, hell, his skins have.
Yep, his skins are 3 of the other Dragon Quest characters, and then his Final Smash is all the Dragon Quest protagonists, and then his Final Smash is literally all of them.
You know what? Even though Pokemon Trainer has 3 different characters in one, and I think that represents Pokemon series as a whole really well. I think Pokemon Trainer would literally have to have a full team of 6 in order to compare to Hero, like legitimately. Like, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. I think Hero is perfect. He's actually perfect.
I'm not gonna disagree because again, what I've played of Dragon Quest, it literally is just Dragon. It's just like if you gave Dragon Quest a real-time battle system, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he really is perfect. I mean, seriously. There you go. Shoutouts. He has so many mechanics, so many referential things.
Yep, and another thing I do want to mention is another huge thing about JRPGs is status ailments.
Oh my god, you're right. Jesus.
All of his down B attacks, like half of them
are
different status ailments. There's like go to sleep. There's instant kill. There's like a bunch of them.
Wow, what a really well designed character. It's so crazy. This is where the DLC really ran up. I mean, Joker was also a great DLC, but like, god damn. The DLC special treatment was crazy with Hero.
It really was. And then we're about to get into Banjo-Kazooie, and
I actually vividly remember when Hero came out. I was actually playing with Dom online on a trip, and I was like, damn, like, this character's fun.
I remember I was in Florida. I was on vacation for a week, and Nintendo dropped like a trailer that was like, here's some of the stuff we have coming out in July. And in the trailer, they're like, oh yeah, also Hero's coming out in like a week.
Bro, oh my god. What a
like,
drop.
what do you mean Hero's coming out in like a week?
That's crazy.
Like, you haven't said anything.
Great character, honestly. Okay. Banjo. another character like Ridley, where everybody was insanely hyped up, and then nobody played as him.
Here's the thing I've always said about Banjo is that he feels like Mario, Donkey Kong, and all the other characters that haven't had their moveset updated in 20 years. But that's also because he hasn't had a game in like 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, I do love Banjo-Kazooie. I think they're great 3D collectathons.
Yeah, they are great games. I'm so happy both of them are on Switch right now.
Oh yeah.
Go play Banjo-Kazooie if you haven't.
True. To be fair, he does literally have way less representation than something like Mario. And I'd like to mention, like, they could have definitely done more with this character, like, for sure. But I feel like it's still enough to be good. I mean, like...
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. But I do feel like everything they did take was something from the games, though.
Yeah, like
down to, like, the running animation being the talent shot.
Yeah, so true. The talent shot's a big point for the running, because that's literally how you, like, traverse the world in Banjo-Kazooie to go faster. Makes a ton of sense. The dash attack is his base attack roll from Banjo-Kazooie.
The roll, the
grenades are from Banjo-Tooie.
Yep, the grenades and the eggs, and even the gun, I believe.
Yeah, the gun is from Banjo-Tooie as well. Like when he holds Kazooie like a gun, and then because in Tooie it literally is like a first-person shooter section of the game.
The side B dash is like the invincibility feathers from.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty good. Like, and the fact that it's like a limited supply of the golden feathers is showing that it's a collectathon, right? You need to collect more of them. Well, to be fair, that could be better if, like, I don't know, maybe golden feathers spawn mid-stage or something. I don't know. Like maybe maybe he can only use it once. And then you need to collect another one.
You can only use it 5 times per stock.
Yeah. God, if they actually did that though, like kind of like K. Rool's crown after you lose it, like it just spawns somewhere and you have to pick it up, something like that, to use it again. I think that'd actually be pretty cool.
I do just want to mention his forward smash where he just takes Kazooie and just fucking smacks him.
Banjo's so brutal to Kazooie. But honestly,
it's from the game.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, I mean, as simple as he is, I do think he's really good. The up B is the tile on Banjo-Kazooie where you jump.
The flying pad, yep.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's pretty impressive for a simplistic character. They did a great job, I think. I think I'd put him here.
I was not looking at the screen. Where'd you put him?
Right here.
That's fair. High good. That's fair.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely better than Yoshi, who has a similar thing where they did everything they could have. I just think Banjo-Kazooie has more creative moves than Yoshi. Yeah, I think it just feels similar. He did every single one of his moves means something. It's just not like insane. Like, it's definitely not they cooked. They probably could have done more. Like if they did like hone more in on it being a collectathon, stuff like that.
If he pulled out a car, I think it would be they cooked.
True. Anyway, stop. Not the nuts and bolts. God, I actually think people would be mad if they reference nuts and bolts, honestly. What if there was a whole ass skin of like fat Banjo? That'd be funny.
Yes. They cooked, honestly.
Honestly, they cooked. I think this is valid. It's still a simple moveset. It doesn't do anything crazy. But yeah, he does everything that he needs to do, and all of his moves mean something. I like that.
Yep.
Terry, I have no comments on Terry. Please, somebody carry.
I have played a couple rounds, not of Fatal Fury, but of King of Fighters. And I will say this: the special inputs match.
That's cool.
That's enough for me.
I think this is. I mean, he has a whole ass mechanic, right? I'm sure it's like very similar to how it works in Fatal Fury.
But from what I understand, because the super special moves are not in they're not in King of Fighters. I believe they're only in Fatal Fury. At least not in the one I played. Maybe I'm just dumb. But I know they do exist in Fatal Fury. I just don't know how they're active.
Right.
I know in Smash you have to be like at 100% or something. I don't know how they're active in Fatal Fury. But
honestly, I feel
all the moves are there. As I know that all the moves are there.
At the end of the day, I think it's safe to at least put him Ryu-Ken level, probably higher because of the mechanic, right? The additional mechanic.
I do want to say that he does have a dodge attack, which none of the other fighting game characters have, I believe.
That's pretty cool.
Which is from Fatal Fury.
I like how his side B changes depending on how you're using it.
Yeah, the direction you press.
Yeah.
He has a forward B and a back B.
Right. That's pretty cool. I feel like just right above Ryu is fair enough. It maybe could go higher.
He throws his hat.
True. He definitely has more style.
Yeah, he's just hat Ken, honestly.
Mm. I don't think like I would assume he doesn't go crazy as much as something like Piranha Plant. Like honestly, there's a pretty big cutoff between Piranha Plant and Ryu, IMO. Like that could actually be a tier change if we wanted to make a new tier. But yeah, I think this is fine.
Yeah.
Great insight on Terry. There you go.
Great.
Let us know in the comments if we threw. Anyway, Byleth. So for all the haters, for all the haters on Byleth, I'd like to say that Byleth is probably like debatably the second most important Fire Emblem character to go in Fire Emblem, like second to Barth, like actually, maybe third. Yeah, Fire Emblem Three Houses is like one of the biggest Fire Emblem games. I think it's actually the most sold now.
I believe it is. So like a good like 4 million units.
Yeah, outpaced Awakening. Fair enough. Kind of crazy. Honestly, the craziest take that we had in Smash 4 was that Robin was like high they cooked. And I think Byleth definitely is they cooked because it represents all the weapon types of Fire Emblem. Well, besides magic. Represents axes, bows, sword, and axe, all in one moveset. I think that's genius how they operated with it, with its smash attacks and everything. Or even like its aerials, right? They all use the different ones. And it makes sense, too, for Three Houses, because in the games, Byleth is actually able to equip anything, as long as you train them for it. They can actually equip any single weapon in the game. They're not just a sword character. Hell, they even can equip magic in the game. I think... I mean, that is borderline they cooked at least, just the fact that they represent all the main classes of Fire Emblem, which Fire Emblem fans have been asking for in Smash for ages, and now we have that. And on top of that, like, they're really unique skills. The bow is like the most unique bow in the game. And you know, like super armor and down B. There isn't really much to say in terms of like mechanics, but I just think like in terms of how much it represents Fire Emblem, well done, honestly. I think like right below Piranha Plant feels right.
You do you, dog.
Yeah.
Let the comments cook you, not me.
The reason why I think Robin is higher in terms of this list specifically, is that I think the weapon breaking mechanic of Fire Emblem is way more like referential to Fire Emblem as a series than just using all the classes. And I legitimately think that's true. And on top of that, there was never a magic Fire Emblem user in Smash before Robin. Whereas technically, there are plenty of sword fighters in Smash already.
There are?
There are? No way. I mean...
But you can't list more than 2 of them.
Obviously, there's no axe or bow or whatever. But, you know...
Violet, that's 2 of them right there.
True.
Fair enough.
Violet, that's 2 of them. Yeah, no, I think the weapon breaking mechanic is the most important mechanic in Fire Emblem. And Robin represents that, and I think that makes it quite a few spots higher.
I can't name 2 sword fighters. Link.
True. But yeah, Byleth's right there.
I mean,
That's fine.
3. I do want to say one thing. Despite me not knowing anything about Fire Emblem, Byleth is fun. Byleth is one of my mains.
Byleth's cool. Yeah, I like Byleth.
Byleth's
Really unique
fun.
heavy, honestly.
Yeah.
And also important to note, they play completely different than any other Fire Emblem character, like in terms of movement and everything. Like,
Oh yeah.
they're definitely not a copy paste from other Fire Emblem characters. Not even close.
Yeah. Should have been Monster Hunter though.
True. Anyway, Min Min.
So who's played Arms?
I have and I hate it.
We both did, and it was the best.
Okay, so we've all
Return of a
played
game I've
some.
ever had.
We've all played some Arms. Arms had a demo and I played that. I never actually bought Arms.
Arms?
I say after this, we buy the game again.
No.
Load it up.
I literally gave that game away for free. I did not want to keep it. It was a poison in my collection.
Oh god.
I hated Arms. Okay, but now, that being said, obviously, whatever. In this list, honestly, I am glad, I will say at least this, the fact they took Min Min instead of, like, the main character, that's kind of cool. I think this is the only character in Smash where, well, I guess Pyramithra too, but where the main character is not in here, right, from their game series.
All the Pokemon.
Pikachu's there, man.
You
Come
could
on.
argue the Pokemon are the main characters of the series.
I mean, Pokemon Trainer is literally there. Like that's just
That's true.
That just,
Yeah, no,
Like,
that is true.
Pokemon
Pokemon Trainer
actually
is the main
Pokemon.
character, yeah. I don't know. It's freaking Min Min.
I will say, from the little I've played of Arms, I've played a demo of a fighting game, which means you have played a fighting game. Because like, how much different can it be from the final game? She does punch, you know.
She does indeed punch. I mean, giving Min Min credit here, like, I do still think it's They Cooked, even though I hate Arms. Considering what they took from, I mean, she has long range punches. She can switch her weapon type, which is a big mechanic in Arms, from what I remember. You could switch your weapon types before a match begins to give you different stats.
The only character in Arms I know for a fact she actually can kick in Arms, and she kicks in this game.
That's
as
true.
well.
Good point. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's simple, but like, hell, the grab is unique. It's a projectile grab. That's from Arms as well. I remember.
It's tether grab. Yeah.
The heavy punch, the dragon head, and the what was the other one? Oh, and the disc. Yeah, that's right. All from Arms, and they all act basically exactly as they do in the game. Honestly, it's pretty impressive. I just think that, you know, they didn't realize how unpopular Arms would be. I wonder if they're gonna make a new Arms game at this point.
Okay.
Legs. We need legs.
Legs. We need legs. The game.
It's just a kickboxing game. That's all it is.
Let's not sugarcoat it. The only good thing that came with this character into Smash was the theme of Arms.
Yes, the music in Arms.
Oh
is
yeah,
so
true.
good.
Yeah, honestly, the music
stage was
It
amazing.
sucks.
and the style. I mean, honestly, Arms has a lot going for it. Arms actually, I mean, I'll say it right now. As a game, Arms has everything going for it besides the gameplay.
Exactly. Like,
The gameplay is
I
the
think
only thing
Arms
that's
has
bad.
like, I think Arms has some of the coolest character designs.
Oh
Nintendo's
yeah,
ever
great character designs, great music, great designs.
Ah yes, I love my favorite character, Slime.
Slime.
Dog. That's my goat right there.
That is- no,
don't be
actually,
talking
it's-
about-
It's funny, the little bit I
Slime.
played Arms, Min Min was my main, so I'm happy it's Min Min. Shoutouts.
Slime and then generic ninja number 5.
Hey, hop off my man Ninjara.
I think Min Min's probably like right here. It is They Cooked.
Yeah.
As much as I hate Arms, they represented it really well. This is a very unique Smash character. She plays different than every other character in the game, like even more so than Little Mac, as crazy as that sounds. She just feels so unique in Smash. And it's fitting because Arms is one of the weirdest fighting games ever. It has very weird movement. And that's what she is in this game too, so fair enough.
He is weird movement.
Yeah. Alright, let's move on.
Can we just put it in They Cook and then not talk about it again?
Yeah,
Save- you
that sounds
go
like a good
cool.
idea.
You say we don't.
Sephiroth.
Need to
Okay.
Darius?
Okay, I will say, I think there's actually an argument to be made that Hero's above. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Wait. Did we talk about Steve?
I guess we gotta talk about Steve. Okay, so Steve is like the poster child for this entire list. Steve is the very first thing we said in the first video, in the Smash 64 video, that Steve is the prime example of a character that shows how far we've come in Smash moveset design. Every single move, no exaggeration, is a reference. Every single move.
Yeah.
I mean,
name one move.
Name a single move and it's a reference from Minecraft. There is no filler. Technically, Hero has filler sword attacks.
Yeah, let's see, his neutral B, mine. Yeah, he did that in chapter 7 of the game. When he was fighting Master Enderman, yeah, he did that.
I think, unironically, if his entire moveset was just the B button, he's already they cooked.
The entire moveset was just
if the entire moveset, all he had was the B button, he's they cooked. Actually, he is the only character in the game that through one button can do the 3 aspects that are most important to Minecraft. With only the B button, you can mine, you craft, and you place blocks. Those are the 3 most important things in Minecraft on one button.
I'm looking at the stage list. Do you? Sorry, the move list in Smash. Do you know what the B button attack is called?
What?
Mine/craft/create.
It's crazy. They could not. Legitimately, I don't think any of us could make a better moveset for Steve. I actually think it's impossible. I don't think it's actually conceivable to make a better moveset for Steve.
I have one. I have one change they could have made.
What?
Instead of the up B being the Elytra, I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
It could be the Ender Pearl.
I actually think the Elytra is better for the up B, but
Yeah, Ender Pearl just seems weird.
Now that being said, I could see Ender Pearl being used, but that's the thing, right? Like, Ender Pearl is, yeah, that's valid for an item for him to use, but like, what would you replace it with? Like, all of his moves are relevant. His down tilt is freaking flint and steel. Hello?
It's literally just flint and steel. It's just a villager situation where it's just like, yeah.
This is like Villager on crack, though. Like, every single move.
This is from the game, I guess.
Like, oh my god! Like, even like the way you tilt up, like you start tilting up for attacks, he looks up, the character looks up, and then uses the axe instead of his sword. Because it's like you're mining wood, right? You look up, mine wood. Hello? I actually don't even know what else there is to say. It makes sense that the side air is the pickaxe, and it's a meteor effect going down. Makes sense. Side B's a minecart.
Down air is just an anvil.
Oh my, it just keeps getting more insane the more I think about it. In the minecart, you can place redstone torches with powered rails to go faster. What? But only if you have the materials to craft it, by the way, which is Minecraft, alright?
Yep, that is what I do like, is that like you can do all this stuff only if you have the materials for it.
You know what, the more I talk about it, never mind, it's actually not even close. Steve is definitely above you.
Alright, just do me a favor, just make a new tier. It's called Steve tier.
Steve.
I remember in the Mario game tier list, we had a tier that was called Mushroom Kingdom Here We Come.
Steve.
Make a new tier, call it I Am Steve.
I am Steve. I love that.
Am Steve. From
I am Steve. There you go.
Thank you, Jack Black.
Thank you, Jack Black.
Thank you, Bowser.
I am Steve. There you go. It actually. That being said, maybe the gap between Hero.
There is one thing I do want to mention about Steve quickly.
What?
And this honestly, just make a new tier that's empty between I Am Steve and They Cooked, because this just pushes them up a little bit more. What is the main thing about Minecraft? Like, what is the main thing you're doing in Minecraft?
Mine and craft.
Yeah.
Right. But like when what's the main thing you're using? You're using your creativity.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's
His
a
final
creative character.
smash,
Yeah.
his final smash is a completely original creation
Like in Minecraft.
based on Minecraft.
It is true. I mean, yeah, you
It is
created that. It's like
something- it is something
it's like
that you
creating a
could-
trap in Minecraft. People
It
do
is
that.
something that you could build in Minecraft.
Yeah, absolutely.
And honestly, I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm pretty sure they built it out in Minecraft and recorded it in Minecraft because it's just a video file in the game's files. I'm pretty sure they just recorded it in Minecraft.
This character is ridiculous. If every single character was made like Steve, we would have like the most like insane fighting game of all time. Like
Yeah,
of like full of references, full of like call-ins, full of like everything. It blows my mind. It is an insanely creative character. I don't even know how they could do different. I mean, there's so many things we haven't even mentioned. Like, you craft the different weapons with the materials that you mine. The different classes of weapons in Minecraft: stone, wood, diamonds, gold.
I do have one downside from Steve.
What?
And honestly, it might be enough to bring him from I am Steve to Do They Even Try?
What's that?
They forgot to add Sweden.
True!
The music is all from the spin-offs and not from the actual game.
Yeah, I mean, we're not counting the music, but that is honestly kind of a disappointing. I wanted Pig Step in the game, bro. Okay, but yeah, I think that's valid. The more I talk about it, the more I think, yeah, maybe Steve is definitely above Hero. It is still true that Hero's like one of the, like, probably the best representation of JRPGs ever. But like, this is the embodiment of referencing your game. This character is Minecraft. Also, you could be Enderman or Zombie or different Minecraft skins. You could be Alex.
Yep.
Honestly, you could talk about Steve's insanity forever and ever. It'll never end. Also, you can mine in every stage, and the materials are based on what you're mining in the stage. When does it end? Jesus. Oh my god. Okay.
Also, his taunt is just teabagging. So
True. Also, the meat got deleted. Anyway.
yeah, they deleted his meat.
He deleted his meat, bro. Bring my man's meat back. Okay,
Meat.
Sephiroth. Definitely not as good as Steve.
Definitely not as good as Steve. Still pretty good though.
You know what? Is this a hot take? I feel like Sephiroth is not as good as the other DLC characters. Like, even worse than Banjo for sure. In terms of representation.
It is kind of a like basic in a way.
It's very, but I actually think it's too basic for Sephiroth.
But also it's like he's not playable in the game he's from.
True, but like
he's the final boss, right?
true, but like they should have made him more. I mean, Sephiroth is a very prevalent character in FF7.
I feel like it's less of what he does and more of the effects that he has.
That is technically true. They just could have had more
that bring him closer to what he was in the game.
I think
You know what I'm
all
saying?
of his moves should have been more like his side B. I'll put it that way. His side B is actually the only move that I think displays his destructive power. None of his other moves are like, they're a little too calculated, I feel like. Like, he has destructive power. Like, and he doesn't really show that power with anything but the side B.
Okay, but hear me out. Down air.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I like FF7. FF7 is the only Final Fantasy game I've actually played.
That said literally everyone.
Right. I don't know, man. Compared to Cloud, even.
I think he can go like right next to Cloud, honestly.
I was actually gonna say mid. Is that a crazy take? I actually think he's quite a bit worse than Cloud. Like, a lot worse than Cloud. Cloud has a whole ass limit break mechanic. What does Sephiroth have?
So in the original game, the move that his final smash is based on gives a random status effect, and it also does that in Smash. So I guess it's kind of like the neat little reference, but it's not like a main mechanic because like some people don't play with final smashes. Like, that's an optional thing, right?
I mean, I think at this point in the DLCs, we're very used to doing either They Cooked or Good. But, like, I actually think this is kind of a mid. I really do. Like, he just doesn't have great references. He really just doesn't. I'm sorry. I mean, now even comparing him to Banjo, like, I don't think he should be on the same tier as Banjo. every single one of Banjo's moves means something. Most of Sephiroth's moves are just sword slashes.
Yeah. Well, you also have to realize, like, he has just that sword, you know what I'm saying?
And that's
like,
true, and I would argue, even with that sword, he doesn't even show the insane range that it has as much as he should. I mean, obviously he still has crazy range in Smash, but, like, not as crazy as it probably should be, honestly. That sword is huge, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, even comparing him to Ice Climbers, like, Ice Climbers is way more interesting. Like, these characters have mechanics. Like...
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about Sephiroth, honestly.
I'm actually wondering if he's below the Pokemon. Is that too harsh?
I think that is a little too harsh.
I don't know. At least the Pokemon actually have their own moves.
I mean, all of Sephiroth's moves are based on attacks from the games, so, or based on attacks from Final Fantasy VII.
List them.
They are. I'm still playing Steve, so give me 5 seconds so I can load up the actual thing. 'Cause I don't know the names of them.
Because again, I think the side B is only really good in terms of referencing like his overall like insane power.
So it's Flare, Mega Flare, and Giga Flare for the neutral B, based on how long you charge it. Shadow Flare for the side B, Octa Slash for the up B, and then I have no problem pronounce it. Scintilla, I believe is how it's pronounced, for the down B.
I think honestly,
wait, he has his wing, his one wing.
True.
That comeback mechanic.
I guess.
Which I don't think it's actually from like based on anything from the game other than like his design, but still.
Yeah. I think he could stay above the Pokemon because at least he has a really cool win animation.
Which is based exactly on the game. It's based on the cutscene where he burns down the village.
I actually think they could have just done way more though. I really do. Like, I think they should have given him like all the like end game spells and stuff. Like,
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Because Cloud kind of has like most of the early game skills, whereas Sephiroth could have the end game. I mean, it would make sense. It's the final boss, right?
Well, at the same time, it's like he's not playable, so he wouldn't have those skills. He would have whatever skills he uses for his.
Of course, for the final fight, yes. Either way, I don't know. I think he needed more destruction, as shown in his final smash.
Or in his stage.
Yeah, when this character was announced, I really, because remember in the trailer when he did the down air and it slashed the stage in half, I actually thought that was gonna be a mechanic.
Yeah, no, it was the up air, and
bro, that was the biggest case of misrepresentation in a trailer we've ever seen. Swear, my man slashed the ground and the ground split in half. They did that crap on purpose. All right. I was thinking, like, for a second, like, bro, this man can slash the stage in half and then spike people down the half point of the stage. That crap is crazy. If he actually did that, it's instantly they cooked, by the way. That would be...
I don't even care if it's from the game or not. They fucking cooked with that shit, dog.
I mean, yeah. Well, no, legit. I mean, hey, that's the destructive power I mean. Like, he literally destroys the stage. I think that would be really telling. Hell, if Steve can manipulate the stage, why can't Sephiroth, you know? Yeah. I think this is fine, then. Unless y'all think I'm being too harsh.
I think... Again, I haven't played much of Final Fantasy VII, so I'm not entirely like caught up on the Sephiroth lore. But I think that's fine.
I mean, even compared to Shulk, he feels way less. Like, I know that you went off on Shulk last time, but like, Shulk's mechanic is way more.
Annoyed. I'm still annoyed, but
Shulk's mechanic is still way more involved.
I guess they made up for it with what we're about to talk about.
That's true. Okay, Pyramithra. You want to go ham, Mr. Xenoblade?
I really just have to say 3 things about the character. One, all of their special attacks are their blade specials.
True.
Including their final smash. Their final
Very
smash
cool.
is their level 4.
And it's different depending on which character you're playing as at the time, unlike Pokemon Trainer, where it's always the same Hyper Beam and everything.
Yep. 2. They're kind of placed in a weird spot where like they're kind of the opposite of what they are in the game, because in Xenoblade 2, Mithra's the strong one. Like Pyra is strong, yes, but Mithra's like really
Yeah, Mithra's always the stronger one in Xenoblade 2. It's true.
But they also like, I guess they did the thing where like because she's light, like her ability is light.
Yeah.
So she's like light speed.
I respect the change. It's fine. You could even argue that Mithra is the better fighter anyway. Oh, and Foresight. Oh my god, yeah, true. Foresight's really creative as well.
I do also want to mention that I believe they're the only character in Smash that have a, aside from Sheik, that has a Smash technically original design. Because Sheik's design is based on the Sheikah outfit from Breath of the Wild, and Pyra and Mithra's are slightly altered because they show a little too much skin.
True.
But I will say Mithra's outfit was actually added to Xenoblade 2.
That's true.
So
I actually love. Honestly, I really like the Smash design for Mithra. I actually kind of wish that's what they went.
It's the better design. I think it's a lot better.
It's way better.
Like,
I think
it's more visually appealing, honestly.
And more than that, like it was kind of a little too blatantly sexualized in Xenoblade 2.
I mean,
the leggings do a lot better for Mithra. It makes her feel like an actual like battler, right? A little more.
Yeah. I mean, little known fact, Xenoblade 2's character designer and Xenoblade 3's character designer is literally a hentai artist. So.
Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, Pyra Mithra, they switch between each other like Pokemon Trainer. That's genius. Instantly they cooked. That being said, it is still true what Jeno said, that you're not fighting as Pyra Mithra in Xenoblade. That being said,
you are in Torna.
True. But no. That being said, I do.
Her Mithra's up B actually does change based on if you hold it or you press it, and it's the Xenoblade 2 version or the Torna version.
Good point, actually. That's really cool. I have to say, even though yes, there's technically like Rex isn't technically there, like controlling them or whatever, or like being empowered by them.
He's in the top.
True. Through the cutscenes and stuff, Pyra and Mithra still fight a lot in base game.
Oh, yeah.
So whatever, you can infer what you want. Either way, they use their final skills.
All their attacks are their blade specials, and then their final smash is their level 4 blade special.
It is also
It couldn't be any other way, because the actual arts that you use that aren't the blade specials aren't their arts, they're Rex's arts. It's hook shot, it's double spinning edge, it's not,
I'm kind of feeling like they could have maybe taken more gameplay aspects from Xenoblade 2.
Like what, like element combos?
Yeah.
Or like break topple days or break topple launch?
Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know. I mean, when I think of something like Pokemon Trainer who has a similar switch-in mechanic, I know it seems simple because it's Pokemon and Pokemon is simple, but like Pokemon's switching mechanic is literally what Pokemon is. Whereas Pyra and Mythos switching, like you can do that in Xenoblade 2, but it doesn't like represent what Xenoblade 2's combat is. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
it's hard to represent Xenoblade combat. We gone over this last time. It's hard to represent it in a fighting game like this because of how unique it is. I guess it's more of like a single player MMO than anything.
Right. I think I want to go here. I mean, you're the Xenoblade guy. You feel free to place it as you will. You know more than me.
Anywhere higher than just a tier higher than Shulk is fine by me. I don't think they're perfect, but they're definitely a tier higher than Shulk.
It's 2 tiers higher. Am I going too high?
I think you're going a little too high, honestly.
Really? I feel like the switch mechanic is still pretty huge.
If we were grading their entire presentation, like the stage, the trailer, everything, they cooked because Monolith Soft made that trailer, not Sakurai, or not the Smash Bros. Team. And the trailer was made like in the Xenoblade 2 engine and everything. Like they did the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But as the characters are in Smash, they're really well represented, but they're like they could have done more, like you said. So I don't think
Maybe.
they cooked at all.
Well, then,
Like,
in that
they-
case, where
they-
would you
they
put it?
pretty
You're
good.
the Xenoblade guy. Don't let me place everything.
Right. No. So I'm thinking like probably between Cloud and Snake.
Okay, sure. I trust you. I love Xenoblade 2. I actually think it's my favorite Xenoblade game of the three, because I think its story is incredible. But yeah, maybe. I mean, you definitely would know more than me based on like gameplay wise and everything. All right, cool. Kazuya, man, I know so much about
Kazuya.
this.
Yo, Tekken. All I know is that I have a friend who likes Tekken a lot, and they did confirm to me that every move he has is from the game. The inputs are not the same because obviously they're not. But he also has a shit ton of inputs.
Yeah.
Like, he's the only character that has diagonal tilts.
Right.
Yeah, all 8 directions are a tilt.
I like how he has laser. That's
He
cool.
does.
Turns into demon or whatever from like his
The
curse.
the
or
devil
whatever.
gene, yeah.
Yeah.
The devil gene, yeah. I know my Tekken.
Yeah. I love
His-
Kazuya
his-
from
His
Tekken.
his narrator, his announcer is
True.
from the game.
That's true. Kazuya.
I say-
Oh.
I say we just do a Pokemon with them. Just put all the fighting game characters in the same board.
put all the fighting
Honestly,
game
that's
characters into
not
one
fair.
character.
Let's just put them in They Cook because they probably did, honestly.
Yeah, they probably did. I mean,
If
I have
these are
him.
in the game, they could.
He's probably
mean,
above.
dude,
Well,
he has-
okay.
I remember watching. Dude. Okay, no, they definitely cook because I opened up the list of his moveset in Smash. Literally every character has like one page that details their special moves, and if they have a special mechanic, they have a second page. I'm checking out Terry right now. He has 2 pages because he has the super special moves and all his inputs. I'm checking Ryu and Ken right now. They have 2 for their command input.
Does Kazuya have 3?
Kazuya has 3.
What? I wonder if he's the only
Yes,
character in the game that has
yes.
3.
Kazuya has the most pages of any character in this game for their move list. They have a move. They have a page for their special attacks in their final smash. A page for their rage and rage drive mechanics. And then 3 other pages to detail all of their command inputs. If that's not They Cooked, I don't know.
You think it's like higher than it is right now then?
I just to play it safe, I'm going to just say keep him there.
Yeah. Tell us in the comments how wrong we are. I don't have the
I've never played a Tekken game in my life.
Yeah, what's so funny about this list is that like I feel like we're really knowledgeable about many of these characters, but then the fighting characters in this fighting game, very uninformed.
Yeah, in this fighting game.
Yeah.
The only fighting game I have like really played is Street Fighter 2, and that's mainly where they took the inspiration for this iteration of Ryu from Street Fighter 2. So I knew that.
Right. This is fine.
Ken is a little more modern, still a lot from Street Fighter 2, but he takes some stuff from like Marvel vs. Capcom or the Versus series in general. So I'm a little more out of touch with him. But like everyone, all the other fighting game characters, I know nothing.
Well, there you go. Kazuya. All right, and everybody get ready. The final character in all of Smash Brothers, Sora. I'd say very fitting final character. I think people have been asking for Sora for ages.
If you're gonna close out a massive crossover,
Disney.
why not do it with the character that is from a massive crossover?
You're right.
Literally, yeah.
Freddy Fazbear.
Freddy Fazbear.
Freddy Fazbear.
Sans. Yeah, no. Honestly,
I think the final character should have been Abraham Lincoln from Codename Steam.
true. No, okay. But in all seriousness, though, I do think that Sora is probably like one of the very best possible characters they could have picked to be the final character here. I'm not even a Kingdom Hearts fan. I played Kingdom Hearts 1 only, and I was not a fan of the game.
Bro, you're not gonna guess how many Kingdom Hearts games I've played.
0.
I own the complete collection
I do
for
too.
PlayStation 4.
I do
But
too.
have you played them?
No.
No.
That's what I thought.
I mean, he is basically only representing Kingdom Hearts 1 in his moveset. Actually, that might not be true. Maybe he has moves from Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3 that I just don't know about yet. He probably does, actually, now that I think about it. Whatever. Anyway,
I do want to say that I don't think they cooked for one reason and one reason alone. Where is Mickey Mouse?
True. He's on his Keyblade. What do you mean? Okay.
Where is he? Where is he actually?
Okay, no, unironically though,
Where is the door to darkness?
it is insane that they were able to get the Mickey emblem on his Keyblade.
Oh, yeah,
I thought that was gonna get deleted. Like,
Oh yeah, in the stage when they do that special thing that it does, whatever. They cut out the artwork of Donald and Goofy.
yeah. I mean, they kind of needed to. They're specifically Disney characters. I get it.
Right.
You know, it's crazy enough that Sora's in the game at all.
It's crazy.
It's crazy enough that Sora's in the game at all. That being said, you know what? I do think he's kind of hard capped to not be in They Cooked, because let's be real here. Every single Kingdom Hearts game, what are Sora's party members?
Donald and Goofy.
Donald and Goofy. They're not in the game. Like, say what you will about Sakurai not being able to, that still limits the character. It does. Like,
Right.
Donald and Goofy are in every single Sora Kingdom Hearts game as his party members, and that's consistent. They should have been included at least in his final Smash, but instead he's locking the door.
They could have done like a Pokemon trainer where they're in just the background standing there.
They could have, but to be fair, I don't even think that would have represented him that well. You always play a Sora, you don't really switch. But yeah, I don't know. Or even just like, I don't know, maybe they have Donald be his down B and like he has a healing move. That would be way too OP, but I don't know, something like that. Or maybe Goofy could be the shield, right? He shields you. That could be cute. Anyway, I don't know. Semantics. He has this 3 magic skills on B, Firaga, Blizzaga, and Thundaga. That's pretty good. His movement is very fitting for Kingdom Hearts because he's a very airborne fighter, even in Kingdom Hearts. He's very, very floaty. He's actually lighter than Jigglypuff, which is crazy. But it's fitting. It really is fitting for KH. They could have also let him switch Keyblade types, because you get different Keyblades throughout the game, different designed ones. Even if his skins had different Keyblades. That being said, his skins are actually a great positive point for him. He actually has some of the coolest and most referential skins in the game, respectively representing Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3, and even whatever the frick the gray one is. I know it's something.
I believe it's a reference to I believe there's a world in Kingdom Hearts where it's like the old style Disney style where it's like black and white, you know.
That's pretty cool.
Thing like black and white Cuphead, like that style of animation.
Pretty cool.
It's a reference like that, like a Steamboat Willie. That's what it's called.
Yeah. I don't know. I do think he's good. At least. Well, no, he's not They Cooked. He can't be They Cooked. He's a little too hard capped. And it's not like he does anything that insanely, absurdly crazy in his moveset. I think he's probably just above Pyramithra, personally.
Go for it. I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah, it's a shame that I'm like the only one that knows Kingdom Hearts at least a little bit here.
You think I'm going to go against the mouse?
The mouse? Yeah, for real. You're going to get copyright stricken.
You think I'm gonna go against the mouse? They're gonna fucking cap me, dude.
Crazy enough that he's in the game. I mean, like, seriously. As an icon, it's just insane. His moveset, good enough. It does what it needs to, you know? I think it represents him very, very good. Could they have done more? Definitely. But whatever. I think they did a pretty good job. But yeah. I think that's the final list.
That is. So I do want to say we haven't talked about Fox this video.
We need to talk about Fox every video. All right, fine. What's our final ranking on Fox?
I am Steve.
Huge.
I think he's right where he was. If we didn't talk about him, then he's fine.
You should hold on, right click him.
Right click him, delete.
Delete.
I was hoping you would be able to, but I guess this is the
That'd be really funny. I think that's fine. This list was great. Let us know in the comments if you think that you like the list or whatever. Let us know other kinds of series you'd like to see the three of us collaborate for. This is a ton of fun to do together. A ton of fun to talk about game design and like different, well, not game design, but like references and all these different kinds of video games. It was a blast. We did our best. There's a few game series in here that were not as informative as we could be. That being said, I think for the most part we did a pretty good job. Let us know any changes you'd make to the list. At the very least, I do think Steve is crazy enough to be a tier above all the They Cooks.
That's what I'm saying. He is Steve.
I am Steve.
Like you look at Mario in Smash, and you look at him, he's like, that's not Mario.
Mario could be
in
Steve.
Smash, and you're like, that's Steve.
Mario could be Steve, alright? That's the thing. He could be. He has so many power-ups he can take from so many games.
I'm saying, dude.
But, you know, what can you do, right?
Right.
Alright, let us know any other kinds of ideas you'd like to see us do, and thank you so much for watching. Say bye, both of you.
Bye. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition will release on Nintendo Switch on March 20th, 2025.
Oh, say later, manners.
So...
Say it! Say it!
Leave a comment, and if you give enough good reasons for why this list is trash, we will remake it
No, we won't!
completely from the beginning.
No, we won't!